Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Cole by Chelsea Camaron and Jessie Lane. Narrated by Aidan Snow and Lydia Dornay. Prologue. Cole. The pounding in my head continues to assault my ears. Chad's party last night was epic, and my head is making sure to remind me of the good time I had. Bang, bang, thump, thump, bang, thump, bang. The rhythm is now unsteady. "Trevor, wake your ass up right the fuck now!" My dad yells in his Army Ranger voice that has me immediately up and at attention by my bed. Shit. Why is my dad yelling? This tone is reserved for the major fuck-ups. Making my way toward the door, I don't even bother to put on clothes. I exit in my boxers and am immediately met with the brick wall that is my dad. We're about the same height and of similar build, only my dad has seen war, has the scars, and quite honestly, he scares the shit out of me. "Turn around and put some clothes on. Then you get downstairs and face the shitstorm you've caused. 2 minutes, or I'll drag you down and let them see you in your naked glory. I don't give a damn." He gives me a slight shove back into my room while my vision blurs and the chalky taste in my mouth makes me wish I had time to grab a glass of water. His instructions were clear and precise. I won't press my luck with the Ranger. Quickly tossing on my sweats and a t-shirt, I then rush downstairs. There is no way I'm going to be any longer than necessary. Not with the mood he is in this morning. No, sir. Halfway down the stairs, I stop in my tracks. The sight in front of me is like a punch to my hangover. I already want to puke my guts out. My girlfriend Amber stands at the bottom of the staircase with tears in her eyes and her parents flanking her. The girl I have spent every spare moment with for the last few months doesn't look like the lively, beautiful young woman I'm used to seeing. No, she looks a mess. Hurt, broken, and could it possibly be she's ashamed? Her mother's eyes are swollen from crying, and her father, his face is murderous. What the hell is going on? I shake my head, trying to sort out why they're here, why my girlfriend looks like the world has crumbled at her feet. More so, why she's brought this to my doorstep. "Trevor!" my father barks harshly, making me jump while I complete my descent and hit the bottom step. "Ass, couch, now!" he commands before looking at Amber's family. "Mr. and Mrs. Bridges, Amber, please head into the living room so we can discuss this matter." Matter? What could be wrong? I haven't seen Amber in 3 days. She said she had the flu. I sit while my mind races. We've been dating for 6 months. 3 weeks ago, she finally gave it up at a party at her best friend Kiki's house. Nothing has seemed out of the ordinary. We haven't had much time together. I know I was drunk, she was drunk, so it wasn't some romantic thing. In fact, once I got inside her tight pussy, I had to fight not to blow my load with the first thrust. I didn't last long, but I told her next time would be better. I tried to make it good. I even held her afterwards, knowing it was her first time. "Trevor," my mom says gently, and I look up into her dark eyes and see pain. "Amber's family tells us that something occurred a couple of weeks ago," she starts, only to be interrupted. "You fucking piece of shit got my daughter drunk and raped her!" Mr. Bridges roars, lunging at me, but my dad, who easily towers a good 6 inches over the man, holds him back. My mother rushes to my side, her long, black hair hitting me in the arm. She's Native American, and I get my dark hair and dark eyes and tan skin from her. My height of 6'7" comes from my beast of a father. "We need to discuss this," my mother says to the Bridges. "Nothing to discuss," Mrs. Bridges replies. "Graduation is in 2 weeks. We want to see Trevor gone. Amber will have enough of a reminder for the next 9 months of what's happened to her. After the kids graduate, Trevor gets out of town for school or the military, or we go to the police and press charges." "Press charges?" I scream, running my hands through my hair as sharp pain assaults my head. "For what?" "Rape," Mr. Bridges yells back. Tears hit me. I'm 17 years old. One night at a party where I swear she said yes leaves me in this kind of mess? I didn't," I gasp, trying to get out the words. Then I make the mistake of looking into Amber's eyes. The fear, the pain, the sadness, and the desolation are all written on her features as she shakes her head at me. "I didn't do that." I can't even say the word. My mother grips my arm in support. "Let's sit down and talk this through." We back up and sit on the couch where my father releases Mr. Bridges, then paces behind us. The Bridges take their seats on the love seat and chair. Amber refuses to make eye contact any further with me. "Were you at a party 3 weekends ago with Amber?" Mr. Bridges starts his interrogation. I nod. "Were you drinking?" I nod. "Do you understand that the legal drinking age in the United States is 21? He continues firing questions at me. "Do you understand that an intoxicated, underaged girl is not of the right mind to give consent to sexual activities? Do you understand the pain you have caused our daughter? Do you understand the ramifications of your actions?" "Sir." I have to swallow the lump in my throat as I fight back emotions. "I understand the legal drinking age. I understand that, while yes, I was intoxicated, your daughter was an equal participant. So, no, sir. I do not understand the ramifications of my actions." I fight back the urge to puke. The man continues to fire question after question, some of them repeatedly, all of them accusatory. My mind races. 9 months. Is she pregnant? We had sex 1 time. It's all a blur. I barely remember that night. How can this be happening? I need to pace. I need to puke. I need to get the hell out of here. My father's hand comes to the back of my head. "Since your mother and I failed to make a man out of you, the Army will," he clips out. "Trevor will be signing enlistment papers today and will be gone within 30 days' time." Mr. Bridges rises to extend his hand to my father's to shake. "We appreciate your attention to the matter and easing the burden for Amber. We'll be in touch about the future." Amber stands with her mother, never once looking at me as she exits. Betrayal burns through me. How could she do this to me, to us? Did she care so little that she could honestly sit there and not fight for us at all? Meanwhile, I can't help fearing what my future holds. My mind trying to grasp what they're saying. I didn't do it. I didn't take advantage of her. 2 years later, I finished selection to become a Green Beret. The badass of the badasses. One of the elite. I remember, in the selection process, while trying to mentally survive from one obstacle to the next, someone said, "Hell is a fictional place. When you're done here, it'll seem like a fucking sanctuary." He was both right and wrong. Finishing selection was the most grueling thing I had ever done. But I had already seen hell. Hell was your girlfriend saying you raped her when she turned up pregnant. Hell was getting a letter she lost the baby before the summer was over. Hell was knowing her life went on while I couldn't figure out if my memories of that night were teenage fantasies or reality. Hell was living day in and day out, haunted by an event you aren't sure really happened. Chapter 1. Cole. Ropa vieja. I order my shredded beef while Ice looks over his menu from beside me. Without having to watch him, I know what Ice is doing. He's scanning the restaurant, taking in the colorfully painted booths and the wood-stained tables while checking to make sure there's no threat. To men like us, it's second nature to make sure your area is free of danger. Arroz con pollo. He gives the waitress his chicken order. With a nod, she takes off toward the back, weaving in and out of the tables, leaving me with one of the few people who I consider family sitting in front of me. It's been 3 years, brother. Ice meets my stare, not backing down. Madison is good. She's working through it. I pause, then give it to him honestly. You really think someone works through something like that? Watching her, I know they do. His statement does nothing to ease my fears. You got a thing for my wife's sister, Cole? He asks the question everyone seems to wonder. Look me in the eye and tell me. If you do, I'm not going to judge. Not saying I'll be happy either. But you need to buck up, Cole. Fuck no. I'm old enough to be your damn dad. I'm angry he even thinks this. You know me better than that. Then why, since the day we got her back, you've made it your mission to make sure she moves beyond this? Hell, Cole, you've paid for her college like she's your own fucking kid. I glare at him. No one is supposed to know that. As far as she goes, Morgan goes, or the damn Pope goes, you pay her way through school. Drop the subject. Easier said than done, brother. He raises an eyebrow at me. Got ghosts, I reply as the waitress drops our plates off in front of us. It's all I'm going to give him. My personal life, my hell, is not his business. I have the means now to find Amber, though I don't. I made a vow to my father the day I signed my enlistment papers to let the army make a man out of me. I promised I would let Amber go and live her life free of me. Since the moment I took my oath, I haven't looked into her, and I won't. The baby is gone. There's nothing for me to talk to her about without bringing up what is one bad fucking memory. When Madison was found, I promised her I would be by her side to make sure she could move on in life. I made a vow to leave Amber alone, good or bad. I had to keep my word. I wouldn't leave Madison alone, though. No, I gave her my word to be her support. And I have. Ice raises his hands in surrender, knowing I'm done talking about Madison. For now, I don't have to kick your ass. Forever, I clip back, meaning it. I do care about Madison's well-being, but not in the way he thinks. 3 years ago, Madison was kidnapped, drugged, and raped by men who were operating a sex slave ring out of the Miami area. The regulators had already taken notice of the number of women who had gone missing, but it became personal when Ice's daughter, Brooke's best friend, Madison, became one of those missing women. Our club went undercover, starting a business relationship with the man we thought was running the ring. I had to do some despicable shit to prove the regulators were genuinely interested, such as fuck 2 of their drugged-up whores. In the end, though, it had been worth it, because we got Madison back. Sometimes you have to get your hands dirty to help other people. I have no problem doing that. I also have no problem with the black strokes each offense leaves on my soul. I'm coming to realize there isn't much of a soul left in me anyway. The way I proved myself that I actually am some sort of decent human being is by doing things like putting Madison through school, giving one girl the chance that I had inadvertently taken from another so many years ago. If I would have stopped to think all those years ago, things would be different. Instead, one night was the catalyst to my future. Madison landing on my doorstep is my penance. my reminder of the damage that can be done. I take her burdens as my own because I couldn't do it for Amber so long ago. It's one of those things I don't need to explain to a single soul. It's between me and whatever higher power I choose to believe in today. With our meals in front of us, we eat and spend the rest of our time in companionable silence. Brett Ice Grady is one of my longtime friends. He's also not one to press for words. Even if he did, he wouldn't get them, not from me. My past is my own, and it's not something anyone needs to know. I left Trevor Blake behind the day I enlisted in the United States Army. My black heart is dark as coal, they say, and earned me my name in the Green Berets where I met Ice, Shooter, and Hammer. I kill without question. I sleep without dreams. And even after all these years later, I still wonder if no was yes, or somehow yes was no. It eats at me. It's my penance to pay. I won't bother her, though. I won't dredge up the history for Amber. I let it be the gray area in life and determined that my future would be black and white forever. I no longer leave anything to chance or a misunderstanding. The baby lost, a life gone. My mind used to wonder what happened to Amber. Did she move on? I still can't wrap my brain around that night. Every time I go back there, I swear, in my memories, she wanted it as much as I did. She was drunk. We both were. It was wrong to push when she wasn't sober. I learned from my mistakes. Since that night, I only fuck for release, and I pay for it. Every cent forked over, every fuck is a business transaction. There is no way I will allow myself to ever wonder again if I took something without consent. I began to lose my appetite just thinking about it. I have killed, harmed, lied, and blackmailed. In fact, I have done everything an average person would consider awful, even killed kids. I killed a 7-year-old with a bomb strapped to him. Some say it was for the greater good. My commander considered it following an order. Don't take it to heart, he said. I didn't take it to heart. I let it bleed out of my soul until there wasn't a single ounce of a person left inside of me. Numb. Black. Without feeling, without emotion. It's who I have to be. And it all began on a night full of regrets and mistakes. I slide the plate away. There's no way I can finish now. The thoughts are too much. Mine and Ice's phones ping at the same time. The text is from Screech, our tech man, a simple one-word statement. Mission. We have orders. Time to finish up here and meet everyone at the club to see exactly what Uncle Sam has in store for our undercover group next. Regulators Motorcycle Club, a brotherhood of military men with a job that is a special skill set. One that walks the line between right and wrong. We're always 1 second away from going too far. I have nothing to lose. I'm more than okay with it all. Some of the other men in our club, such as Ice and Hammer, however, have everything to lose. Old ladies, families. That's not me. I have nothing to tie me down, and not one fucking thing to lose. My father died 10 years ago from a heart attack. Now my mom lives alone. I help her out when it comes to making sure her bills are paid, but I can't make myself face her in person. I'm afraid all I will see is shame in her eyes from the things in my past. As I walk out of the restaurant behind Ice, I see a familiar face. She goes by the street name Precious and is one of the whores I use when I need to get off. I don't do many repeats, but Precious is one of the few I've gone to more than once because she's always clean, pretty, and I know she has a kid she's trying to support on her own. Sauntering over to me, she purrs.
Hey, baby. Haven't seen you in a while. Want to go get a room?
I shake my head. Got somewhere to be, precious. You hitting on me because you want my dick or because you need to pay a bill? When her eyes flash in humiliation, I know it's the latter. Pulling out my wallet, I take out $100 bill and put it in her hand. Take this, and I'll see you when I can. Then I walk away, not wanting to hear her thanks. I'm not the sort of man anyone should thank for anything. Seeing her desperate like that makes me wonder about my mom. It makes me worry if she needs more money. She's stubborn and doesn't like to take the handouts I give her. Instead, she would rather earn it at the little garden shop she works at. I'll have to have Screech hack into her bank account and check things out for me. My parents may have believed that I was a disappointment of a son because of what happened. I was. Since the day I left to join the army, I still remember all the lessons my father taught me. Taking care of your family was one of them. Whether my mom likes it or not, I'm going to check in on her soon to make sure she's got everything she needs. If that means paying her bills from behind her back, then that's what I will do. It's worked for this many years. Each time she calls and tells me not to, I end the phone call with the reminder I'm a grown man and I will do as I please. Throwing my leg over my bike, I start her up and rev the engine. Ice is already moving, so I head out after him. I have no idea what the mission is yet, but I'm ready for it. I feel that familiar need to fight, to get my hands bloody. I need to release some of the rage I hold inside 24 hours a day. I'm just hoping this mission gives me the chance to make someone the mangled mess I am inside.
Paisley. Girl, you're on fire. I tell the air around me as I dance around my loft apartment, getting ready for my day. Self-talk. It's working wonders. Dance, Paisley, dance. No one is here to see. I shake my booty and swirl around the kitchen, making my morning smoothie. The space is open and airy, so I can twirl and shimmy my ass anywhere I please, from the living room to the kitchen. For now, I stay in the kitchen as I start to drink my smoothie and bounce my hips from side to side. In the last few years, I have changed my routine to start my day with as much pep as I can conjure. When everything is taken from you in the blink of an eye, it's hard to rebalance. Within 30 minutes, I'm walking through the front doors of the gym for yoga. I have my earbuds in and my music up, jamming in my mind. Looking down, I am stopped abruptly when I feel two firm hands grip my shoulders, stopping me just inches from his chest. Scotty. While the man has muscles on top of muscles, he's an egomaniac. I'm sure most women do swoon over him, but man grunts and flexing don't do it for me.
Paisley, baby, gotta be careful.
Sorry, I mutter, knowing I need to pay attention. Scotty used to be just a regular at the gym. The more he transforms his body, the more it messes with his energy and his mind. He went from a casual, laid-back guy all of us felt fine around to a completely obnoxious jerk.
Make it up to me. Take me to dinner tonight.
He commands in the way Scotty does. I reach up and pat his pectoral muscle, to which he makes it jump in what I assume is a way to impress me. Scotty, at least twice a week you tell me to take you to dinner. I sigh. It's getting old, buddy. Women want to be whisked away, swept up their feet. You know. I look up into his green eyes. Romance, buddy. Romance. He cups my chin with his index finger and thumb.
Paisley, this ain't no fairy tale. You can have a night or two with a man like me. Gotta take the leap, baby. It'll be worth it. Promise.
I raise an eyebrow at him. You really think that works?
You have no idea.
He smirks. I have had enough. Jerking my head back, I step to the side and around the behemoth. Not happening, Scotty. Go have another protein shake, I say without looking back at him. I make my way toward the front entrance of the gym, passing a few isolated exercise rooms, to the door that leads into the women's locker room. Desiree, who is one of my closest friends, is already putting her stuff in a metal locker when I walk in. We met when she came to Miami after the death of her sister. She still visits North Carolina regularly, but for the most part, her life is in South Beach with her man, Ethan Hammer McCoy. They are cute together in that get-a-room face-sucking way. Des is easygoing and doesn't judge a soul. That's why we get along so well. She takes one look at my face and asks, "Scotty again?" "Yup." "Des, is it really bad to think romance is dead?" She laughs. "Honey, I live with a biker. Depends on your definition of romance." I sit on the bench rather than tuck my stuff away. I want to be knocked on my butt. When Cupid nails me with his arrow, I'm going to be swept away. It's not something I'll find on a date. It's something that's going to spark and then go boom. I raise my hands dramatically. You do realize it doesn't necessarily work that way, right? You and your logic. Okay, so for most people, it may not, but for me, that's how it'll be. The stars will align and something will happen, sending me barreling into the man of my dream life, and instantly, there will be fireworks. I know it. She closes her locker before picking up my phone and towel to toss them inside the locker beside hers. Fireworks, those can happen for a lot of reasons, Paisley. She smiles as she takes me by the hand, pulling me from my perch on the bench. I love you to death, but you are the craziest woman I know. Maybe a little meat in you would take the edge off. She jokes, to which I just sigh loudly. Meat in me, huh? That's going to solve all my problems? We both laugh as we make our way to class. Exiting through the other side of the women's locker room, we walk through the heart of the gym that is filled with various exercise machines until we reach the yoga classroom in the back. An hour later, love, fireworks, romance, and all thoughts of my morning are gone. No, the meditation, the focus, the calm is all back in place. I'm balanced, rejuvenated. My shift at the grocery store begins on a register. Beep, beep, slide the cans with a smile. It's my job. I count items or sing songs in my head to entertain myself as I ring up my customers. Paisley, the produce manager calls my name, getting my attention. Yes, sir? Flip your light. Finish that one, then you gotta work organic today. Paul called in. I nod and do as I'm told. Bin by bin, I go through the vegetables and fruits, making sure to discard any that are going bad and refill those low on stock. Can you believe they want over $1 more for this organic crap? A lady says to her friend. Half of it still has dirt on it. Her friend chimes in. I should probably mind my own business, but they are missing out on some good foods by their assumptions. While I can understand one's aversion to the dirt, please understand that once rinsed in tap water, the metal and mineral components in all water speed the decomposition process. Therefore, the food rots at a faster rate. Organic does cost more because the rate in which a store loses the produce is higher since they aren't packed full of preservatives, which settles in your gut and makes for a slow-moving digestive system. And the dirt you visibly see is simply the covering provided in nature to slow oxidation and keep the air off the fruit or vegetable. Immediately, I regret speaking. I switched majors in college and finished with a degree in horticulture, plant life. Studying it, exploring it, well, it's the only thing I could make sense of after facing the loss of real people's lives. Thanks for the science lesson. The woman cuts me off, and I draw back at her tone. My intention wasn't to offend, but to explain. Shrugging, I go back to work, deciding not to press my luck. I made a decision 5 years ago to live a simplified life as much as I can and be conscious of my decisions for both my body and my environment. I lost everything by being careless, something I won't do again. The regrets kept me up at night for far too long. I try to remain focused and centered in my every thought, word, and action now. I even considered going off the grid, but I soon realized my fear of bugs and my height leave me at a strong disadvantage to making a go at it. Plus, living in South Beach, there isn't really a whole lot of possibilities for that lifestyle. Instead, I live in a one-room loft-style apartment, drive a Prius, and eat a mostly natural diet. Like the woman beside me, the life isn't for everyone. Modern-day conveniences come at a price to our bodies and environment. but it's my choice, and I can't push it on everyone. They push their carts on by without buying anything organic, and I go about straightening up. Not everyone can understand me. I don't take it personally. The choices I make are for me and me alone. It's hard to keep it in perspective. Living a clean life allows me to not lose sight of the blessings I have. For me, keeping my diet away from processed foods isn't about being skinny. It's about not clogging my heart, pores, or mind with junk. Yoga balances both the mind and the body. It wasn't until I immersed myself in this lifestyle that I found peace. When my shift ends, I find my mood lacking. Sadness, an emotion I am once all too familiar with, encompasses me. Depression. I remind myself I won't go there again. I have cleaned up my life. No demons haunt me anymore. Today was not the best day, but it wasn't the worst either. I have dealt with the worst. Now I have my crystals, my diet, and my lifestyle to keep my energies refocused on the positives and not the darkness. I lost a lot, yes, but I haven't lost it all. I gather my things from the break room, then make my way to my car. Distractedly, I pull out into traffic, trying to forget my past and stay in my current. The alarm on my phone goes off, reminding me it's time for a snack. Reaching over to my passenger seat cooler, I take out an apple. We eat for sustenance, not for hunger. By maintaining a healthy glucose, I don't feel the hunger pains. I keep my body and mind on a regimented schedule. My mind can't become distracted, and my emotions won't run into panic if I continually eat in small portions. Again, it's about control for me. The light ahead turns red, and I take my foot off the gas and press down on the brake. Lifting the green fruit to my mouth, I bite, tasting the bitterness of the Granny Smith apple hit my taste buds. I close my eyes briefly in appreciation. That's when the bump happens. Throwing the apple over my shoulder, I look up to see a huge man on a motorcycle look over his shoulder at me after my bumper has clearly pushed into his rear tire. Oh, heavens, what have I done? He pushes the kickstand down as I throw the car in park, slap on my hazard lights, and open my door. Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry, I say, rushing toward him. His dark eyes stare right through me as I look at him. Before me stands a stunningly tall, bald man whose aura screams sex in a dark way. He has one of those seriously killer beards that you sort of want to pet because it's so fabulous. It accentuates his strong face and tanned skin. His long legs are covered in jeans that hug his tree trunk thighs, and his feet are clad in some serious-looking ass-kicking boots. A black shirt covers his chest underneath his leather vest with patches all over it. The whole visual strikes me as an intimidating figure. Cole sits on the left side of his vest, over his heart. Vice President lays opposite the name on his right side. The rest of his vest has a bunch of different patches with different cities and sayings. Is this a biker in the same club as Desiree's man? He shakes his head. You okay? Yes, I am, but are you? He nods. I'm fine. Get in your car, pay attention, and go home. He dismisses me. Don't just stand there looking stupefied. Get in the car and go home. It's done. I need to make this right, I stammer as my mind spins. I feel like things are suddenly out of control. I am not one to panic. Normally, I would tell myself to breathe through it. Only I sense a brokenness in this man I have never felt before. Clutching my chest, it feels like there is a knife straight in my heart. Our energies link in a way I didn't think would be possible. Nothing wrong, so nothing to make right. He studies me as cars rush past us. Get in your car. Can't leave till I know you got back in the vehicle. Don't you need my information? I have insurance, I mutter, feeling like my world is off balance. It was a bump. He doesn't hide his frustration. Not a patient man, Pixie, so get in your pedal car and go on. Pixie? I want to ask, but I don't. The man is clearly not wanting to do anything about our incident, therefore doing the only thing I can think of. I get back in my Prius, turning off the hazards and putting it in gear. I try to shake off my emotions. Anxiety, guilt, frustration, and sadness all toy with my carefully balanced core. I feel myself tipping, falling and stumbling down into the darkness. I feel stuck to this man, like our worlds have aligned for a higher reason. Fate, destiny, the Mother Earth, or God. Something has us linked, and I don't know how to explain it to him or myself. Instead, I do what every respectable 26-year-old woman does when she is faced with a scarier than a horror movie biker. I follow him.
Chapter 2. Cole. Watching the car following me, I twist the throttle and hit the highway a little faster. Believe it or not, when I check my mirror again, I find the battery-powered machine she calls a car keeping up. 30 minutes later, we're in Fort Lauderdale, and she is still on my ass, but at a safe distance. When we clear the city, I pull over into a grocery store parking lot, and she follows. Climbing off my bike, I walk over to her driver's door, which she promptly opens and climbs out. The woman in front of me doesn't show an ounce of fear. Like a magnet pulling me in, I'm drawn and unable to fight this temptation inside of me. Inside, I stumble at my own emotions, but outside, I show nothing. I don't believe in love at first sight. In fact, I don't even really believe in lust at first sight. I believe in science, the human need to procreate, the need for a release, and the body's carnal desires to plant a man's seed in a woman's womb. As many times as I have held off until I found a hooker to handle my needs, I have never had an attraction and intrigue like this. I've never had such curiosity and amazement over a stranger. Anyone else, I would be mad as hell. Yet this woman has me twisted in knots, needing to know more about her in an instant. She is so short that the top of her head hits my chest, and she might weigh 120 pounds with her clothes on dripping wet. She's skinny, but not in the way that says she skips meals like most of the South Beach women. No, this woman works out. Her arms are toned with muscle, and the t-shirt she's wearing is tight enough to see that her nipples are hard on her little breasts. And the yoga pants she is wearing doesn't leave much to the imagination. I have a fucking wicked imagination. Right now, it's running a bit wild as I take in the small woman in front of me with a sweet face and fiery red hair that is braided loosely behind her. It's so long it hangs down her back to the top of her ass, an ass that I would bet my motorcycle on is firm enough to bounce a quarter off of. As much as I want to get wrapped up in watching the pretty little thing and picturing her naked, I don't have time for this. As much as my body is suddenly alive in a way I can't remember ever feeling, I don't have room for this in my life. More so, as much as I should scare her far away, there is a part of me that wants to protect her from all hurts, including the ones that aren't physical. Look, Pixie, it was a bump. Didn't even tip me over. Pointing at my chest, I continue. See, I'm a big man. Takes a lot to knock me on my ass. You didn't, so move on. I can't, she responds with her hands crossed in front of her chest, making her breasts stand out more as her breathing picks up. I have to make this right. Nothing wrong, Pixie, so no need to make it right. She pokes my chest. Look, mister. She studies my cut. Cole? She clears her throat, and I find the whole thing cute. I bumped you. While I'm thankful you weren't harmed, I have to make this right. She stutters. I know it doesn't make sense to most people, but our energies are entangled now. I've messed up and must make it up to you so that we aren't entwined together in a negative balance. She's not afraid of me, but she's nervous in explaining herself. Again, I find this all cute. Wait, I just found something cute. This isn't in my genetic makeup. Did I hit my head or jar myself when she hit me? Looks like we're at a standstill then, I tell her, knowing that no matter how strong this pull to her is, I won't get involved.
Dinner.
She looks up at me, and I swear she has eyes so crystal blue they must come from heaven, because those are the kind saved for angels. She studies me while rolling her shoulders back to gather her confidence.
I owe you dinner at least.
Stepping into her space, I do so in hopes of intimidating her. Still, she doesn't back away, even as her eyes widen, giving away her insecurities. Made a living for myself reading people, Pixie. You don't want dinner with me. Stealing her face, she looks me in the eye again.
Breakfast.
Her gaze drops quickly. The confidence slips. I laugh before stepping closer and stand toe-to-toe with her. My entire upper torso towers over her. She doesn't look up, but rather stares at the middle of my cut. Tipping her chin, I force her to look at me. I expect her to pull away. I expect her to retreat. She doesn't. No. The tiny pixie of a woman reaches out, grabs the sides of my cut in a tight grip, then rolls up on her tiptoes, still not able to reach my face. Curious as to what she's trying, I drop my head. My forehead rests on hers in a way that is far too intimate for my comfort. It's like my body, my spirit, is in control instead of my mind. Every inch of me wants to cover and touch every inch of her.
Please,
she says before licking her lips. My instincts scream, run. My body hums, kiss her, and my mind blanks.
Please, Cole, let me at least have dinner one night so I can know I did something to make up for my distraction.
Distraction. A perfect word to describe Pixie. She's a distraction, and she doesn't even know it. I don't say anything in reply. I'm too busy trying to stop the hard-on growing in my pants.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, something,
she pleads in a serious way. I don't even know your name. So dinner doesn't seem like a good idea, Pixie. I tell her as her hot breath mixes with mine. Primal feelings erupt deep inside of me like never before. I don't remove my forehead from hers, and she makes no effort to pull away from me.
Paisley Asher.
I watch as her chest rises and falls in heavy breaths. You're in over your head, Pixie. She smiles before sucking in her bottom lip.
Or maybe I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Like a knife cutting me to the core, I jump back at her words. Does she feel the pull too? Like this is some fucked up destiny? It's one giant joke, has to be. My history, my sordid past that is full of blurred memories, is one that should scare every woman away. I'm not at all a man you should have dinner with. In fact, Pixie, you should get in that tin can you call a car and drive as fast as you can away from me. I see the rejection hit her like a slap to the face.
You don't see it, do you?
She whispers before backing away. She doesn't turn around, though, and for some reason, it nags at me. Don't look for the good here, Pixie. Cole. I point at my name patch. Dirty, dark, and hard. I'm scarred, marred, and more than you can take on. She studies me before she slides into her driver's seat again.
Or maybe, Cole, this is about finding what makes you combust so you can use your energies for fuel instead of staying in your hard form, all locked up tight.
Shit. I have never encountered a single person ready to challenge me the way she does, with her own verbal twist on the one word that has described me for far too long.
I know it sounds crazy, Cole, but maybe if you take a chance and allow me to recenter our alignments, your aura will go from this gray and murky brown shade from the many things you're holding on to into the bright reds where you can live your life passionately.
Her words strike me deeply. Have I met my match? My mother used to take me back to the reservation annually when I was growing up. The elders would always smoke their pipes and talk about the stars, the energies, the great spirit, Mother Earth, and the beliefs of a time past. Everything in my Native American ancestry was tied to an animal energy, your life source of sorts. Hard, unyielding, a rock. I am coal. The lion, they always called me, left the pride many years ago, before I was even a man. Instead, I have been rock hard in my tolerance of others and dealing with my past. In an instant, a stranger just called me on far too much without even knowing me. Pixie sees through me in a way no one else has. I watch as she closes her door, starts her car, and drives away, leaving me standing near my motorcycle and wondering if I'm still in the middle of the tornado that is Paisley Asher. Or if the pixie sprinkled some magic dust over me and somehow read my every secret in less than 5 minutes. It takes a lot to knock a man like me on his ass. Pixie may have just done it. I can only stand here, feeling like, in one day, everything somehow has started to change.
Paisley. A bit dejected, I drive back to my place, all the while thinking about the man on the motorcycle who wouldn't give me a chance to rebalance both our cheese. I know he can't see it, but surely he feels the tension that runs through his core. The lights and emotions radiating off of him are all dark. Only they aren't dark in an evil way like he's a bad person. His darkness, I sense, derives from holding on to negatives in his life. Most people love riding motorcycles because of the freedom of the open air. I have read it in many books and listened to Des and Morgan go on and on about the feel of the wind when they ride with their men. Then, an epiphany hits me, and I can hear Des's voice in my head. Honey, I live with a biker. Des! I can call her to find out if she knows anything about my badass biker. Picking up my cell phone, I wait until I stop at a red light to pull her name up on my contact list and call her. The phone rings 4 times before she finally picks it up. Hello? She asks breathlessly. A smile spreads across my face at the tone of her voice. Was I interrupting something? Des giggles on the other end. No, not really. Hammer was just giving me a very thorough goodbye kiss. What's up, honey? Speaking of Hammer, I mumble awkwardly, I was wondering if either of you know a biker named Cole? I know it probably seems crazy that I'm asking you about random bikers, but why are you asking about Cole, Paisley? Des's voice is suddenly the epitome of seriousness. Taken aback by her change in tone, I get a little flustered. Well, I sort of ran into him today, as in, literally, with my car, while he was on his bike. What? Des yells into my ear. Is he all right? Now I find myself all but shaking. I'm flustered, annoyed, and feeling guilty. I hit the man on his motorcycle with my car. Sure, it was just a bump, and I was going slow, but seriously, I hit him with my car, and he wants to shrug it off like it happens all the time. Nothing is chance. Everything has a purpose and reason. There was a significance to me crashing into him. We have been brought together, and until things are sorted, neither of us will feel balanced. I felt something, sensed his pain, and my heart longs to heal him. His energy pulled at me. Yellow. It's my color. Healing. Everything inside of me screams to lay my hands on his temples and center him. Living down the rabbit hole of depression, as I refer to it, I remember wishing I could see some light at the top. I longed for someone to stand up with a rope and pull me out. Something tells me that Cole needs someone at the top of his rabbit hole to pull him into the light and help him let go of whatever holds him back. Pulling my car into the parking lot of my apartment complex, I put it in park and try to calm Des and myself down. He's fine, I swear, Des. I stopped to check on him and everything. Oh, she replies, sounding dumbfounded. Okay, she drawls out, then finally says, if Cole is okay, why are you asking about him? Well, I mumble uncomfortably. It's not every day a girl has to tell one of her closest friends that she was turned down flat for a dinner date. I kinda sorta asked him if I could make him dinner, and he told me no. I guess I just want to know more about him. I don't tell her that I see he's holding on to the negatives, and if he would let me, he could be released from the darkness. Des and Morgan are good about my eating habits, my yoga, crystals, and talk of chi. But that doesn't mean Des will be kosher with me trying to explain a cosmic connection to a man she clearly isn't comfortable talking about. You're barking up the wrong tree with that guy, sister. Des replies back automatically, making me cringe. Who likes to be told twice in one day that they aren't good enough for somebody? Not that those were my friend's actual words, but it's how her comment makes me feel. It's more than being good enough for him. It's making this right. I did wrong, and until I do something for him, then we are karmically unbalanced. Maybe I'm not the sort of woman he usually dates. Des snorts. You can say that again. I actually raise my right hand in the air like I'm making some sort of oath before quickly dropping it, realizing people may actually see me. This isn't coming out right, I concede as I decide Des may not be the person I should ask about Cole. Look, Paisley, you're the sweetest person I know. Like chocolate on strawberries sweet. You're so sweet you give the tooth fairy a cavity. It's what makes you, well, you. I sigh and look ahead of me at my tiny apartment complex. I feel a butt coming on. She laughs lightly. Cole? Well, he's anything but sweet. I don't need sweet. Des, this isn't about, dating the man. It's my need to make this right. If Cole let you leave, take your exit. That is your energy giving you back all the good you give out. You really think? I ask, feeling hopeful. Yes, honey. With a sigh, I end the call and make my way to my apartment. Maybe she's right. Maybe this will be my one pass in the cosmic energies, and I shouldn't press it further. Maybe I read his aura wrong. He could be ill, and I don't see that. My key promptly gets stuck in my lock, and I have to call maintenance. Waiting on the man to find a way to get my key out, I lean against the stucco wall and slide down until my butt hits the concrete. Closing my eyes, I inhale deeply, exhale, another inhale. Tuning out the noises around me, I center myself. The deep, dark circles of his pupils draw me in. He towers over me. My breathing pattern matches the one he had when he stood toe-to-toe with me. I inhale and swear I can smell the leather of his vest. The energy between us is strong. The emotions the man pushes down somehow come to my mind. He's skeptical. He's hurt. He's hard. He needs light to his dark. He's not what he thinks he is. I see it. I feel it. Blinking, I force myself back into my own headspace. Why is the man so on edge? Why do I care? The maintenance man makes quick work of freeing my key. Without a word, he hands my keys over, then walks off while I enter my space. Immediately, I kick off my shoes and wiggling my toes that are happy to be free from their confinement. Walking through my small place, I open my windows, checking my window box gardens and letting the fresh air in. Everything looks the same in the garden. Inhaling, I breathe in the fresh air. I love coming through my space. I hate having to close it up, but the apartment complex frowns on me leaving the windows wide open all day and night. In Florida, it rains practically every day, mid-afternoon, sometimes late afternoon. Whatever time there is a daily shower. Apparently, it's bad for their flooring to continually get wet like that. Opening the fridge, I pull out a head of romaine lettuce, baby spinach, carrots, radishes, shallots, and a lemon. I managed to grow everything myself in a plastic pool left by some previous tenants on my patio. Rather than let the plastic spend years disintegrating in a landfill, I drilled a few holes for irrigation drainage and created my own backyard garden without the backyard. The lemon came from a lemon tree at a grove down the road where I pick most of my citrus from. In return for the free fruits, I work 1 day a month at the farmer's market for them. Putting together my salad, I roll my lemon to get the juices moving. Slicing it in half, I feel the nick of my knife hit the edge of my thumb before I see the red of my blood. Shit, I utter to myself. See, this is why I have to make things right with Cole. He may be letting me off the hook in his mind, but his spirit is still calling to me. We have to get the balance back. I tell the room around me, wishing I knew how to explain why I have to do something for the stranger. My bumping into him has linked us, and I need to sort it out. Sucking on my thumb, I try to slow the bleeding. Releasing it with a pop, I then absent-mindedly squeeze the lemon halves over my salad, feeling the acid burn on my open wound and bringing tears to my eyes. Dropping the lemon, I suck on my thumb again, trying to get the juice off as I move to the sink where I wash my hands. I eye the salad as if it's suddenly my enemy. Using a lemon zester, I grate some of the peel before I sit down to eat my meal. And with each crunch of my salad, my mind continues to think of a way to make things right with Cole. I don't know his actual name, and I don't know what he does, but I will find out. He may not want dinner, but I will find some way to serve him and make up for my misjudgment today. Watch out, Cole. Your days of being in the dark are gone. I'm going to be your sunshine, even if only for a day.
Chapter 3. Cole. Picadillo. I order my beef and potatoes while Ice takes his turn to order the same thing he did yesterday. Today, BJ is with us, ordering a burrito that is almost as big as his head, which is pretty fucking big in my opinion. Where the man shoves all that food, I have no clue. The brother is as skinny as a beanpole. The waitress scribbles on her notepad, then walks away, leaving us to talk. I look at Ice before he can say anything. My gut is churning on the street chatter. There's a murder popping up in our vicinity on a regular basis now. I'm starting to think we have a problem. The question is, Ice murmurs, who would come into our territory and pull some shit like that? Either they're too stupid to care, don't know that Miami is ours, or they just plain don't give a fuck. Do we know any connections between the victims? BJ asks. Ice shakes his head. Not yet. I've got Screech working on it now. We just tied up the cruise liner shipping drugs for the DEA so we can switch gears and give our attention to this. Taking a drink out of my glass, my cell phone suddenly starts to ring. Putting my glass down, I pull out my phone, take a look at the screen, and frown. Precious. Why the fuck would she be calling me? I only gave her my number in case of an emergency. Pushing the talk button, I put the phone to my ear. What's wrong? A muffled sob comes over the line.
Cole, where are you? Can I come see you, please?
Looking up at Ice, I nod toward the entrance and let him know I have to go. Ice gives me a questioning look, but I don't have time to answer right now. Where are you? I bark at her through the line. I can still hear her crying, but that's not what bothers me at the moment. No, it's the sound of a young child crying near her that makes me see red. Taking out my wallet, I throw a $20 bill on the table to cover my cost and get up to leave. Quickly walking out of the restaurant, I head toward my bike as Precious finally speaks again.
222 Sycamore Street, apartment 3B.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. I hang up the phone, start my motorcycle, and speed off through the parking lot. Once I hit the road, I open the throttle and let myself fly down the path that will take me to Precious. We aren't close, and I don't love the woman one bit, but I won't stand by while she's hurt either. I know that right now she must be hurting something fierce. Precious is a proud woman, despite her chosen profession, so there's no doubt in my mind that something is wrong. She doesn't call me for a hookup. She's been honest anytime she's needed an extra few bucks and knows I will cover her. This, the sound of torment in her voice. There is something more to this, and I'm going to find out. My mind turns with the possibilities as I make my way to the address she gave me. As soon as I pull into the seedy-looking apartment complex, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Someone's watching me. It's not hard to guess why. Just because the Regulators MC doesn't have any beef with the local gangs doesn't mean we get along. A place like this, there's bound to be more than one gang member staying here. I ignore the internal warning as I ride my bike back to the building with 222 on it. Once I find it, I park my bike and hurry inside, running up the 3 floors of stairs to the 3rd floor, and then knock on the apartment door that says 3B. It doesn't take long for the knob to turn, and then I'm looking at the same woman I saw only yesterday. Except for now, she's black, blue, and purple with bruises. One eye is swollen shut, she has a busted lip, and there are finger marks around her neck. Someone did one fuck of a number on Precious. Her busted bottom lip trembles as she waves me inside. Normally, I would say no. Precious knows I have rules about our interactions. The biggest one is not going into their homes. My release for the women I fuck is a business transaction. I don't like being anywhere around the women's personal spaces. I always use a hotel room to meet up with them. This time is different, though, and nothing can bring that fact home more solidly than the little face that's peering up at me from behind the couch in the small living room. The kid has big brown eyes, just like Precious's, and it hurts something inside my chest to see them all watered up in fear. Turning away from the kid, I look at his mother. "What's going on here, Precious?" She runs a hand through her hair and sighs.
Can you find some place for us to get away to? I can't live like this anymore, Cole. Anthony...
"Who's Anthony?" I cut her off. An embarrassed gleam comes over her eyes, but she tenses and sets her jaw in a stubborn frown.
He's my...
She looks over at the little boy for a second, then back at me.
"Boss,"
she says slowly, letting me read between the lines. Anthony's her pimp. "Okay, what about Anthony?" I encourage. Waving a hand through the air, she blows out a frustrated breath.
"He came around today and did this because he said I didn't give him enough money. I can't feed my baby and give him the money he wants, Cole. So what does he do?"
She points at her face.
"This."
Now her eyes are tearing up as she watches me for a reaction. I give her none, but not because I'm an uncaring fuck. I'm thinking. Precious has put herself in a bad situation and needs to get out. Where can I take her and the kid? She must take my silence as being written off because the stubborn woman gets mad and starts ranting.
"If you don't want to help me, fine. I know there's not supposed to be anything personal between us, but you said I could call if I was ever in trouble."
She starts walking toward her front door when I reach over and grab her hand to stop her. "Cool your jets, woman. I'm not ignoring you. I'm thinking." Why do women always want to jump into action? Some things require thought, planning, and more time to settle in a man's brain than 2 minutes. Suddenly, I feel a little fist punch me just above the knee. I look down to see the little boy, maybe 4 years old, in nothing but a pair of basketball shorts, glaring at me.
"Don't hurt my mama,"
he says fiercely. Fuck. But the sight of that little man trying to protect his mother does something to the black organ that I call my heart. Before I can say a word, Precious reaches forward and scoops him up in her arms, holding him close to her body as if trying to protect him.
"He didn't mean it,"
she blurts frantically. The sight of her so fucking scared for her son makes me want to be sick. I would never hurt a child without reason, meaning it was life or death. Hell, I'm still trying to make up for the one woman and child I inadvertently hurt when I was young and dumb. It's marked me in a way that can't ever heal. Looking at the little boy with determination in his eyes, I tell him the truth. Not gonna hurt your mom, little man, or you for that matter. You need to go pack a bag because I'm getting you and your mom out of here. The little boy perks up at that.
We going on a trip?
He asks excitedly. Yeah, it's a trip. Now tell your mom to put you down so you can go pack. Little man squirms in his mother's arms, demanding to be put down. The moment Precious does, he takes off across the small living room, down the narrow hall, and through an open door to what I can tell is his room by the toys on the floor. I watch him for a few seconds as he gets a bag and starts packing every toy he owns. A hand on my arm distracts me from watching the boy. I look over at Precious, who looks contrite.
I'm sorry for that. It's just... sometimes...
A small sob catches in her chest. Taking a big breath, she blows it out to try to calm herself down.
Sometimes Anthony threatens him, too. Today he beat me in front of Bryce. And my baby boy didn't take that well at all. He tried to pull Anthony off of me. And Anthony threw him across the room before storming out of here. It scared the shit out of me, Cole. It's why I need to get us out of here. I can't take the risk that he'll try to hurt Bryce like that again.
I nod. Go pack a bag, Precious. I'll get both of you somewhere safe. In less than 10 minutes, Precious has bags packed for her and her son. We're walking out of the building, me toward my bike and her toward her little run-down car, when a man shouting from the left side of the building catches our attention.
Where the fuck you think you're going, bitch?
Looking over, I see a heavy-set Hispanic man stomping toward us with a murderous look in his eyes. I step in front of Precious, who has grabbed her son and is holding him tightly to protect him. The man tracks my movement and steps right up to my face.
Where you taking my girl, asshole? Unless you're paying her to spread wide, she doesn't need to go anywhere with you.
The shitbag looks around my shoulder at Precious as a red haze starts to fall over my vision at the way this piece of shit is speaking to her.
Don't know where you think you're going, slut. You're gonna take your scrawny little ass back up to your apartment, and you're gonna get your ass to work.
The scumbucket doesn't get another word out because I have him by the throat, squeezing with my left hand.
Shut the fuck up,
I growl at him. The man, who I'm now sure is Anthony, starts throwing punches, hitting me in the arms and kicking me in the legs. But none of it fazes me. I squeeze harder on his throat and watch his eyes bug out as I do. Leaning forward, I tell him in a soft, dangerous voice, "You might be good at hitting women, but you're a fucking pussy when it comes to hitting a man. Let me show you how it's done, bitch." With that, I lean back, pull my right fist back, and let it fly at his face, clocking him right in the temple as I release his throat with my left hand. The punch doesn't knock him down, but it does knock him stupid as he stands there, swaying in front of me. Pulling my right hand back and fisting it again, this time I give him an uppercut to the jaw, which sends him sailing backwards until he hits the ground. Anthony lies on the ground, not moving, and my knuckles are stinging like they've been lit on fire. But none of it matters as I hear little Bryce say behind me,
"You've been knocked out, bitch!"
I laugh. Probably not the most appropriate thing to encourage, but after what that little guy has seen, it's a fitting statement.
Paisley. I really shouldn't be doing this. However, when I saw them all at the restaurant, I was just about to go inside to talk to him when he stood up. Then he left, so I stupidly followed. He was focused and in a rush as he pulled away, only making me want to help any way I can. His body language showed determination in each step as he entered the apartment building. I gasp when I see him exit with a woman and a little boy. And then my mind wonders, is this Cole's woman and son? Maybe that's why he turned me down. I respect a man who is taken. At the same time, I still have to right the wrong. The energies won't calm inside of me until this is right between us, or at least until I can feel the edge he carries within him soften a bit. Maybe then my body, mind, and spirit won't feel like I need to help this man. Since the moment my car rolled into his bike, I have been on edge like never before. The anxiety in my body exhausts me both mentally and physically. When he punches the man, knocking him out, I am in shock. Then, taking in the look of fear and bruises on the woman and seeing her son visibly relax at the man being taken down, I find relief. I lift my hand in the air, giving Cole a fist bump for protecting his woman and child. Before I can be seen, I then pull away, knowing I need to reevaluate how I'm going to handle fixing things. I respect my world and the people in it. If Cole has a wife and son, I won't worry about making him a meal. That could be mistaken as an attempt at a romantic connection. This man is hands down sex on a stick. But if he's taken, then I respect his woman and her place in his life. I just want to get things right between us, so all our energies will be even once again. Back at my apartment, I get to work with what I think is best for a family gift. First, I get out the trays and freeze the goat milk. Then I go in my craft bin and find the dinosaur molds. Surely the boy will like dinosaur soaps. Back in the kitchen, I pull out the stainless steel bowl that fits in the sink with all the ice. Grabbing the essential oils necessary for making the soap and lye, I line it all up for once the milk freezes. Cole may not want me to make this right, but by the stars, I will. With my hands in my heart, I will make a cleansing bar for him, his wife, and his son. As they wash away the day's dirt and grime, my energy will wash away the negative impact I created or became tied to. I'm not sure which. Either way, I will be the positive I set out to be in every person I encounter. Making soap is a soothing process for me, but it's also time-consuming. This isn't going to be something I can finish tomorrow. In fact, the curing will take weeks. Instantly, disappointment hits me hard. I need another plan. Okay, so Cole has a woman and a son. They are clearly important to him since he punched that guy for just being around them. I smack myself in the forehead. Think, Paisley, think. I try to come up with something as my doorbell rings. I open it excitedly before immediately rushing back into the kitchen. Paisley, slow down, Desiree calls as she comes in with Morgan on her heels. What are y'all doing here? I ask as I go into my cabinets, pulling out pure maple syrup, the real deal, not processed, millet, and a few other items I need. Did you forget? Morgan asks, watching me. Obviously, I give back as I pull out my dried cherries. We're supposed to have cooking class, Des says dryly. I drop everything with a clamor on the countertop. Yes, I dance around. Perfect. Today, we make breakfast cookies. I squeal with delight. Yes, you heard me. This ain't your mama's breakfast, babes. We're going to make carrot and cherry breakfast cookies today for Cole. For Cole? Both women question simultaneously. You're not still stuck on this whole hitting him thing, are you? Des asks while Morgan continues to look at me as if I have grown 2 heads. Wait, hitting him? What did you do, Paisley? Morgan looks at me. Nothing. Des answers for me, to which I hang my head guiltily. I hit him with my car, I admit. Oh my, is he okay? Morgan continues talking to me, while Des moves freely behind me to put away the ingredients. Yes. No, but yes, physically. I'm not, though. I stammer through my own confusing thoughts. Wine, Des says, pulling out my homemade plum wine we made last year. This calls for wine since you obviously didn't listen to me when I said you're off the hook with Cole. Morgan takes me by the hand and leads me to my couch. We both sit down, and like every other time Morgan or Des sit on my couch, they sigh. Really? One day, Paisley, we're going to get you off this wooden-framed couch with your hand-sewn pillows made from your old T-shirts and into a really soft, luxurious couch that we all want to come over for movie night on. Enough about my couch. I drop my head into my hands. I have a crisis. Look, honey. Des sits on the floor in front of me with a glass of wine. Cole isn't the kind of guy who dates. It's my turn to look at her like she has two heads. I know. He has a woman and a kid. I have to fix things with Cole because everything has been messed up since I bumped him. Like today, for instance, my earbuds completely died at the gym. I actually had to listen to the people around me. How can you get in the zone with all that chaos? You can't. Then I saw him at lunch. I followed him and found out he has a woman and a kid, which is good. But then I want to make dinosaur goat milk soap for his son, but that takes weeks. I can't have the moons off and the black cloud over me for weeks. Both women laugh at me. Cole doesn't have a woman or a kid, Morgan says between her chuckles. I saw him with them today. Paisley, there are some, Morgan pauses, quirks to Cole. He doesn't have a woman. He refuses to tie himself to someone like that. Desiree and I both look at the woman who is a close friend to us, surprised that she knows so much about any man other than Ice. Morgan isn't overly social. She is organized and likes her life exactly how it is. Desiree's shock is what has me more surprised. Since Morgan's man is Ice, the president of the MC Hammer rides with, the two of them are together more than me. They don't say much about their men or the club, other than they are in love and happy. Look, Morgan explains. When my sister Madison went missing, Ice and the Regulators put everything into finding her. When she was found, well, we stayed with Cole for a bit. You, lived with him? I can't help the shock on my face. I've met your man, Morgan. I don't see that sitting well with him. It was a complicated time. Anyhow, one thing I learned about Cole, She hesitates, which isn't like Morgan. He what? I screech, feeling like this is some important piece to the puzzle of the man who has interrupted my every thought since I hit him. She looks at Des, then me, then laughs. I don't know how to say this except the way it was said to me. Des joins Morgan in the fit of laughter while I sit here, lost. I can only imagine what you've been told. Des continues to laugh. Okay, so Cole. She composes herself. He only fucks pussy he pays for. What? I can't believe my ears. What am I supposed to take from that? He doesn't have a woman. He only has sex with prostitutes, Morgan explains honestly with sadness in her eyes. He's a really good guy. Something had to happen to make him so jaded. I don't know what. Brett doesn't say anything except to accept the men as they are, so I do. My mind races, wondering what scarred the man so deeply that he feels he can't have real love and commitment in his life. All thoughts of cookies and soaps disappear as I decide the best way I can fix the karmic power between us is to find out what changed Cole and how to reverse his stance on life and love. It will take some time, but for him, I somehow think it will be worth every second.
Chapter 4. Cole. I sit in Ice's office so we can go over the club's business reports together. It's our once-a-week meeting where we go over the financials and any issues there might be between the different strip joints we own. We are halfway into what needs to be looked over when Screech pops his head into Ice's office. I know you're busy, Prez, but you're going to want to hear this shit that just came across the police channel. I look from Screech to Ice and raise my eyebrows. It's unlike Screech to interrupt one of our meetings, so it must be important. Ice waves him into the room, and we watch as Screech walks in. I note that his baggy clothes seem looser than they normally are. Has the man lost weight? I don't have time to ask because our intel man launches right in on his information. About 30 minutes ago, a body was found over in Highland Oaks Park. Isn't that a dog park? I interrupted. Screech nods. Thing is, they couldn't exactly tell it was a body at first. Looking confused, Ice asks, why the hell not? You would think the easy part of homicide's job is to tell if a body is dead or not. Screech shakes his head. It's not like that, boss. They had a hard time identifying it as a body, because it's not a fucking body anymore. What the hell does that mean? I ask. Really, my tolerance for beating around the bush is non-existent on a good day. Today is not a good day. I'm ready to shake Screech to just break down what's going on so we can figure out what the fuck any of this has to do with the regulators. Crossing his arms, Screech leans forward and says in a low tone so only we can hear.
What the police actually found was a pile of what looked like fresh canned dog food and a separate pile of bones.
Holy fuck. Tell me you're kidding, I demand, completely disgusted with the ramifications. He shakes his head again.
Sure shit ain't a laughing matter, man. The only reason they figured out it was the remains of the human body is because somebody's dog choked on one of the victim's teeth and coughed it up. Little old lady damn near had a heart attack when she saw her precious little Shih Tzu do that. Her grandson heard her screaming and called the cops.
Who would do something like that? Ice asks, looking a little queasy.
That's the part that scares me the most, Prez. There's only one man I've heard about who does some seriously fucked up shit like that here in the States. They call him Cook, and he's a hired killer for the mob. Usually. But he's been known to take on outside jobs, including the domestic kind, where a wife wants her man killed and shit. The man has a fucked up moral compass in how he takes on jobs. Thought you should know, since now he might be in our territory.
What I want to know is why he's called Cook, I tell Screech. He unfolds one of his arms so he can run his hand over his chin.
That motherfucker is crazy, Cole. He was dubbed Cook because, get this shit, he cooks his victims. At least, that's what I heard through the grapevine.
Ice suddenly says, Enough about gossip. I don't want this psycho in our area. Screech, I want you to give me all the information you can dig up on him. Then I want you to use your contact at the police department to get us photos and reports about the crime scene. We can't show up on site while the cops are still in play. But we can get started here. We need to tell the guys to be on the lookout for whacked out shit like this. Time to put our ears to the ground and our asses to work. This is what we do. We run a few legit businesses in Alibi and after midnight, our strip clubs. We're even equal opportunity employers, making sure we have a male and female strip club. Then there's the underbelly to what we really do. The Regulators MC is a front. Sort of. See, we are a band of brothers like any other motorcycle club. We have a hierarchy. Ice is our prez and I'm the VP. I will take these men's backs at any given time, as they will do for me. Then again, I would do it without the patches on our cuts or the titles we carry. Ice, Hammer, and I were in the army together. Green Berets, we were part of a special forces team. Shooter, another man from our team, along with Boomer, they settled in North Carolina and ride with the club they found home in with the Hellions. They handle club life their way, while Ice, Hammer, and I formed the Regulators as our Black Ops cover. Uncle Sam, the government, they have different segments throughout the world where they need to have people of a certain skill set step in and do jobs they can't do while remaining under the radar. Lucas Young, another man from our team in the Army, works in another government agency similar to ours under the command of Jackson Wall. His ex-op team typically takes jobs wherever and whenever they're needed, whereas we keep to the South Beach area as much as possible, since there is so much cartel and drug activity here. The Regulators. We have a certain pass in life, a get-out-of-jail-free card, as long as the missions we take are either issued by the higher-ups that be, or something we deem to be a safety issue in our territory. A trained killer? Yes, that's most definitely a safety issue. A man with a reputation for killing. A man who goes by the name Cook. My stomach churns thinking about it. Sick fuck.
Paisley. Do you want help out with this, Mrs. Martinez? I can call someone to help you. I ask the little old lady who comes in on the 3rd of every month to get her groceries. She takes a cab here, and instead of letting the cab wait, she will stand out front with her cart full of groceries and wait for another one. No, sweet Paisley, I can get it sugar. She smiles at me while her hand trembles around the grip of her cane. I let out a small huff when I glance back to see I have a line of 4 more customers behind her. I'm the only register open, so I can't send them away. Usually, if I'm not busy, I take my break and wait out front with her. Then when the cab comes, I give a 20 to the driver and ask them to help her unload the groceries when she gets home. Today, I can't. This means if the wrong driver comes, they will make this 80-year-old woman toss her own groceries in the trunk and then not help her when they arrive at her home. Anxiety fills me that Mrs. Martinez will have to struggle in this Florida heat. Slowly, she gets her things together after paying and pushes her cart outside. I begin to ring up my next customer, only paying attention to their belongings. Deodorant, beep. While deodorant is necessary, the plastic packaging and the harsh chemicals in this brand are hardly mild on Mother Earth. I won't tell him that. Bar soap, Irish Spring. Beep. It scans into the register. This is a great choice. The cardboard packaging is recyclable, and the soap simply disintegrates in the water. Although this is a problem in smaller countries where water filtration systems aren't up to par, here in America, this is a solid choice for a consumer. I continue scanning items, even choking down my need to vomit while handling the package containing a T-bone steak. While I remember the taste of a well-done steak being mouth-watering delicious, I can't let my mind ponder the cow who had to die for this man to have his meat. Add in the hormones, since this is not a grass-fed variety but a chemical concoction dyed red to look like healthy meat, it's an artery killer. Your total today is $54.12. I smile and look up, right into his eyes. Yes, I lift my head, my eyes meet those dark depths, and I get lost for a moment. Standing directly in front of me, swiping his credit card, is none other than the man on the motorcycle known as Cole. Half of me wants to crawl into the cabinet under my register, and the other half screams at me to tell him he's killing himself with the foods he is ingesting. Karmically, I have to make things right. He doesn't speak. He just scribbles with the plastic pen thing on the credit card machine. I pull the receipt and his coupons off the printers and hand them to him as the machine prints my copy. "Have a good day, Pixie," he says in a deep baritone that has my girl parts coming alive. When was the last time I was turned on by the sound of a man's voice? This pull between us is only growing every second that passes that I haven't set things right. He strolls by while the next customer shoves a bag of dog food in my face for me to start ringing up. Since this person is impatient, I slide my register drawer closed while tucking Cole's receipt under my keyboard. When I finish my line, I look outside to see Cole standing with Mrs. Martinez, helping her load the groceries. In an instant, my heart melts. This man, who says he's black as coal, darkest of dark, is helping this little old lady he doesn't even know. I see through him. Oh yes, I see through his exterior. He deserves something good to be given back to him. His dark aura comes from an inability to let go of something deep. Underneath the murky shades lies a man with passion, determination, and strength. He just doesn't feel it yet. Finishing up my shift, I get my paperwork together to cash out when I see his receipt. I take a glance, knowing I shouldn't, committing his name to memory. I then count my till and clock out. On the car ride home, I can't help thinking, I'm going to be his light, his sunshine. I'm going to figure out what makes him tick. Watch out, Trevor Cole Blake. I'm on a mission.
Chapter 5. Cole. Ice walks into the room and throws a file onto the conference table. "The powers that be have told us to find Cook and take him out." Leaning back in my chair, I ask, "What made them take notice?" Sitting in his own chair at the head of the table, Ice answers, "Apparently they don't like it when the governor ends up on Cook's menu." We were already on the trail since the murders were happening in our area. Executive orders. Well, That makes this priority 1. With that said, Ice pulls out a couple of pictures and pushes them toward the middle of the table for Hammer, Big Jim, Screech, and I to see. Once I get a good look at them, I really wish I hadn't. The pictures depict what is left of a human body, tied hand and foot to a large horizontal pole that is propped up by 2 sawhorses. On the ground underneath the body is the ash remains of what was a fire. Somebody was cooked like a goddamn pig barbecue over an open flame. And I know for a fact that is the comparison, because the body has an apple in its mouth. The piece of fruit almost looks rotten, it's so charred. The seriously sick part is the way the apple was secured by a skewer going through the sides of the victim's mouth and through the apple to keep it in place. The only thing fucking missing from the traditional southern pig roasting is the fucking Carolina vinegar-based barbecue sauce. Looking back at Ice, I ask the obvious just to make sure. That's the missing politician that's been all over the news? He nods before pointing to another photo. Check the other crime scene out that they sent over. No wonder they call this asshole Cook. Hammer pushes a picture over to my side of the table, and after getting a good look at it, all I want to do is push it away. All it takes is that quick glimpse to know what happened. Some poor soul had been pushed into a regular kitchen oven and cooked. The body was practically curled in a fetal position, with its head almost touching the top of the oven. What is even more disturbing is the fact that there is a chain and padlock hanging off the oven door's bar. It's cut now, but the significance of seeing it isn't lost on me. For fuck's sake, the body is so deteriorated that you can't even tell if it was male or female from the picture. Sick doesn't even begin to cover what these photos make me feel. I once thought my soul was as black as they came. This motherfucker just might give me a run for my money. I turn my attention back to Ice. What's next? Because the sooner we take this asshole down, the better I'll feel. Prez leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. There has to be a link between the victims. Rarely does a serial killer pick his victims randomly. Even a hired hitman will have some pattern alongside his signature. There's always some reason in their head why the person is the perfect victim. David Berkowitz killed because he was obeying the orders of a demon through his neighbor Sam's dog. We need to figure out this nutcase's reason. Maybe if we can figure out what his trigger is, then we can figure out who he is and where to find him. How are we going about that? Hammer asks, closing the file in front of him, apparently not wanting to see any more either. Ice leans back in his chair with a determined look on his face. I've got Screech coming through every record he can get his hands on when it comes to these murders and the victims. Until he can give us something to go on, we're on hold. That being said, be ready to hit the ground running, boys. I want this Cook caught so we can put him up on the fucking chopping block. While Screech does his work to get us a lead or two to follow on Cook, Hammer, Big Jim, and I head to the club. Walking into the club's main room, we head to the bar and order beers. Hammer and I look over at Big Jim just in time to see his old lady Lisa walking up to give him a kiss. One simple kiss turns into a make-out session until Hammer laughingly tells him, "Take that show on the road and go find a damn room, you two. You're making everybody horny, and some of us don't have women here to get us off." Lisa laughs at Hammer and says, "So call your woman. I bet she would come down here and take care of you." I point toward the back rooms and nod my head for them to go. I might like fucking, but that doesn't mean I want to watch a live show. Lisa playfully pouts until Big Jim picks her up and throws her over his shoulder. Giving her a slap on the ass, he orders, "Stop giving my brothers a hard time, woman." He walks off back toward the hallway where the private rooms are located as Lisa looks up from her upside-down position and gives us a huge smile and a finger wave. It's then I hear Hammer say, "He's a lucky bastard." I bet she can suck the chrome off a hubcap with that mouth of hers. Looking back over at Hammer, I cock an eyebrow at him. And you're not a lucky bastard? What's wrong? Is Des not giving you any head lately? My brother smiles so big, I can see all his teeth. Yeah, I'm a lucky bastard too, which reminds me, I've been thinking about something. Taking a sip of my beer, I then ask, thinking about what? Hammer shrugs as he leans back against the bar. I'm thinking about asking Des to marry me. It's not enough that she's your old lady? He shakes his head. Fuck no. You don't understand, man. I want to own every part of her, including her last name. Part of me wants the whole fucking world to know she's mine. Tapping my beer against his in a casual salute, I tell him, you two have had a nice, long ride together. You want to ball and chain your shit to her? I wish you the best, man. I'm sure the two of you will have one hell of a life ahead of you. Hammer cocks his head to the side and gives me a considering look. You ever think about getting married one day, Cole? I almost spew the beer in my mouth all over the bar. Giving Hammer an utter what the fuck look, I tell him the first thing that pops into my head. Man, are you high? I fucking pay for pussy just to get my rocks off. Why in the hell would I ever tie myself to a woman like that? My brother seems to look right through me, as if he sees the deep, dark, black pit where my soul used to be. What are you so afraid of? Denying his words, I shake my head. Not afraid of a motherfucking thing, brother. Just don't want to get married. You so big on it all of a sudden, why don't you give me one good reason I should? A certain mischievous look crosses over Hammer's face, and I know he's about to say something I might want to punch him for. In your case, brother, it might be cheaper to get married and keep a wife than continuing to pay to get your rocks off.
Paisley. 2 days have passed since I got his name. I've been so busy with my yoga classes and job at the grocery store that I haven't had the chance to go to the library. Lame. I know that's what most people think when they come to my apartment and find out I don't have cable, a computer, or internet service. In fact, I didn't have a television until Morgan, Des, and I started rotating girls' nights. They both live with bikers, so girls' night is our time to watch some sappy movie they can't watch with their men. I felt bad that it was always at Desiree's or Morgan's house, so I decided to get a television. It impacts my environmental footprint, but not by much, since it's only used when they are over. That's why I'm sitting behind the computer at the local library. It's not a huge library like the one on the other side of town, but that's probably why I love it. It's the oldest library in the city, and I like that they keep history in it alive. More than anything, shelves and shelves of books surround me. The computer section is very small, consisting of only 2 computers placed in a cubby-style desks facing each other. The other computer is empty, making me feel a little better about what I'm about to do. The search box is in front of me. I pause. This is an invasion of privacy. I wouldn't want someone to do this to me. I'm breaking a cardinal rule here. Guilt eats at me. If only the stubborn man would let me make things right, then I wouldn't have to stoop to this level. Determining it's Cole's fault I'm doing this, I type in his name. I hear women talking all the time at the gym about going on social media to check up on the men they are seeing or are interested in. Therefore, this is common, right? Everyone everywhere is constantly talking about updating statuses or posting pictures. Certainly, I can find something. I scroll through hundreds of men named Trevor Blake, but they aren't the right age, race, or location. Absolutely nothing. What the hell? This day and age, who doesn't have a social media footprint? I huff out a breath. Me? That's who? I don't buy into the hoopla. To me, if the people from my past wanted to keep in contact, they would have. Plus, I don't want to waste energy by being tied to some sort of electronic device just to tell the world what I'm doing, have done, or want to do. I mean, really, why should anyone care? Hell, when my parents died, none of my so-called friends came to the funeral. The community banded around me in their own way. The church covered the costs of their services and burials. I fight back the tears. Fire. My parents died in a fire from a turkey fryer. The explosion happened, and then the flames consumed the old house rapidly. I wasn't always vegan. I wasn't always concerned with my environment, my aura, or what anyone felt or thought of me. There was a time in my life when I was carefree. College. I was free for the first year of college. Life was wild, and I didn't give a second thought to my actions or my words. Then my parents didn't follow the simple instructions on their turkey fryer and blew their whole house up and my life with them. It also left me no chance to make things right with them. Day after day, I lost myself in the grief that my parents died angry with me. It's my fault. I wasn't doing things right. I was partying my life away. In an instant, Mother Nature stepped in and showed me who was boss. It took me 3 counselors and a psychology class to sort out the crazy thoughts running through my head. I had a roommate studying acupuncture and other alternative medicines who first taught me about feng shui. Through techniques in traditional Chinese practices and my own interpretations, I found a balance with my physical and spiritual body and Mother Earth. This lifestyle change isn't about paying penance for my parents' death as much as it is my coping mechanism. In finding my center, I have learned to face life in every moment and not in fear and despair. The depression doesn't control me anymore. The loss and fear of losing everyone I get close to doesn't consume me anymore. I learned to live again. It is clean, positive, and balanced. I'm not sure what my parents would think of my lifestyle choices if they were alive. Then again, if they were here, I wouldn't have lost my footing in life in the first place. I took too much for granted, and now I treasure, value, and respect it all. Thinking of my own family, an idea hits me suddenly. Birth announcements. My mother and father had kept mine from the newspaper when I was born. Surely Cole's parents would have had this. 3 hours later, I learned that Trevor Cole Blake was born at a healthy 9-pound, 11-ounce baby to James and Nita Blake. He grew up moving around with his dad's Army career. He went to Garfield Senior High School and graduated with honors. From searching his high school online yearbook, it turns out Trevor Blake had a high school girlfriend named Amber Bridges. Their prom picture was in the annual, and from there, I followed the trail. Amber Bridges, now Amber Bridges Stokes, believes in social media. The young woman graduated alongside Cole, then took off to Penn State, where she earned a master's degree in psychology. Interesting. She has an album on her profile with pictures of her and Cole when they were teens. A lot has changed for him since these photos were taken. First, his eyes are so full of life in these photos. I can't help wondering what scarred him so deeply. He's grown. The man was tall before, but now I think he may be even taller than he was in high school. He's also broader, more muscular, and there is an innocence in these pictures that is long gone. No, the man he is today is dangerous compared to the young man he once was in these photos. Amber Bridges Stokes has found her happily ever after with a military man of her own. They are currently stationed in Kentucky. Carson Stokes smiles adoringly in every single photo at his wife and their young daughter, Emma. Amber has moved on in life, but she hasn't. As I look through the comments on the photos of Cole, I notice she has left a message asking if anyone knows where Trevor is to contact her. She posts on more than one that she needs to explain some things to him. The replies to her only make me more curious. There are posts saying she doesn't deserve to speak to him. Other posts say he's dead and she needs to forget him. What happened between these two? Is she the reason he swears he's black as coal? I can't help wondering why a woman who was happily married and settled in life continues to seek out a man from her past. I scribble down what I can sort out from Amber's posts and the birth announcement, then log out. My phone rings, stopping me as I answer Morgan's call. "Hello," I greet. Even I can hear the guilt in my voice. "I need recipes. Help a sister out." "What kind?" I ask. looking back at the phone screen as if it's a diseased animal. Of the healthy variety. Madison has decided she needs to revamp her life. This is a huge step for her. I'm going to be her biggest cheerleader, even if it kills me. I laugh at Morgan, knowing her love for her sisters runs deep. I'll get some together and drop them by. You know how I feel about this phone thing. Paisley, you're the best. You also need to relax a little, honey. Talking on the phone isn't going to give you cancer. Morgan, is that why you think I don't like the phone? Well, what other reason would there be? Deciding my past is far too heavy to lay on her shoulders or anyone else's. I don't argue. Can she understand that after losing my family, I just want to talk to people face to face? So many things are misunderstood and miscommunicated in emails, text messages, and phone conversations. Body language is a communication all its own. Okay, let me get finished at the library and I'll be by. Library? I huff out a breath. I needed the internet. She laughs at me. Paisley, you know you're welcome to use my computer or Desiree's anytime. How do I explain that the library's stuff is already running, and to minimize the impact on the environment, it's better I come here since I could walk from the gym? It's not something most people would even think about. Modern conveniences have spoiled society. Morgan isn't wasteful or anything of that sort, but she isn't aware of the little things that add up to a bigger problem for the world. It's her life to live and not my place to judge. Explaining myself wouldn't change anything. She doesn't want to hear it anyway. I was already in the area. I answer. All right, see you in a bit. I hang up the phone, then as I gather my things, I freeze when two large arms come around either side of me, hands settling on the desk on each side of the keyboard. Slowly turning around, I look up into the dark eyes that have been haunting my every free minute. Hello, Pixie.
Chapter 6. Cole. Her mouth opens and closes, but she doesn't speak. Want to tell me what you're up to? I ask as I keep her caged in her seat.
She pauses. Not really.
I laugh. I shouldn't laugh. I'm an intimidating son of a bitch. I know it. I know I've made grown men piss themselves. Yet the tiny woman in front of me challenges me. Pixie, were you searching me? She leans back in her chair, relaxing. Inhaling, I smell the lavender of her soap, lotion, perfume, I don't know what, but it's intoxicating.
Can I plead the fifth?
Her voice is smooth, calm, and seems to talk straight to my cock. I'm fucked. Does she realize this means she's fucked too? I came here angry as hell. I came here to beat the shit out of someone. I came here with the intention of interrogating someone to find out why they would seek me out. Instead, I find the woman who, for whatever reason, can't leave well enough alone. I find the woman who is in my nightly dreams as soon as I close my eyes. I find the woman I am trying to stay away from. Look, Pixie. While I love a good game of cat and mouse, you've got the pussy. But you're not the pussy. And I'm not the mouse. As she gasps, I drop my head so low my breath comes down hot on her neck. I can see the pebbles of her nipples poking out of her shirt, and will my cock down as I feel it harden. I told you. I'm not hurt, and the accident was no big deal. What's it gonna take to get you off my ass?
I have to make it right. I have to do something,
she says as her own breathing picks up, no doubt feeling just as hot as I am right now. I wonder what she would be like panting under me. What's it gonna take? I ask again, needing to put space between us, but not doing so.
Dinner,
she sighs out.
I need to at least make you dinner.
Okay, I concede. No more looking me up. I got a guy who, every time my name is searched, is on it. Don't make shit get ugly between us, Pixie, I warn as Hammer saunters up to my side. Screech will have entertainment watching this shit unfold, Hammer says to me before he immediately brings his attention to the woman in front of me. Paisley? What the fuck? She turns her head to look at him, and I want to drop my head to the curve of her shoulder. Being bald, feeling her skin on mine, I wonder what that soft spot would feel like, or what my head between her thighs would feel like.
Hammer, shh. We're in a library.
You two know each other? I ask Pixie, keeping myself close, knowing I need to retreat.
He's Desiree's man.
Pixie looks back at me, and I see this sparkle in the green depths of her eyes. You know Des? I ask Pixie, ignoring everyone around us. I am definitely going to be looking into Paisley Asher now. I brushed her off as a good citizen before, but now the woman is like a dog with a bone. I refuse to be her chew toy, even if my cock wants to know what she can do with her mouth.
She's one of my closest friends, her and Morgan.
At that, I jump back. She is too close to home. How am I going to shake her off now? Paisley, why would you be looking into Cole? Hammer asks, bringing us back to what brought us here.
I owe him,
she answers, looking at me, not Hammer. No, you don't, I argue back. Then make him some of those oatmeal cookies or something, Paisley. I get you aren't normal, but it's not really good to go internet stalking someone to repay a debt. She balks at his words, and I have this urge to beat the shit out of my friend for making her uncomfortable. I like cookies, I reply, trying to ease her obvious discomfort. Why do I care?
I'm sorry,
she says, and I can hear the sincerity in her voice.
I just have to make things even between us so our energies can disengage from each other.
I agreed to dinner. Let the rest die. Hammer laughs, though I don't understand what he finds funny about any of this.
Tomorrow night? 6 good for you?
She asks me calmly. Okay. I give in. The woman is tough. She isn't at all intimidated by me. It's shocking and refreshing. Hammer laughs from beside me. Cole, you got yourself your first date. I'm proud of you, buddy. Shut the fuck up, dickhead. I shove Hammer lightly out of my space. Then I look back at Paisley. Pixie, no more searching and digging up shit that's got nothing to do with you.
Okay,
she finally agrees. I can only be thankful because who knows what Screech has made up in his mind about why someone is looking into me. With my job, she can't find much of anything. I have no social media. To have social media would mean I would have to consider being social. And yeah, that's not me. I'll be at your place at 6 tomorrow to pick you up, I inform her, thinking the sooner I get this over with, the sooner I can be disengaged from Pixie.
No, she corrects me. I have to do this for you. Be at my place at 6 tomorrow, hungry. I'll cook something special.
Hammer claps his hands together and rubs them like he's excited. Oh, Cole, you're in for a real treat. I don't ask questions. I turn and walk away. I don't even want to know what Hammer is thinking. I just want the woman to realize she bumped me, yes, but I'm okay, so she can get me off her mind. If it means she needs to cook me a meal, so be it. I lived off chow hall food and MREs in combat for years. I can choke down anything she puts in front of me.
Paisley. Oh my heavens to Betsy, what just happened here? I sit in front of the computer, staring at it like it's the enemy. It is. I got caught because this thing has a trail. Hammer's comment nags at me. I never claimed to be normal. Society's standards and judgments aren't what defines me. Unfortunately, he is not the first person to tell me I'm strange, and he won't be the last. So I push back my emotions and focus on what is to come. Okay, Paisley, I mentally pep-talk myself. He agreed to dinner. What to make? Italian. Everyone loves Italian. To make the pasta, I will have to skip the gym tomorrow. My phone rings. I look down to see Des calling. Hello? I answer, leaving the library. I told you to leave it alone. What alone? Cole! Paisley Hammer just called and told me they found you at the library searching him. I admit nothing. She sighs. Girl, I love you and all your quirks, but you are going to have more than bad energy if you keep this up. I don't have anything to keep up. Cole agreed to dinner tomorrow night. I'll cook, he'll eat. The cosmic center between us will go back in balance, and I can move on with my life and he with his. Before she can reply, I stop at my car and it hits me. That no-good man. What? Des asks while I try to calm my temper. He doesn't have my address. He doesn't know where I live, so how the heck is he going to come to dinner? She laughs. I don't find one bit of this funny, yet Des is laughing at me. Honey, Cole is the kind of man who can know when you're out of milk if he wants to. Finding your address isn't hard, since Hammer already gave it to him when I was on the phone. Then why are you on the phone with me? I have a dinner to plan and prepare, I say before hanging up on her. The knock at my door has my pulse racing. He's here. He really is coming for dinner so I can make things right. I open the door to see him standing in front of me, bald head glistening in the evening sun and his beard trimmed. He's in well-worn jeans, black boots, and a t-shirt that clings to his body like a second skin. I feel my panties dampen in desire. He's both scary and sexy rolled into one. I've never had such an instant attraction as I do to Cole. He's mysterious with a side of dangerous, but it's all wrapped up in sexiness. Knowing he's not married and doesn't have a kid only makes me wonder what he would be like in bed. I shake my head, shaking off the thoughts. This is to make our energies disentangle, not to complicate things further. Stepping back so he can enter, I greet him. Trevor, thank you for coming. His eyes widen for a brief second before he steels himself to seem unaffected by the use of his given name. Saying his real name feels different, but not in a bad way. I've determined he won't be Cole to me. This isn't about his nickname. I want to know the man from the inside out. As dark and mysterious as he is and wants to be, I refuse to have any darkness around me. No negative energy here. He will learn. I will give him as much light as I can muster to outshine all that murkiness he carries around. I smile as he comes inside my space. I have a high-vaulted ceiling because my apartment is a loft. Yet the moment the big man steps through the door, he makes my living room look entirely too small, dwarfing everything around him as he stands on the edge of the carpet. From the living area, the apartment flows into an eaten kitchen with an L-shaped layout. The floor plan is completely open, which is why I picked it. He ignores the small set of stairs that lead up to my sleeping area above and focuses all his attention on the space in front of him. It's as if he's on a mission. Immediately, he goes into the kitchen area as if he wants to get this over with. Trevor, I know you're here under duress, but it doesn't have to be like you're eating your last meal. He laughs, and I swear it's like angels in heaven playing the harps to my ears. Pixie, I'm a man. I'm a big man. I like to eat. You said you wanted to do dinner? I'm hungry. Let's eat. Oh yeah, I suppose you would want to eat. I reply, feeling stupid. Of course he wants to eat. He's here to eat his meal and move on in his life. Take a seat and I'll get our salads out. He does as instructed while I roll a lemon on the countertop, then cut it to squeeze the juice over the leafy greens. I set a plate in front of him, then take my seat while the lasagna sits on the stove, ready to be served. Got ranch, Pixie? he asks without tasting even a single bite. I frown. He studies me.
Look, Pixie, you invited me here. I was good. We are good. You want me to eat? Well, I don't count calories. I like ranch, Italian, French, anything to smother these veggies and choke them down.
I gasp. I don't count calories, Trevor. He blinks at my continued use of his name, but again, he doesn't correct me. I don't have any of those dressings. I grew every bit of this in my garden and handpicked the lemons to dress the greens. You see, the natural citric acid enhances the flavors of your blends in a way that complements it. As long as the preparer doesn't pick too many bitters and not enough sweets, your salad should have a perfect balance to the blend, allowing for a flavor explosion in your mouth. He looks at me like I'm an alien. Maybe I am. Whatever the case, I take seriously anything and everything I put in my mouth. Just when I think he will ask to skip the salad, he sticks his fork in it and begins to eat. He doesn't complain, he doesn't compliment, but he eats every bite. Drinking his water, he looks at the glass, then looks at me. Infused with limes. It's a good balance to the lemon spritz on the salad. We'll have berry infused with dinner. After finishing my salad, I go to the kitchen and plate his lasagna and my own. Then I change out our glasses to a new set, something I normally wouldn't do. A little extra water to wash them won't hurt too badly. In the end, it's all about cleaning the slate between us. I got the clean glasses so your palate will be ready for the sweet burst of the strawberry, raspberry, and blackberry infusion. He studies the lasagna while taking a drink of the water. No sugar, nothing added. It's infused using a sun tea pitcher and fresh fruits. Occasionally, I will puree the fruits and make ice cubes out of that to then let melt into my water. Both ways are delicious. Sitting down, I begin to cut into my lasagna while Cole sits across from me like he's looking for something. "Bread?" he asks. Oops, I smile. I really am messing this up. I don't have company often. When I do, it's Des and Morgan who know about my lifestyle. I don't actually eat processed foods such as bread. He leans back in his chair like I just whipped him. Then he looks at the lasagna like it's committed a crime against him. Pasta is processed. He tries to rationalize. I made it from scratch with my own oats. I point to my small mill on the counter. Grinding the oats myself, it makes things a little coarser than processed foods, but we are ingesting no preservatives or artificial ingredients. "You butcher the cow yourself, too?" he asks in all seriousness, making me laugh. I don't eat meat. What? Well, Trevor, I was able to make the red sauce with stewed and canned tomatoes I grew myself. Even Des came over and learned to can by helping me. Where's the meat in the lasagna? There isn't any. I use tomatoes, zucchini, carrots, and peppers. They all give the consistency of meat. You're saying you're trying to feed me a dinner with no dressing, no bread, and no meat? I nod, not understanding why he seems to be getting upset. He scoots his chair back and stands. Okay, Pixie, some things we need to get clear. I'm a man, a red-blooded, all-American man. I eat meat, I eat bread, I eat just about anything that doesn't eat me. I appreciate you trying to make good on the little bump, but sugar, it's done. I'm trying really hard to be nice here. I wasn't hurt, you weren't hurt, there wasn't a single bit of damage. I don't think I even have a scratch on my bike. I gasp, wondering if I really did scratch his motorcycle. We're even. Now stop looking into me, stop following me, and please stop trying to feed me. I'm gonna leave and have the biggest, greasiest cheeseburger I can find. Not trying to be a dick and not trying to hurt your feelings, but I can't eat like this. He makes his way to my door as I jump up and rush to follow him. Once he opens it and gets ready to exit, he looks down at me. We're even, Pixie. Let this go. Enjoy your meal. He walks out, closing the door behind him. I can't help letting the tears fall. I messed up. Again.
Chapter 7. Cole. I follow Ice into the black hole that is Screech's office. I call it a black hole because once you step in there, it's like you get sucked into a different time or place. He's got shit everywhere. Monitors, desktops, laptops, surveillance equipment. Every inch of surface area is covered in something, even if it's just his fucking candy wrappers. How the man lives like this, I will never know. Ice gets straight to the point. Tell me you have something on this sick fuck. Screech looks at both of us, then lays it out. I finally got my hands on the autopsy reports. There's only one thing all of the victims had in common. Their stomach contents. What do you mean? I ask. All the victims ate from the same restaurant before they died. Seeming surprised, Ice asks, How the hell did you figure that out? Shrugging as if it was no big deal, Screech answers. Through their financials. Every victim had a charge from Billy Bob's barbecue at least 72 hours prior to their death. But there's more, boss man. I went to the place and did some investigating. I found out through one of the waitresses that all the victims were regulars there. What are we going to do, track down every regular the place has ever had and ask them if someone is trying to kill them? Screech snorts. I think I have a better idea. There was one more thing the waitress told me. Pointing at the computer screen where all the victims' pictures and names are listed, he says, Every single one of these customers complained about their food. The weight of what his words imply seemed too ridiculous to be true. In all the years, we have seen many sick fucks. I can't imagine someone would be this sensitive over a food complaint. Then again, not much surprises me anymore. You've got to be kidding me. You're trying to tell us that these people were killed because they didn't like their food and said something about it? Nodding somberly, Screech adds, The reason I called you back here is because I'm afraid there's about to be another murder. Reaching over to a pile of papers on his desk, he hands the sheet to Ice, who takes a quick look at it, then hands it over to me. It's the driver's license of a man. That's Tom Johnson. From what the waitress told me, he complained about his food yesterday. Fuck! Ice explodes. Do we know if the address on that license is up to date? Yes, sir. Screech reaches over and picks up another piece of paper, handing it to Ice. And this is where he works, just in case he's not home. Ice hands me the second piece of paper as he turns to walk out of Screech's office. Good work, Screech. We're out of here. I follow Ice out the door and down the hallway as I look at the second piece of paper with the address on it. Want me to call Hammer in? He shakes his head. He's over at Alibi, talking to his brother about something. You and I will check out the house first, then go to the workplace if necessary. We'll call in backup if we feel something is screwy. Quickly, we make our way through the club, ignoring those who call out to us. Once outside, we climb on our motorcycles and haul ass out of the parking lot and onto the road that will lead us to this guy's house. Before I know it, we're pulling up at the residential address to a small shotgun house in what looks like a decent neighborhood. We both take notice that there are no cars here, and no garage to put one in. Ice nods his head in a silent command for me to go check it out, so I turn off my bike and put the kickstand down. Check the temperature. Ice clips before pulling out his phone, no doubt giving Screech an update on our location and if we are hot or cold here. Striding up to the front door, I see the blinds next door move, and know I have eyes on me. This means I can't go sneaking around outside of the house, looking through windows and shit for a sign of life. With my luck, whoever is spying on me will call the cops, thinking I'm trying to rob the place. Therefore, I knock on the front door, hoping that someone will answer. 3 knocks and 5 minutes later, nothing. Turning around, I give Ice a shake of my head. We need to head to the workplace. The two of us leave the home address and hit the road again, this time to a place 15 minutes away. Anthony works at Recycled Containers, Inc., where they take used and dirty industrial containers of all sizes, cleaning and sanitizing them so they can be recycled and put back out for use. It doesn't appear to be one of those all-night operations, though, because it's 6:30 in the afternoon and there's only one car in the parking lot. Anthony's. We park our bikes behind the building so hopefully no one notices us. Then Ice approaches the back of the warehouse, gun drawn and ready for anything. As always, I'm at my brother's back, watching his six as we step through the double doors and into the building. The first thing I notice as the doors close behind us is the most god-awful smell I have ever smelt. There is no doubt that it's the smell of death. But worse, it's dark and tainted. Immediately, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, telling me whatever we are about to find is not going to be good. Keeping our guns drawn and ready, we make our way through the large space, with machinery and containers of all sizes blocking our view. Clearing it section by section, rows of machines and industrial-sized drums, we end up toward the front of the warehouse. The smell grows stronger the closer we come to the front, yet there's not a dead body in sight. I look around the space as Ice shakes his head, no doubt fighting his own need to vomit, like me. At the front entrance, there is a 50-gallon steel drum. However, this drum isn't just sitting around the way all the others are, lined up on shelves and ready for distribution. No, it is positioned on top of a brace that is holding it up over a small, portable, gas-fueled fire pit. I look over at my prez to see the man staring at the barrel, a look of dread on his face. There is no lid, but I'm not close enough to see whatever it is that Ice is looking at. Inching closer, the contents come into view, and I almost throw up at the sight. Inside the barrel is red, murky water with chunks of meat floating on top. Problem is, this isn't fucking beef stew. There's a head floating on top, with blisters covering the face that is frozen with its mouth open in a silent scream for help. I'm pretty sure that's Anthony's head, but the blisters are so bad it's hard to tell. It doesn't take long for me to realize the rest of him has been cut up into pieces, submerged beneath the boiling surface. Bile rises to my throat. I barely keep myself from puking. This has to be, by far, the most fucked up thing I have ever seen. And that's saying something, because I have seen some seriously fucked up things in my life. Ice secures his weapon and pulls out his phone. Confirmation, he clips to me as I put my back to his with my own gun at the ready. I begin taking mental notes of the crime scene, making sure to keep my eyes and ears open for any movement while Ice takes pics of the site in front of him. Gonna send this to the brain? I ask for verification, knowing he's going to send pics to Screech before we make another move. We came too late, and now there is nothing we can do but get the hell out of here and cover our tracks as we go. Ice and I start backing out, guns still drawn in case the psycho who did this is still in the building. Ice leads the way, with me at his back, walking backwards so we have the front and back entrances covered. Once we are outside, we double-time it to our machines, get on, and ride away as if nothing is wrong inside that place. We can't draw attention to ourselves in case someone happens to be watching the area. Once we are about 10 miles away from the warehouse, Ice pulls over to the side of the road and signals for me to cut my engine. Pulling out his cell phone, he dials a number. Seconds later, he's talking to Screech. Need you to watch the movie, brother, he orders Screech to check all cameras in the area. Then we get word to let the pigs fly. The hard part about our jobs is staying in the know yet out of the way, unless absolutely necessary. The local police are the pigs in this situation, and it will be time for them to fly in to at least provide some closure for Tom Johnson's family. Clicking off the phone, Ice looks at me. Looking a little green there, Cole. I nod. Shit is whack, Ice. I don't think anyone will be eating donuts on that crime scene, he jokes before raising his hand up for us to ride home. I don't think I will be eating dinner tonight. In fact, Pixie's unprocessed lasagna suddenly sounds like the best meal I could ever devour.
Paisley. Closing shift at the grocery store is the worst since time drags on and on after 9 o'clock. Once I clean up all the registers, I start stocking the candy. My mind wanders to the mystery that is Trevor Blake. He's straightforward. I've never met anyone who says what is on their mind as frankly as him. Our interactions haven't been good. No, from the moment my bumper brushed the rubber of his tire, we have been off. He tells me to go away, and I explain I want to make it right. Therefore, we have come to a standoff. After that dinner, I let him be. There is no need to chase my tail. He was clear in his reasons, and I was stupid for not taking into consideration that my lifestyle isn't for everyone. Only, I can't stop thinking about him. For instance, why does this Amber person want to contact him? Why does he have no social media and doesn't want me looking into him? The problem with my personality is that I'm curious to the point that I can sometimes be, dare I say, nosy. Now I have all these questions, and I can't help wanting to know the answers. Liquid goo coats my hand, drawing my attention to the busted sugary candy. It takes time, but I can get all of it cleaned off and disposed of, as well as marked on the product losses. My shift is coming to a close, so I count down my till before heading to the break room to clock out. However, when I get just outside the door, I hear a crash behind me. Turning, I sigh when I see 2 bottles of sparkling water have busted, leaving water and glass all over the floor. Cleaning up the mess and putting out the wet floor sign, I'm over 40 minutes late clocking out. I'm exhausted and frustrated by the time I get home and into bed, and sleep comes all too quickly because I am mentally done in. Paisley, Charmaine Asher, I can't believe you. My mother screeches into the phone. Your father and I are working 2 jobs each to send you to school, and we get your grades. She huffs impatiently through the phone. I'm too drunk to care. Mom, it's fun. It's art. I'm passing. That's what matters. Are you even going to classes? The ones I like. I slur. I am so disappointed in your behavior. She's disappointed in me? For what? I'm a college kid. Isn't this supposed to be about learning who I am and who I want to be? Really, this is when she ran off with my dad to live free from her controlling parents' religion and follow love. She went to Bible college and then on a weekend retreat where she met my dad and everything changed. I thought if anyone would want me to take time to live it up before I have to be responsible in life, it would be her. I'm so disappointed in you and Dad, I roar back. Once you guys believed in freedom, be oneself. You named me Paisley for crying out loud. You always told me to believe in my art, be a free spirit. Now I go to school and suddenly I'm a burden and a disappointment. Really, Mom, why don't you guys make up your minds? I never said you were a burden. This school costs money, Paisley. We have to work for you to have this, and you don't even care. What has happened to you? It's like you're lost. No, Mom, I'm just not found yet. I simply reply before hanging up. I wake up in a cold sweat. That was the last conversation I ever had with my mother. The woman who gave birth to me, loved me unconditionally, and believed in my art. No, she believed in me. Young, drunk, and stupid, I took everything they worked to give me and threw it all away. No one knows that. Nope. I never told a single soul about the fight before it all ended. Everyone who was willing to show their support during their services and the cleanup process from the house was so kind. I didn't have the heart to tell them I was this horrible daughter who hung up on her mom just hours before she died. No, I took their sympathy and then I got the heck out of town as soon as I could. Inhaling, I shake off the bad thoughts. I can't go back in time. I can't right the wrongs. I curl into myself and fight to ignore the wetness growing on my pillow from the tears. Oh, Mom, I'm so very sorry. I was young, dumb, and so very clueless to all you and Pops did for me," I whisper to the air around me. Getting up, I wipe my eyes, then turn on my salt lamp. One thing losing my parents did was drive me toward a new career path. Art is something I love, but I learned the science to mental illness in psychology and found ways to balance the positive and negative ions in my life so that I wouldn't be dependent on medications. For some, doctors are able to find the right balance to make things right physiologically and psychologically. For me, I needed time on the typical antidepressants. However, in my journey, I found detoxifying my life was best, and maintaining a balance of positive and negative so I don't step down the hole of darkness, never to resurface. I know I hurt my mother with my words and behavior. It was selfish. Although unintentional, my lack of self-control in wild ways cost my parents more than money on my education. No, they lost sleep and they lost positive energy during their time worrying over me. For this to all creep back up, it means my energy is offset. I have fallen off balance, and until I get back to even, then this will only continue. I can't go back over it again. Nothing has felt right since I bumped into him. Doesn't Cole see that I don't want to cost him, that I don't want to hurt a single being? Even though he says things are right between us, they aren't. I feel it. I just don't know what I'm going to do about it. I should probably be afraid of him, only I'm not. No, I'm intrigued.
Chapter 8. Cole. The question of the day is, are these murders hired hits? Or is this guy really knocking off people because they complained about their food? Ice's question should be easy to answer. These people are being whacked mob style. Thing is, I'm not so sure they are.
"Sorry, boss, but I still have nothing to tie these murders together besides the food joint,"
Screech explains. And there is no digging deeper? Ice questions him back. The hacker guru shrugs.
"I dug so deep I hit China already. Nowhere else to go."
Rubbing a finger over my bottom lip, I think about the implications of what Screech is telling us. There is absolutely nothing connecting these victims together other than a place they ate at. Not a loan from the mob, not a snitch to be found. Only hungry men who apparently chose the wrong place to fucking voice a complaint about their food. The idea is completely ridiculous, yet we have nothing else. I think I should go and check the place out myself, I pipe in.
"And do what?"
Ice retorts sarcastically.
"You gonna tell the head cook his fries suck and see if he tries to stab your ass with a paring knife?"
Screech laughs, while I ignore my brother's tone and shake my head. You know better than anyone that the best way to get an impression of your target is to surveillance them. I'll go in there, check out the place, get a feel for it. If I happen to see someone I think is a certifiable whack job who moonlights as a hired killer named Cook, I'll let you know. Ice isn't the only one who knows how to be a smart-ass. Most people wouldn't take him on that way. I'm not most people. The two of us have been brothers in battle long before he ever became my prez. The man understands me better than my own parents. He knows the difference between me fucking with him and me being a straight-up asshole.
"You promise not to pull some crazy-ass stunt if you figure out who it is?"
I gave Ice a droll look instead of asking him if he is serious. The man points a finger at me.
"I'm not fucking around, Cole. I know you think you can handle anything that's thrown at you, but I don't trust this motherfucker. If you see something suspicious, you call me for backup. Understood?"
I nod, then stand from the chair. Time for me to go get some grub. Anyone else want me to pick them up something? I ask before walking away. Both Ice and Screech pale, looking as if they might puke.
"Think we'll pass on that offer, brother. Good luck,"
Screech replies. Ice smirks. I got a woman I'm sure is baking cookies at the house. Gotta make sure I save room for dessert. Fucking dickhead is so happy with Morgan, and he's not afraid to rub his happy home in all our faces. Good for him. He deserves it. She deserves it. And they can have all their sweet and their cookies, too. With the dismissal, I leave Ice's office and make my way out of the club. It doesn't take me long to get to Billy Bob's barbecue. 15 minutes after hitting the highway, I'm at my destination. It looks like any southern barbecue joint, which sucks because it would make my job a fuck of a lot easier if there was a giant flashing sign that read, "Killer in here." Stepping in through the restaurant's front double doors, the smell of pork hits me. I love pork. Or, I should say, I used to before this case. My stomach begins to get a little queasy just thinking about eating meat from this place. Stepping up to the rinky-dink podium where the hostess is waiting, I tell her a table for one, and then she sits me in a relatively empty section. This is good. It will keep the obstacles from blocking my vision. The hostess lingers a few beats too long, licking her lips in appreciation of my figure. I get it. Really, the older I get, the more I can distinguish the hunger of lust in a female's eyes. If only women would realize the danger that can be behind any physique. I order a sweet tea, and the hostess says it'll be out in a moment with my waitress Diana. When she leaves, I blow out a breath. I like eating alone. In fact, I like being alone. Solitude is my friend. There is a peace in not being tied to another person, a safety in it. Grabbing the menu, I start to check it over. It isn't very diversified. Lots of pork and barbecue, with only a few other items such as a steak or a burger. If we ever have a pork belly shortage, this place will certainly struggle to stay open. I try to concentrate on the description of the dishes, but my mind keeps flashing back to the murdered men. The thought of a man instead of a pig with an apple stuck in its mouth almost makes me sick right here at the table, but I manage to reel myself in. Maybe Pixie has a point about this meat thing. However, there isn't much else to choose from. A few moments later, a short, middle-aged Latino woman with curly brown hair stops at my table and sets down a sweet tea. "Here's your drink, sir. Are you ready to order?" Slapping the menu down on the table, I surprise even myself when I tell her. "Salad." Diana's eyes widen, and she repeats after me in hesitation. "Salad?" I give her a nod, reiterating. "Salad." She stands there for a second, staring at me as if she's waiting for me to say something else. When I don't, she looks down to her pad and mutters, "The big bad biker is getting a salad." "Okay." Looking back at me, she then asks, "What kind of dressing would you like on your salad, sir?" "Ranch," I reply crankily. I am hungry, borderline hangry, as they say. I don't need this broad judging me for ordering a fucking salad. Just because I eat some green shit doesn't mean I can't kick ass. "Anything else?" Diana asks a little hopefully. Shaking my head, I see she looks a little disappointed when she walks away with my order. After she disappears behind a swinging door that reads "Employees Only," I think of her disappointed expression and chuckle to myself. It seems she was hoping for a piece of me. The thought makes me burn for physical release. It has been far too long since the last time I was inside of a woman, and Precious is now tucked away safely with her son a state away in Alabama. There won't be any calling her for relief. As I sit here considering my other options, Diana makes her way back to my table with a salad on her tray. Dropping it off in front of me, she gives me a wink and says in a sultry voice,
"Let me know if you need anything else, handsome."
I give her a smile, which is all the woman will get from me. Looking down at the large bowl in front of me, I have to admit, the salad looks good. Lots of leafy greens mixed with tomatoes, small slivers of onions, and cucumbers. Grabbing the small bowl of ranch dressing, I'm just about to put it on my lunch when I stop. Looking at the creamy white dressing I've used 1,000 times before, my mind chooses that moment to remind me of Pixie and her lemon juice dressing. Spritz, she called it, paired with perfectly infused water that somehow completely naturally tasted like some delicacy. I didn't want to admit to her that it wasn't that bad to eat because, at the time, I thought she was a little fruity. Now I find myself wishing the ranch was gone and I had Pixie's lemon juice instead. Fuck, but that woman is going to drive me to distraction. As if in an attempt to rebel against my wayward thoughts about the woman who practically stalks me, I dump the ranch on my salad and dig in. While eating, I take the time to watch my surroundings, keeping a pulse point on every person who walks in or out of the kitchen. I don't exactly see anyone who screams serial killer to me, but if he is here, Cook probably stays in the kitchen, a place I can't go or see because of the way the restaurant is set up. I finish my salad, pay for my meal, and get the fuck out of there because, honestly, it gives me the creeps. My mom has always believed in trusting your instincts. My gut, my instincts scream this place isn't on the up and up. Whether it is the home of a hitman or a serial killer, well, I've yet to determine. I decide to head back to the club, check in with Ice, and then grab a beer to wash today away. If I can get one persistent little woman off my mind, I might call up one of the girls I use and fuck my day away too. I just have this feeling that Pixie isn't going to let me forget her.
Paisley. Drop. Lock. I mentally talk myself through a firm squat session. My hands sweat inside my gloves as I hold the weights. Training. This is what I do. I focus on the task at hand. I can't drown in thoughts if I think through each movement of my muscle groups. Moving my energies toward health and fitness, I take a negative time and balance myself until I can find the positive again. By the time I finish up my cardio routine, I'm a sweaty mess as I make my way to the spin classroom to see how Des is doing. She is filling in for the instructor today. She has sweat pouring down her face and is splotchy red. "That shit is no joke," she says before gulping down water. I smile. Intense. I like it. Maybe I'll fill in next time. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I sense him before I see him. When Des smiles her biggest smile and stands up taller, I know before he makes it to her that Hammer is here too. I feel so stupid. I haven't seen Cole since the dinner fiasco. What is the proper etiquette to reach out? I am sure he thinks I'm a crazy stalker, and I wish he could see that I'm not. Regardless, I can't shake the feelings. It has been almost 10 days since the failed attempt at dinner. I don't know how nutso it is for me to try to invite him out to a restaurant or do something else. The urge to apologize keeps crawling inside of me. Things are just getting worse with each passing day. I know that my energy is off. I also know that none of it matters to him. "Fucking love when you're all hot, Des," Hammer says before devouring Desiree in a kiss. Cole just looks at me while we awkwardly wait for our friends to come up for air. "Hey, Trevor." I raise my hand up in a wave. My skin is covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and I'm only wearing a sports bra and the booty shorts that I work out in. My hair is braided back, and I'm sure I look a hot mess with no makeup and the bags under my eyes from my nightmares lately. "Pixie," he smiles. "Glad to see you're not digging into me anymore." I can only nod because it was really stupid of me to do that. Then, energies be damned. I decide to walk away. Des will call or text later. Cole isn't here for me anyway, so I stand around like I'm waiting for something. See you around, Trevor, I tell him, stepping away while Hammer and Des finally break apart. I round the corner when Scotty reaches out and brazenly grabs my ass. No! I scream reactively. In a whoosh, Cole slams Scotty against the wall with his forearm pressed into Scotty's neck and a knee to his junk, holding him in place. Pixie didn't ask to be touched. Call your boyfriend off, Paisley, Scott pleads with me, refusing to acknowledge Cole. Hammer takes his side while Des stands beside me. Muscle Man, when are you gonna learn? Hammer asks while Cole drops his knee back and slams it into Scotty's crotch. Ice your balls, ice your mind, and ice your motherfucking fingers, because you won't ever fucking touch her again unless she asks for it. Cole growls before one last shove, releasing Scotty. Fucking tease. Scotty sneers, glaring at me as he hobbles away, holding his balls. Not looking at Cole, I stammer out a thank you to both him and Hammer as I rush away in a panic. Guilt. Did I give off the wrong energy? Working out increases endorphins, which can be misread. Scotty is getting harder and harder to handle. It's not my intention to mislead a single soul. I am who I am. My heart is racing and I can feel the adrenaline pumping through my body. Suddenly, I feel the negative energy wash over me, like an invisible slime, and I want nothing more than to go wash it off in the shower. I start to enter the women's locker room when I hear Cole call after me. Pixie. Looking back over my shoulder, I answer, yes? He points in the direction that Scotty just walked off in. If that asswipe gives you trouble again, let me know, understand? Unable to form words, I nod and then quickly enter the women's locker room. I don't bother to shower there. I just grab my stuff out of my locker and hightail it out of the gym. Rushing home, I lock my door the minute it shuts and race to the bathroom to jump in the shower. I can't help feeling as though Scotty's touch has corrupted my aura or something. All I want to do is wash it off, then meditate to find my center again. A small part of me can't help wondering if the incident is my karmic punishment for digging into Cole's past, which only makes me feel worse.
Chapter 9. Cole. Anyone seen Big Jim? I ask the brothers around the club as I walk from one end to the other, looking for the big red-haired bastard. Everyone shakes their head no, so I make my way back toward Ice's office in the hallway with the private rooms our girls use. Perhaps Ice has seen him, or maybe he is in one of those rooms with his old lady Lisa. The couple have been together for as long as I've known them, yet they always act like a couple of horny teenagers. Once I make it to the Prez's office, I knock twice on the door frame to get his attention from where he's sitting behind his desk. Have you seen Big Jim? Putting the paper down he was reading, Ice gives me a weird look. The last time I saw BJ was yesterday when I asked him to stop by the Billy Bob's barbecue and ask that waitress Screech was chatting up with about what the Gov ordered the last time he ate there. No one has seen him today? He should have fucking reported in by now. My stomach drops. I don't waste another second. Whipping out my cell phone, I dial Big Jim's number, hoping it will pick up. Nothing. Once his voicemail kicks on, I hang up and try his number again. Nothing. When that doesn't work, I call Lisa. Looking over at the schedule posted on the wall, I see her name written on today's date for being on shift tonight. She should already be here, and I'm pretty sure she isn't. Otherwise, one of the boys would have said something when I asked about Big Jim. Turning my attention back to Ice, he reads the alarm in my eyes and stands up from his chair. They're not answering? He asks me worriedly. I shake my head as I try Lisa's number for a second time. However, it doesn't seem as if Ice is going to wait to see if that works as he takes off for the door with his motorcycle keys in his hand, muttering, "This isn't right. Something's wrong." Hanging up, I follow him down the hallway. catching Hammer's eye before we reach the front door and motioning for him to come with us. Ice is already on his bike and waiting when we make it outside. Hammer and I hop on our motorcycles, and then the three of us take off like we are running from the hounds of hell. Little do we know, we are about to step into a hell of our own. Pulling up at Big Jim's small house, we take notice that no lights are on, yet his bike and Lisa's car are both parked in the driveway. This is definitely not a good sign. In all the years Big Jim has been with the Regulators, he has never been late. Never missed a call without returning it, and Lisa has been our best bartender since we opened. The three of us run up to the door, not bothering to knock as Ice tries the doorknob first. When he turns it, the door opens. Another bad sign. We all know BJ keeps his house and his girl locked up safe when they're home. Ice gives the hand signal for us to pull our guns, and Hammer and I do. Then I try to prepare myself mentally for whatever it is we are about to walk in on. Prez goes in first, with me on his heels and Hammer following the both of us. Hammer calls out in a loud voice, "BJ? Brother, you here?" There is no response as we move through the house, into the living room first, and then spreading out to start checking every corner. Hammer tries to call out again. "BJ, Lisa, any of you home?" A small, muffled sob sounds from somewhere in the back, and the three of us take off racing in that direction. Past the kitchen, down a wide hallway, past the bathroom to the last door in the hallway. Their bedroom. The door is shut, so Hammer puts his ear to it to listen. None of us hear a thing, so Hammer tries calling out again. "Lisa, honey, you in there?" This time the sob is louder, followed by a moan, and it definitely isn't a moan of pleasure. Hammer twists the knob and eases the door open an inch to peek inside. "Fuck!" he booms a second later, throwing the door open and running inside. Ice and I follow him, only to stop in our tracks at the sight before us. Lying on the bed in a large pool of blood is our brother. The way he has been killed is beyond horrific. Skewered. Literally. A pole shoved through his buttocks vertically until it comes out of his neck behind his head. Another muffled sob sounds to the left, and I see Hammer kneeling by Lisa, who is bound by her blood-covered hands and wrists with a gag in her mouth. I watch in shock as Hammer pulls out a switchblade, making Lisa flinch away as he tries to calm her fears. "Don't flinch, sweetheart. I'm just going to cut the gag off you, and then we will untie you." Lisa nods, then holds herself very still as Hammer cuts the gag off. The moment it drops from her mouth, she starts wailing in pain.
"BJ! He killed my BJ! What am I supposed to do without him?"
Her gut-wrenching sobs are of heartache and unbearable agony. Sawing at the rope on her ankles, Hammer tells her in a soft voice, "I know, honey, but you gotta stay still so I don't accidentally cut you. We need to get you out of here and to the hospital." Hammer looks over at us. "Call the cops. We've all got alibis, so they can't try and pin this shit on us." My stare locks with his until he breaks the look to finish cutting off the ropes. "We call the cops now, and they're gonna make it difficult for us to take this bastard out." Ice snaps. "Not if we hurry and get the motherfucker." I turn my head to look at Ice standing by the bed, staring at the sight of Big Jim skewered like some kind of human shish kebab. Acid burns up my throat as I look at our dead brother and hear his woman wailing for him from the other side of the room. BJ was one of the good guys. He deserved to go out after a long life with his woman with lots of babies, not on a stake.
"Jesus, Lisa, how bad is it?"
Hammer asks just then. Not realizing Lisa is hurt herself, I walk over to look closer at her bloody hands. I had stupidly assumed she touched BJ before being tied up. Now I can see, as she sobs in pain, that her fingers have been cut off. All 10 of them.
I came home and found him with BJ, so I tried to run and call the cops on my cell phone. He caught me before I could make it out the door and said I had to pay for trying to call someone while he was working on his delicacy.
Where is he, Lisa? I ask.
He thought he heard someone walking up to the house, so he put a gag in my mouth and took off. But really, no one was here.
Her breath hitches, and she tries to speak through her tears.
He's long gone.
Hammer snaps. Enough talk. We need to get her help now. Ice walks over, helping me and Hammer lift her to her feet, and then I scoop her up in my arms and carry her out of the house. I sit on the house's front porch steps and listen as Ice calls 911 and asks for the police and an ambulance while I hold a shaking, sobbing woman in my arms.
Cole. My BJ. The pain. He had to be in so much pain. I only came back because I forgot my waist apron for tonight.
She hiccups.
If I had come home sooner or left later, my man could still be alive. God, why couldn't I have been back in time?
I feel her blood saturate my shirt, but I don't care. This woman has lived, fought, and damn near died for her man, even losing her fingers for him. Yet she isn't crying about her fingers as she balls in my arms. No, she is crying for her lover, begging God to bring BJ back to her. Something changes in me in that moment. I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I would if I could. Even if I didn't put it into words, I know to the bottom of my soul that I will never be the same again.
Paisley. Somebody is watching me. That's what my senses are telling me. I have goosebumps down my arms and the hair on the back of my neck is standing up as I walk up to my apartment building with the rest of the groceries I need for girls' night tonight. I look around the parking lot before I enter my building, but I don't see anyone. It's enough to give me a case of the willies. Walking into my apartment, I try to blow the creepy feeling off. Perhaps it was a nosy neighbor or something, I don't know. What I do know is that I'm not going to let it get to me any more tonight. My girls are coming over, and I'm in desperate need of time with them after this week. They have had a busy time trying to take care of another old lady in the Regulators MC after the loss of her husband. Even though I don't know Lisa, I sent over some crystals and a salt lamp to hopefully soothe some of her tension. Morgan and Desiree didn't share what happened, only telling me it was tragic, unexpected, and has put everyone on an emotional edge. All of this made my mind and spirit worry for Cole. Worry is a strong emotion. Like anger and love, it has the power to manipulate our minds into the darkness rather than staying in the moment and the light. My spirit hurts for Lisa, and I can only hope that she finds peace in time and that her heart heals. Morgan and Des will be here in about an hour, so I need to hurry and get these vegetables cut up for the veggie tray. Turning on the radio, I listen to music as I shimmy from side to side while I cut veggies. Cucumbers and carrots will do wonders for a body. If only I could get my girls to realize they don't need the cookies and popcorn. An hour passes before I know it, and I'm just putting my homemade dressing in a bowl on the platter when a knock sounds at the door. Racing over, I look through the peephole and see Des, so I swing the door open to greet her. When I do, I see Morgan is standing right next to her. "Hey, you two, come on in." I hold the door open so they can walk through with their hands full. "What did you two bring this time?" Morgan holds up a bottle of wine with a big smile on her face. "I know it's not your home brew, but it is organic and local. Des and I decided this was going to be a fully loaded girls' night. I think we all need it." "I won't argue with that," I grumble under my breath, thinking of whoever it is that's watching me. In fact, with my door open, I feel it again. I feel vulnerable in a way I haven't felt in a very long time. Morgan and Des are looking at me funny, so I changed the subject. How is Lisa doing? Better than I would be if something happened to Ice, Morgan gives honestly. Me too, Des adds, and the air becomes thick with sadness. What are we watching tonight? I ask, trying to refocus the energy. A mischievous grin spreads across Morgan's face. I heard about your trouble with that guy at the gym, so I have the perfect movie for you tonight. She reaches into her purse and pulls out a DVD like she's a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Ta-da! How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Ooh, Matthew McConaughey. I definitely wouldn't want to lose him if I had him in my bed. And I sure as hell would need more than 10 days. Des laughs. You and I both, girl. But don't tell Hammer I said that. He'll get all puffy-chested like a peacock and feel the need to remind me why I only need him. We all laugh at the look on her face. It's somewhere between dreamy and cross-eyed, as if she can't decide whether or not she would want that from Hammer tonight. Morgan shrugs. Anyway, I figured we can watch this, then plot some shit you can pull off in front of Scotty so he won't think you're as attractive as he thought you were, or something like that. Des points at Morgan. Are we doing our own version of Mission Impossible? Morgan gives Des a huge grin back. Mission Lose the Loser? I giggle at my friends being silly and thank the powers that be that I was lucky enough to find them. I know, Des shouts. Mission Stop Scott. Morgan and I both shake our heads at that one. Then I hold my hand out in Morgan's direction, and she looks at me quizzically. Give me the wine, girl. I need to be halfway to toasted for the next idea she gets. An hour later, that's exactly where I am. I am blitzed. Hell, I just might be drunk. I don't drink a lot, and this batch of wine is hitting me harder than my home-brewed stuff. That's probably why I find myself blurting out, I think somebody's watching me. During the movie, for no good reason at all. Morgan and Des, who are also a little drunk, both look at me. Seriously? Des asks. Or are you, about to sing that song? What song? I ask her in confusion. She waves her hand in the air. You know, that song? The one that gets stuck in your head. What song? I ask her again. Des throws both her hands over her eyes, yet moves her fingers so she's peeking at us through her hands and starts a head bob. I always feel like... She sings horribly off tune. Damn it, now that song is going to be stuck in my head. No, I really feel like I'm being followed and watched. It doesn't make sense, I admit. And even though I didn't plan on telling anyone, I find relief in doing so. It's probably your imagination. Your chi, isn't that what you call it, is out of whack. Morgan slurs. Oh my goodness, Morgan. I laugh at her. My friends accept my lifestyle even if they don't understand it. I think we should tell Hammer. Des decides firmly. No, it's my problem. We're part of a motorcycle club life. You're our friend, your family. We tell Hammer and Ice, they'll find out if there is a threat, Paisley. Des explains like this is the most natural thing in the world. When my doorbell rings, I jump, only to exhale and center myself when I realize it's only Hammer and Ice here to pick up their women. With hugs goodbye, my friends leave. I can't help wondering what it would feel like to have a man who protected me and looked out for me the way those two do. After pulling the chain on my door, I literally shake my body, trying to shake off the feeling someone's outside. Snap out of it, Paisley, I tell myself before letting the alcohol relax me until I fall into a deep sleep. A dark, deep sleep where I have a dark, bearded, bald man promise me safety, security, and love. Will my life ever go back to normal since bumping into Trevor Cole Blake? I have the feeling it's not.
Chapter 10. Cole. Brother, get this. I think that creep from the gym is watching Paisley, Hammer says while we sit in the office of Alibi going over the alcohol order and supply list. It's late. Normal people would be home, but the order has to get put in and it's our rotation. Why do you think that? Des told me that Paisley keeps getting that feeling that somebody's watching her. Not all the time, but at different times. When she goes to the gym, her job, shit like that. Feeling anger surge through me, I blurt out, "I will nail that motherfucker's balls to the wall." Hammer snorts. Feeling like doing some medieval torture-style shit, huh? She must be getting to you, man. Swear to God, brother, you start some matchmaking type shit and I will tell the whole club you're now wearing Dez's pink panties. Don't fuck with me about this. He laughs as he flips the inventory page and starts going over the next list. You're mighty fucking touchy for a man who doesn't give a shit, then. I shrug. Didn't say I don't give a shit. What I'm saying is keep your nose out of it. Even I don't know why I care about Pixie. I'm not going to deny it. I'm just not sure what I'm going to do about it either. We have enough going on in the club that I haven't had time to sort things out with Pixie. Even though every spare moment has been helping Lisa with medical treatments, final arrangements, and deciding her future plans, I can't stop thinking about the hot-as-fuck redhead and how she twists me up inside. Holding his hands up in surrender, Hammer says, all right, no need to get your dick in a twist about it. Pointing at the sheets of paper, I ask, we about done with this? I've got shit to do. He nods. Finishing up now, bro. You can take off if you want. I'm eager to get back home to Dez anyway. She's drunk from their girls' night tonight, and I'm in the mood for the wild woman that my old lady becomes when alcohol is involved. I pat him on the back. Thanks, man. See you later. And do me a favor. Tell Dez that if she thinks Paisley is in trouble to give me a call, yeah? Hammer doesn't bother to look at me, but I can see the side of his mouth move up in a smirk as he says, will do. I leave the office and make my way through the club and consider stopping at the bar for a beer. Thing is, I have no desire to be here right now. I'm restless, and the road and my bike are calling my name. Heading out into the parking lot toward my machine, I blow out a breath. Then, as I crank my motorcycle up and rev the engine, a certain quirky woman pops into my mind again. Why I can't stop thinking about her, I have no idea. The woman is getting under my skin, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. What I do know is that I don't like the idea that she's scared because she thinks someone is watching her. That's how I find myself driving toward her place. This isn't the first time. I've found myself doing it quite a few times this past week. Every time I think back to holding Lisa as she screamed BJ's name, I find myself wanting to make sure Pixie is okay. I even drive by her job and her gym. I don't like the way she makes me feel. The way she's slowly digging under my skin as if she has the right to burrow into me like that. What is it about the woman that gets to me? Whatever it is, in the past week I have found that alcohol won't make it go away, and my dick doesn't want another woman. Two more things I'm not exactly happy about. Thing is, as much as I'm not happy about the situation, I'm also curious. This could end up being a very dangerous combination. For both of us. The last time I allowed myself to get entangled with a woman, it cost both of us our future plans. Is Pixie worth that level of risk? It doesn't take me long to make my way to her place where I park next to her little Prius. As I get off my bike, I can't help snorting at her car. I can just hear her sweet little voice telling me how she drives that car because of her footprint or some shit like that.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
The only footprint I've ever cared about is the one I leave behind after I kick an asshole in the face. I sure as shit have never given a damn about any environmental shit. Since meeting Pixie, though, that's slowly starting to change. The other day, I put my water bottle in the recycle bin instead of the trash can. I could almost imagine Pixie there talking about the waste of bottles and plastic. Jesus, the woman is going to drive me insane. Yet that doesn't stop me from making my way toward her apartment door and knocking on it loud enough to wake the dead. From what I hear about how much she drank, I will be lucky if she hears that. I have to knock 3 more times before I hear a slurred, "Hold your horses," from the other side of the door. I smile at the sound of her undoing her locks, and then watch with rapt attention as she slowly opens the door with a confused look on her face. Leaning against the doorframe for support, she says,
"What in the world are you doing here, Trevor? It's 1 o'clock in the morning."
Pushing past her, I don't bother to wait for her to invite me inside. I just walk into her living room while saying, "Heard you thought someone was following you. I'm sleeping on your couch to make sure you're okay." Sitting down on her small couch, I cringe at the thought of sleeping on it. But I made my so-called bed, so now I have to lay on it because I sure as hell don't think Pixie's going to let me lay on hers. If she did, there would be trouble for both of us.
"Sexy man on my couch," she slurs to herself, closing the front door. "Not even gonna lock the door if he wants to play knight to my damsel in distress."
"Pixie, not here playing any game." I study her. "Lock the door."
"Oh, he gets all large and in charge telling me what to do,"
she again says to herself. It makes my dick hard thinking about being in charge of her. "Pixie, how much did you drink?" Her eyes grow wide as if she's just realized I'm here.
"A lot, which is why I think I'm dreaming."
She saunters over to me and I stand up from the couch. Standing in front of me, I look down as she smiles up at me. Her right hand comes up and she pinches my waist, making my abs flex instinctively.
"Guess I'm not dreaming," she mutters.
"Pixie," I say on a laugh, "you're supposed to pinch yourself to see if you aren't dreaming, not me." She bats her eyelashes at me.
"I really want to kiss you, Trevor."
I freeze. I can't move. I can't breathe. This woman has me unable to think. She twists her hands in front of her anxiously.
"I really want to have sex with you. You're all hot and bad boy, but soft side all in one. Oh yeah. I want to rock your world, and I just know you'll rock mine."
"Pixie," I manage to say in a raspy whisper, "you're drunk. I don't do blurred lines. You gotta know that." She yawns.
"I'm too tired to be bed-rocking tonight, stud muffin."
She pats my chest like I'm being dismissed.
"Gotta get my beauty sleep."
In nothing but a tiny tank top and shorts that show the cup of her ass, she walks away toward her bedroom without looking back. Thank fuck. I have never wanted someone so badly in my fucking life. My mind spins like a merry-go-round that won't stop trying to sort out these desires I never had before. I'm in over my head. Deep shit. Pixie and me are in deep shit.
Paisley. Too much. Those 2 words float through my head over and over again. I'm feeling way too much right now. Cole slept on my couch last night, but was gone before I ever woke up. Maybe I was dreaming and he didn't stay, but Between my karma being constantly off balance with Cole and being creeped out because I'm being watched, my nerves are overloaded. Is it Scotty? He's never behaved this way before. There is no reason for me to think it's him. But who else would it be since I mostly keep to myself? My days consist of gardening, teaching yoga, working out, and working at the grocery store. I don't date. I don't have enemies. I don't have a dangerous job or lifestyle. Why would anyone want to follow me? Sure, Scotty has been a little more aggressive, and he's always tried to get me to go out with him, but why follow me around? Am I crazy? Honestly, I don't even know if I am being followed. It's just this creepy feeling I have. I need a day at home to try to recenter myself. Picking up my cell phone without another thought, I call the gym. Brandy, the receptionist, picks up after the second ring. Hello, this is Beach Flex Life. How may I help you? Hi, Brandy, this is Paisley. I'm not feeling well today. Do you think you can get someone else to cover my yoga class? Sure, Paisley, I'll get right on that. I hope you feel better. Thank you. I'm going to do a cleanse. I think that will help. Have a good day. Hanging up the phone, I gather up what I need to do an aura cleanse. First, I'm going to start with cleansing the space around me. I close my windows to seal the room, and then grab my white sage stick. Lighting it, I let the sage burn for a few seconds, then blow the flame out, letting the smoke billow around me. The cloud of gray blurs my vision. Then, in time, it clears much like it will do for my energies. Then I walk around my apartment, letting the smoke fill the rooms so it can dissolve the negative energy. This is also known as smudging and was a practice the Native Americans used to get rid of negative energies. Many times, as they moved from place to place, based on the seasons changing, they would sage their homes. If ever an elder passed on or a war was coming, this was the first step of balance for any of them. Their tradition has been passed on for centuries, and I'm a firm believer in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The practice was good enough for my ancestors, so it's good enough for me. By the time I'm done, I feel relaxed and renewed, but in need of a bath. After taking care of my smudging stick, I head for my bathroom. Not bothering to turn the lights on, I light candles instead, and then draw myself a hot bath laced with sea salt. Inhaling deeply, I allow my worries to flow out of me on an exhale. Salt, nature's most natural and best cleanser. It opens your pores, draws out impurities, and rejuvenates. Living at the beach, the salt in the air soothes without anyone even realizing that's what relaxes them, and not their actual vacation. Science has shown the benefits of salt. Before I get in the water, I turn on my sound machine, which has different soothing settings. I pick the one of the ocean and put the volume on low. Typically, I would take a day and head to the actual beach. No need to waste water. However, since I can't shake this feeling of being watched, I don't feel comfortable going out. Sinking down into the water, I close my eyes. Rather than allow my insecurities to grow, I blow them out on every exhale. Balance. I will find it again.
Chapter 11. Cole. It's time we did a little more reconnaissance. Hearing Ice's words, I lose my temper. Fuck reconnaissance. It's time to put a motherfucker in the ground. My mind won't stop replaying how we found Big Jim, and I haven't slept worth shit since. I watch as Ice leans back in his chair at the conference table and crosses his arms over his chest. Yeah, it's definitely time for that, brother. But in case you forgot, we have to figure out who Cook is before we can put him 6 feet under. I vote he doesn't get buried, Hammer says. I say if he likes the idea of food so much, we make him food. For the Gators. Ice slaps his hand down on the table, garnering all our attention. I get you're mad. Hell, I'm livid. We owe our brother justice, and we're gonna get it for him. But to do that, we need to make sure we get the right guy so he doesn't ever kill anyone else again. So zip your fucking lips and listen up. Our prez gives the two of us a hard stare before continuing. We're going back to Billy Bob's barbecue, but this time so we don't stand out. We're going to take the girls with us. Hammer, go home and get Des. I'm going home to pick Morgan up." Then he looks at me, studying me. "And you're going to bring Paisley. That way, we're just 3 dudes out with our women on a group date. Meet me back here in an hour so we can ride in together." With that, Ice stands up and walks out of the room, leaving before I can protest over taking Pixie with us. Not that I mind spending time with her, but I'm not big on the idea of taking her anywhere near that sick fuck who killed Big Jim. I have to admit, though, Ice's plan is solid. I also know that the 3 of us can protect the women while they are with us. Looks like I just got another legitimate reason to stay at Pixie's place for a while. Hammer and I both stand up, not saying a word as we leave the office. It doesn't take me long to get to Pixie's place, and before I know it, I'm knocking on her door again. What I don't expect is for her to answer in what looks like nothing but a fluffy white robe. "What the fuck, woman? Where are your clothes?" I put my hand on her abdomen to push her back, then close the door behind me. "You don't ever answer your door like this again." Pixie holds up a hand.
"Trevor, I just cleansed and recentered myself in this space. I can't cover up in restrictive clothing until I feel in place. You will not bring any angry or negative energy into it."
I've got not one fucking clue what you're talking about, woman. But what I do want to know is what the hell are you smoking? This whole place reeks of it. It's not weed. In high school, I smoked here and there, and this isn't that smell. Maybe it's those flavored cigarettes that the smoke shop sells, or some of that hookah shit everyone raves about. Then again, Pixie is a little quirky, so maybe she got a bad deal on her weed. Pixie plants her hands on her hips.
"I was not smoking. At least, not the way you mean."
I grab her hands off her hips and hold them in my own as I lean forward to tell her quietly, in case her walls are thin and her neighbors are nosy. "Babe, you like to smoke Mary Jane, that's fine with me. But next time, turn on a vent, yeah? You might want to check your stash because I think it's stale or something. Smells wrong." A distant memory with my grandfather hits me. I remember what that smell is. A sage stick. I can remember being a little boy, visiting him on the reservation and watching as he lit one and surrounded me with its smoke. Something about cleaning out bad energy. I wonder what bad energy Pixie thinks she has to cleanse her place like this. Fuck, what if she thinks I'm bad energy? For someone like Pixie, that would mean a death sentence to whatever it is we are doing here. I'm not saying I'm in love with the woman, but she's got me hooked, and I want a taste of her. I'm not sure I can walk away from her now, even if she asks me to. I've never lost control like this. In fact, I've never felt so strongly about anyone as I do this woman, and I don't even know why. I watch as Pixie gets frustrated, then shouts,
"Trevor, what are you doing here? Don't you have to be at work or something?"
Fuck, but she's cute when she gets all worked up. It makes me wonder how she would look in all the other ways I can get her worked up. I don't have time to waste, though, so I need her to get a move on and get dressed. "Came by to pick you up for lunch, Pixie." Her face softens as she whispers,
"You want to take me out?"
Running one of my fingers down the side of her face, I say, "Yeah. We're going out with Ice, Hammer, and their old ladies. So do me a favor and stow away your sass and get your ass dressed so we can go. I don't want to be late." She stands there and stares at me with so much emotion going on in those eyes of hers that I have to look away. Just because she's got me wanting to taste her doesn't mean I can give her anything else. Go on and get ready, woman. I'm hungry, and we're going to be late. I watch as she rushes off upstairs to her loft bedroom. It takes me by complete surprise when she walks down 5 minutes later, seemingly dressed and ready to go. I thought broads took an hour to get ready to go somewhere. I should have known that wouldn't be Pixie. She's so different from all the other women I've known. She stands in front of me. I take in her tight, skinny jeans, moccasin slip-ons, and tie-dye t-shirt. The woman screams hippie in this outfit. Yet I find her fucking adorable. Reminds me a bit of my mom and her free spirit. Grabbing her hand, I pull her along behind me. Let's go, woman. I'm hungry. Which is a lie. I haven't been truly hungry in days, but no one needs to know how much this cook case is getting to me. I stop long enough to let her lock her front door, and then I grab her hand again and speedwalk her to my bike. Even though she was quick about getting ready, there's no time to waste. I strap a helmet to her head, then get on the bike and wait for her to get on behind me. She seems a little hesitant at first as she climbs on, but then she quickly settles into the seat and wraps her arms around my middle, holding me tight. Her feet hit the pegs, and her inner thighs press into me as she cocoons around me. Her front presses into my back while I feel the heat of her breaths on my neck, making me hard. Rock fucking hard. I inhale deeply, feeling her tension as she settles in behind me. I have never had someone on my bike before. I don't have a sissy bar for her to lean against. I only have a seat for two because it was more comfortable than the one that came on my Harley. I click the gears with my foot, roll backward, and will my cock to tame. Then we hit the open road, and the trembling in her hands stops before I feel her relax behind me. It takes a serious minute for me to turn in the direction we need to go, when I can easily drive off and hit US 1 North and take Pixie out on the open road with me. I shiver with all the feelings I'm building for this woman. I've never believed in love at first sight or lust at first sight. Fuck. I don't believe in love after what Amber did just weeks after telling me how much she loved me. How can I ever trust another woman again? Yet at every turn, Pixie is hell-bent on righting a wrong that was a mere accident. She's good in a way that I crave. She also has not one clue what I'm capable of. For that alone, she should stay away from me. My cock softens as I remind myself what I may have done in my teenage naivety. Yeah, there's no way Pixie needs to have her energy tainted by mine. She just doesn't know it. First, we head back to the clubhouse to meet up with Ice Hammer and their old ladies on the backs of their bikes. Once there, we don't even get off my bike. The minute Ice sees us coming, he fires up his motorcycle and slowly starts rolling out. Hammer and I line up side by side to ride behind him as we head over to the barbecue place. When we get there, we park our bikes near the entrance, facing out, in case we need to make a quick getaway with the girls. The women all smile and greet each other with hugs as if they haven't seen each other in ages. Morgan and Des do this all the time, so I suppose it's normal female behavior. Either that or they're happy to hit the ground after a ride. Whatever it is, I don't give a shit. I feel too off balance from having Pixie so close. As soon as they stop, Ice wraps his arm casually around Morgan, settling his hand in the back pocket of her jeans. Hammer walks behind Desiree with his arms wrapped around her on both sides. Awkwardly, I slip Paisley's hand in mine to the feel of a zing of electricity. The charge only makes me squeeze her hand, not wanting to ever let go. It's strange, the sensations I feel whenever Paisley is around. We walk into Billy Bob's barbecue and all eyes turn to us. I'm not surprised. It's not every day you have a group of bikers walk into a restaurant with women at their side. The hostess seats us quickly around 2 tables that they push together for us near the back of the restaurant. I don't know if they're trying to keep us separated from the rest of their customers, but it doesn't matter because the positioning allows Ice, Hammer, and myself to keep the whole place under surveillance. The waitress comes out quickly to take our orders, and I can tell she's friendly but nervous. Looking at her name tag, I see that it's the same waitress that Screech mentioned talking to before. Chrissy.
"What can I get for you all?"
she asks us in a sweet southern twang. Pixie and I let everyone order before us. I'm surprised she doesn't cringe at the meat orders. It sort of impresses me. Then the waitress turns to us and Pixie orders a salad. She doesn't bother to hide her surprise when I do the same. I still can't stomach the idea of eating meat. Just the thought of it makes me think about finding Cook's victim in the steel drum barrel, boiled. Or Big Jim, skewered like he was some fucking piece of meat to put on the grill. I fight back the urge to vomit even thinking about it. Salad. Freshly green leaves. It has an entirely new appeal.
Paisley. Riding on his motorcycle was exhilarating. The way he showed up and said, "Let's go," was thrilling and surprising. I didn't know what to expect. Then, when he took my hand in his, I felt the spark and smiled inside. Even though I still feel eyes on me, whenever Cole is around, it quickly disappears. There is a safety that encompasses me whenever he's present. The guys all look around, continually scanning the space. Morgan and Des aren't even aware, it seems. When he orders a salad, I want to tell him it's okay to order a steak. However, I decide this isn't the time or the place to have that kind of conversation. I expected the guys to give him a hard time for his order, but they don't. "I think Scotty is on something," Des says to me while we are waiting for our meals. "He's a lot more aggressive lately. Yanessa, the new spin instructor, she said he threw a barbell into a mirror the other day. He lied, though, and said it slipped out of his grip because he was lifting too heavy a weight. I don't know how y'all can spend so much time at the gym," Morgan pipes in. "I don't like to be around a bunch of people and feel like I'm being watched. I only go when drill sergeant bust everyone's balls says it's time." We all laugh. "I make sure you get plenty of cardio and burn calories all between the sheets, baby," Ice remarks proudly. "And the kitchen table, the counters, the couch, the floor," Hammer goads his friend. It's easygoing being at dinner with everyone, and even Cole seems relaxed compared to his usual on-guard temperament. The guys are hyper-aware of our surroundings, but they are still engaged in our conversations. So this is what it feels like to be with a biker. Protected, but still a priority. No wonder Morgan and Des are so happy. Excusing myself to the restroom, I decide Cole could use a little fun in his life. As soon as I get around the corner to the hallway where the restrooms are, I see our waitress at her station, refilling drinks, and wave her over. "Is everything okay?" she asks politely. "Oh, it's great. I was wondering if I could buy a piece of that pecan pie separate and have you add a candle?" She smiles. "Someone's birthday?" "Yep, the bald man in our party." "Can you possibly sing to him?" "Happy to," she replies, and then I take off to the restroom so no one can question what I'm doing. Returning to the table, I'm nervous, thinking Cole may not like my surprise after all. Before I can think of a way to back out, though, the waitress comes out with 2 more following her and a whole pecan pie lit up with candles burning. Approaching our table, they begin to sing as Ice, Hammer, Cole, Des, and Morgan all look around in surprise. They sit the pie in front of Cole, who looks wide-eyed. I give his thigh a squeeze, and his eyes meet mine. "Happy birthday," I say, barely above a whisper. "Today is your new day." He smiles. A real genuine smile crosses his face before a laugh escapes.
Pixie, what the fuck am I supposed to do with you?
I shrug. Make a wish? Cole laughs again, and I feel an invisible weight lift off my shoulders. When the waitresses leave, Hammer is the first to comment. You two have obviously learned the art of silent communication.
Ethan,
Des interrupts him. What? They shared a look and suddenly Cole knows she got him good and laughed. Cole never fucking laughs. They obviously got something going on.
Drop it,
Cole tells Hammer, and they share a look. I don't know how to read it. There isn't anger or animosity, just a simple command that Hammer obeys. As we leave, I anticipate the energy shifting and the calm between Cole and I to leave. It doesn't. Cole walks me in my apartment where I expect him to leave, but instead he seems to make himself comfortable. He's the only person to get on my couch and not complain about the uncompromising wooden frame and the simplistic style that is for function, not comfort. Sitting beside him, I am at ease in my space. Even though there is so much we don't know about each other, it feels like he belongs here.
Today was fun, Pixie. Thanks for going with me.
I had fun too, I answer honestly.
Don't know the last time I spent out relaxed and laughing,
Cole says, meeting my stare. His honesty surprises and humbles me. I'm glad to be a part of anything that relaxes you and makes you happy.
Cole's dark eyes soften. Pixie, it seems like when you're around, things just relax. Maybe it's your aura.
He smiles at me.
Maybe it's your gift.
My gift?
My mother is Sioux, Cole explains. I spent summers growing up going to the reservation. In Native American culture, we are given a gift from the animals, the plants. It's how you are named, typically.
I'm intrigued. What normally soothes you, Cole? He laughs and it makes me smile.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I raise an eyebrow, challenging him.
Drums, thunder, really anything with a steady rhythm.
The continual beat of my heart suddenly pounds in my ears. The pull between us is stronger than ever before. As the thumping gets louder and faster, I find my body coming alive. Then I lick my lips and lean into him. Surprising even myself, I press my lips against his. With a slight opening, I slide my tongue in. Lights flash behind my eyelids, and my entire body tingles as the energy moves through me. Cole's hands cup either side of my face as he takes control. He's gentle in a way I didn't imagine would come from a large man like him. Reaching out, I run my hands up his neck and to the back of his head. The skin is smooth, soft, and I can't help massaging him as we continue to tangle our tongues. When I moan in pleasure, Cole abruptly pulls away and jumps up. He wipes his lips as if he's committed a crime and looks at me with pain in his eyes.
Pixie, I can't.
Those are the only words he speaks before rushing out the front door. I listen as his motorcycle rumbles away, while my lips still tingle from his kiss. Just when I think we will untangle ourselves from each other, we are somehow in deeper than before.
Chapter 12. Cole. I ride around Miami for a couple of hours, trying to clear my head, but it doesn't seem to work. There's only one thought that I keep coming back to. Tell her why. If I tell her about that night with Amber, maybe she will understand why I can't give her anything more. I can't give anyone a damn thing other than cash. The lines get blurred. There's something about Pixie that makes me want to open up, and that is almost enough to paint a yellow streak down my back and send me running. Except I don't run from anything anymore. After Amber, I refuse. Turning my motorcycle around, I head back to Pixie's place. It's time she hears the reason I am the way I am. My nerves are amped, and before I know it, I'm parking my bike in front of her building. Steeling myself to do the right thing, I turn off the motor and amble toward her door. She opens it right after the first knock, almost as if she knew I would come back. Propping myself against her doorframe, I tell her, "We need to talk." She moves aside and waves for me to come in. She seems calm, but I can see the tense lines in her shoulders. The woman isn't that good at hiding how she feels. I know she's nervous as hell as to what's about to happen, which is almost funny because, for once, so am I. Walking over to her couch, I sit down and wave my hand for her to join me. "Have a seat, Pix. I have a story to tell, and you're going to want to listen to every word." Pixie takes a seat next to me, so close our bodies almost touch. I have to fight the urge to wrap my arm around her shoulders and draw her body into mine for a hug. As much as I want to comfort her, that would send the wrong message with what I'm about to say.
"What is it, Trevor?"
she asks timidly. "I'm going to tell you a story, Pixie. And by the time I'm done, if you want me to leave, just say the word. And let's be clear here, babe. I fully expect you to tell me to leave. You want to know why I don't do permanent? Why I can't take without giving first? This story is the reason. You want to know why my aura is so damn dark? You're about to hear why. I only ask one thing from you before I tell you why I am the way I am. Don't repeat this shit. You're the first person I'm going to explain this shit to since it happened. And my business is my business. I don't want it getting back to Des and Morgan. Understand?" She nods.
"What's said here stays here, Trevor."
Good. Running my hands over my bald head, I drop them to my knees and let myself remember what happened so long ago. Back in high school, my senior year, I had a girlfriend named Amber. I wasn't in love with her, but I cared for her a lot, and we were together for a while. She was a good girl from a good family, and I thought a few times she might just be dating me to piss her family off because I was the only half-breed Native American running around our town. Sort of like the boy from the wrong side of the tracks deal. Or maybe I was her ticket to having a wild time because everyone in school knew I might work hard, but I played hard too, if you know what I mean. But Amber was sweet to me. And after a while, I blew those notions off. Pixie listens silently while I fight back all the memories and my need to hurl as the anxiety overtakes me. Knowing I need to do this, I push on. Then, one night, we were at a friend's house, partying. Amber had been to a couple of my friends' parties, but this was the first one where she drank with me. We were both having a good time, blitzed out of our minds, when she grabbed my hand and led me upstairs to the bedrooms. At first, I thought she just wanted to make out. That was all we ever did anyway. As long as we were together, I never tried to have sex with her because I knew she was a virgin, and I didn't think she was ready for that. I take a deep breath to continue. Then Pixie interrupts me.
"That was very admirable of you to think of her best interests like that, Trevor."
The comment makes me snort. We'll see how admirable you think I am in a few minutes, Pixie. Not giving her another chance to speak, I keep talking. So, like I was saying, I thought she was dragging me upstairs to make out. And we did for a while. But two teenagers drunk and making out isn't a great combination. Things got heated quickly, and the next thing I know, we're both naked. Hell, I don't even really remember how we got naked. The next thing I remember is we're about to have sex, as in, my cock was at her entrance, and I was about to push in. I do remember asking Amber if she was sure she wanted to do it, and I thought she said yes. The next thing I know, I'm inside her, and she's talking about how much it hurts. The worst part is, it gets even fuzzier after that. I know I asked her if she wanted me to stop, and I remember her saying no, but I thought she meant no as in she didn't want me to stop. I'm not going to give you any more gritty details. Needless to say, shit was over really quick, and the last thing I remember before passing out is holding her while she cried and telling her it was going to be okay. After that night, things were weird between us. Back then, I thought it might have been because she regretted what we did. A couple of weeks later, Amber disappears for 3 days, saying she had the flu. And then she shows up at my parents' house with her parents. She's crying and shit, and her father said I took advantage of her, as in, he said I raped her. And if that wasn't bad enough, because of what I did, she was pregnant. Graduation was 2 weeks away, and Amber's parents demanded I leave right after graduation, or they were going to press rape charges against me. I enlisted the next day into the Army and never looked back. Regret burns, and like a bitter pill, the taste lingers. I resist the urge to jump up off the couch and pace the space in front of me. I lost everything that day, Pixie. My father's respect, my home, because I couldn't go back because of Amber and her parents, and my soul. Because let me tell you, nothing will make your heart and soul shrivel up faster than being accused of being a fucking rapist when you thought you were having consensual sex with your girlfriend, but you were too fucking drunk to remember.
Do you mind if I ask what happened to the baby, Trevor?
Her question stumps me. It's the last thing I expected her to ask. In fact, I'm shocked I'm even still sitting beside her and she hasn't sent me packing already. I was told later that she lost the baby. I might not have wanted to be a father at 18, but hearing that, I felt responsible somehow. I fucked up Amber's life and lost our child. If they couldn't have a good life, then neither would I. This is why I don't do permanent, Pixie. After that, I shut myself off emotionally. And doing that has led me to doing a lot of bad shit simply because, in a lot of ways, I no longer give a fuck. I'm not going to tell you about every dark thing I've done in my life. That's on me to keep. What I can tell you is that I'm not a good man. I've got blood on my hands, and I can never, ever give you what you want or deserve out of a man, which is love. And a good life.
Why do you think you have no good to give, Trevor? I see and feel nothing but good from you.
Pixie, I've tried repentance. Hell, Morgan's sister Madison, she went through hell. I don't speak to her. I want her to live her life, move on, and for that reason I leave her alone. I help how I can for her to have a fresh start.
Morgan and Madison would want to know this.
Pixie, it's not for you to tell. It's on me, and I don't want them to know I am part of their lives.
I understand.
Her reply is genuine, and I feel like Pixie understands me in a way no one else ever has. Maybe in a way more than I understand myself.
I've spent my own time in the dark, Trevor. Wishing, praying, and doing anything I thought I could to right some wrong. In the end, I had to face that things happen in life. Some are to teach us about ourselves.
Paisley. I sit here, silently stunned at everything Trevor Blake has laid out in front of me. He thinks he's dark and hardened like Cole. I think he's honorable and respectable. Not because he made a bad decision when he was a teenager. No, because he was man enough to accept it. The weight he's carried for all these years is insurmountable. Part of me just can't believe what he's saying. He's a rapist? I may not know him as well as Ice, Hammer, Morgan, or Dez, but I can't believe that this man is a rapist. He doesn't have a clear memory. Trevor. I say his name softly. Have you ever considered being hypnotized to bring up the memories? You aren't even sure what happened that night. He lifts his hand. Then, using the backs of his knuckles, he gently runs them down the side of my face. I treasure this moment, Pixie. You see too much good when there isn't any. Tears form in the corners of my eyes. I see a man who didn't take advantage of me when I hit him with my car. I see a man who stood out with an old lady at the grocery store to help her get her groceries in a cab. I see a man who, as much as he wants to stay away, he's gone beyond his own limits, all because of a stranger who needs her energy reset. Those are all selfless acts. They are all good things. Stop, he commands firmly. I silence, and the feelings of sadness hit me again, just like when he left. I can't let him walk away with things like this. Trevor, Amber wants to hear from you. His eyes grow wide. How do you know this? When I searched you, her social media profile came up. She doesn't know how to find you and wants to talk to you. Some things are better left alone, Pixie. The air around us is thick with tension. My mood is dark, as is Trevor's. I just think he puts a hand up, stopping me from continuing. Don't think, Pixie. I came back to explain. I came back so that you can understand that while you are a gorgeous woman with a unique personality, this thing between us isn't going to happen. I gave you a respect and trust I've never given anyone. In return, I'm going to ask that you let it be. I open my mouth to speak, then immediately close it, not knowing what to say. He stands, kisses my forehead, and walks away. Stay safe, Pixie. He mutters without looking back at me. I let him leave with so many thoughts in my mind. Doesn't he see that Amber may need closure too? Maybe she wants to set the record straight about what happened between them. I listen as the sound of his Harley pulling away rumbles through the space once again. My heart is heavy. Trevor Cole Blake is a man of many layers. He's not the hardened, blood-stained soul he thinks. He's a man with a history, one that is far from pretty, but one which has built his character. He is strong. Trevor has heart, character, respect, and determination, yet he's determined to continue to punish himself for something that isn't exactly clear. He's not a rapist. I don't believe it for 1 second. I just don't know how to prove it to him. I see the good inside of him. I can sense the light inside of him. I just have to show him what I see.
Chapter 13. Cole. Yo, lunch is delivered. When I hear Hammer's shout from across the empty club, I make my way back to the conference room we use at Alibi. Screech has offices in both clubs, so he can do what we need him to do wherever he is. Or in this case, wherever we are doing club business. Today that happens to be at the male strip club because we didn't want Lisa going back to the other club where she works. She's not ready to face the girls and talk about losing Big Jim. We aren't open for business for the day yet, so it works out even better. All of us have been taking turns watching over Lisa and helping her with anything she needs. It's our way of honoring Big Jim and taking care of our Regulators family. We asked Lisa to come in today and go through some surveillance photos of employees of Billy Bob's Barbecue to identify Cook. Now we are all impatiently waiting to see who she picks, so we can get justice for our dead brother. As I step into the conference room, Hammer is already eating what looks to be a pulled pork barbecue sandwich. It still makes me sick to my stomach. Who the fuck ordered this? Walking over to the spread of food, I see coleslaw, potato salad, hush puppies, french fries, and a platter of sandwiches. Looking over at Hammer, my stomach turns again at seeing him eat. I hear a noise and look to the other side of me, just in time to see Iceman making a plate for himself. As he picks up a sandwich, I see an odd shape of white paper sticking out from underneath one of the other sandwiches on the platter. Reaching over, I gently pull it out, and as I do, I see there are words on the paper. What the fuck is this? I unfold the slip of paper to see a message that will haunt me for the rest of my life. Compliments of Cook. Enjoy. It takes a few seconds for my brain to register the implications of the note, and when I do, I immediately reach over and slap Ice's plate out of his hands. As he cusses me out, I jump over and slap Hammer's plate out of his hand, too. Don't fucking eat that! It's from him! Holding the note up to Hammer's face, I see it turn ghost white as the blood drains away. Then he spits what's in his mouth out and starts gagging. There's no telling what Hammer just ate. With Cook, it could be pulled pork. Or it could be human. I don't think I will ever look at meat the same way again. Looking over at Ice, I see a confused look on his face, so I hold the note up in his direction and explain. Cook sent us fucking lunch. How Cook knows us is beyond me. Maybe because of Big Jim. Either way, this sick fuck is going to die by our hands in a painful motherfucking way. I don't like games, and lately it seems I no longer like meat either. Ice looks at Hammer, who is now bent over the trash can, puking, and cringes. Just then, Screech comes running into the room holding a photograph up. We got him! There, in black and white, on glossy photo paper, is the image of an average-looking Caucasian man leaving the back entrance of Billy Bob's Barbecue restaurant. Lisa identified this one as the man who killed Big Jim. Holding up a separate piece of paper in his other hand, Screech quickly rattles off. His name is David Cook. He lives at 629 Beaumont Lane. With that, Ice, Hammer, and myself run out the door. It's time to take down this asshole once and for all. My adrenaline pumps as we twist our throttles and push the metal machines beneath us. Normally, we have a well-thought-out and executed plan. Normally, we have all our asses covered. Normally, we aren't going after a fucked-up killer who took down one of our own. David Cook, pronounced Cook, lives in a nondescript neighborhood. Nothing special and not a single thing out of place. His house fits the cookie-cutter mold of an everyday suburbanite. It's the perfect way for a part-time hired hitman and full-time psychopath to blend in. With the skill of a professional, Hammer picks the lock on the front door, and we enter the space of a killer. It's not what I imagined. A sparse, clean living room and a neat little kitchen off to the left. It's not until we travel deeper into the house that we find his den. That's where the place became creepy. The windows have been painted black. There's a table with various butcher tools lying on it and an apron. Shit you would expect to see in a kitchen, not a den. Against the wall to our right are a couple of bookcases filled with over 100 cookbooks. Newspaper articles line the wall to our left, various reports on missing or murdered victims. I can't help wondering if they are all victims of Cook, Or perhaps if he was just admiring someone else's handiwork. But that's not all that is on display. The far wall of the den is covered in a cork board from ceiling to floor. Attached is what looks to be orders from restaurant order pads. Approaching the papers, I see there are notes with names in the table number section, dates, and in the order part is a food description. Regulators MC cut. Patch reads BJ. The words line the top of the paper. Skewered meat. Turning my head to the left, I vomit on the floor, unable to control myself. Hammer rushes over and reads the paper. Well, we know damn sure he's the fucker. Today we give him a one-way ticket to hell, Hammer says as emotions overwhelm him too. Looks like Cook is on shift according to the schedule on the fridge. Hammer, call one of the boys and tell him to bring the van to Billy Bob's barbecue. We've got a package that needs to be picked up. Then call Dwayne down at the Everglades. We'll be stopping by to deliver a package to Gator Island, Ice informs. Hammer walks off toward the door while calling one of our brothers on his cell phone. Rather than clean up my mess, we all take off to the restaurant to get David Cook and teach him how the regulators handle things. Tied, unconscious, and laid on his side in the back of the van, we all watch as Cook starts to wake up. First, it's just a little stir of his legs. Eventually, the man is twitching his whole body, flopping around like a fish out of water, trying to untie himself. None of us are worried, though. He will never get those zip ties undone. Walking over to the back of the van, I grab the asshole by his feet and pull him out until his body clears the van and falls to the ground, hitting his head on the way down. I don't feel an ounce of sympathy when he cries out in pain. How many people cried out when he tortured them? Ice, Hammer, and I all crowd around his body, looking down at him, letting him see the murder in our eyes. You took one of ours, Ice growls in a deadly voice. Now we're going to take you. Hammer kicks the man in his side with his steel-toed boot. Don't think it's going to be quick either, fucker. It sure as shit wasn't quick when you killed BJ, so we're going to make sure you stay good and alive for a long time before we feed the last of you to the Gators. Ice spits on David. Cole here learned some interesting things from his Sioux grandfather on the reservation, like how to field dress and skin a deer for its pelt. We thought, since you like cooking so much, you might be able to appreciate the kind of skill that takes. I watch our prisoner as I close off my emotions and get ready for vengeance. It's not enough just to kill him. I need to make him afraid. Let him feel what the others felt before he killed them. He's not ready yet, Prez. He needs a good marinade first, don't you think? Looking over at Hammer, I ask, got any liquid for the marinade, man? Hammer laughs cruelly as he unzips his jeans and pulls out his cock. Sure as fuck do. Right here. He starts to piss on Cook while asking, how's this for a marinade, motherfucker? When he's done, I grab the gas can that we keep for emergencies out of the back of the van, then pour the contents all over the man on the ground. This way, it more than burns when I cut you, asshole. It's going to weep down into your fresh cuts, and you're gonna feel like 1,000 razors are gutting you bit by bit. Throwing the can back in the van, I then pull out the hunting knife my grandfather gave me. It's the same knife I scalped Sandoval with 3 years ago. This time, I'm cutting up a different animal. One who deserves it just as much. Bending down, I pull David's pants down until they're at his knees, but I leave his boxers on. Primarily, I'm just removing what would be the biggest deterrent from getting a good cut in with my blade. Looking up at his face, I see he's not scared yet. He should be. He probably thinks I won't go through with it. He's dead wrong. Placing my blade on his lower abdomen, underneath the waistband of his boxers, I dig deep enough to start cutting through his skin and the layer of muscle there. Cook starts screaming from behind his gag, but it's not enough to make me stop. He can scream all he wants out here. No one but the Gators will ever hear him. While I move my knife slowly upward, Hammer steps on Cook's outstretched arms to help hold him still. I ignore the man's futile thrashing and continue my job, occasionally stopping to saw at the tough tendons as I make my way up to his chest, stopping just short of the bottom of his neck. By the time I'm done, a small width yet long in length gap has opened the man's body. Now he's crying, more than likely from the pain. With every slice, the air hits his wounds, adding in the bacteria from the gasoline as he bleeds, but not fast enough to render him unconscious. Meanwhile, I feel only the satisfaction of revenge. It serves this man right to suffer this much after what he's done to so many others. Looking the terrified man dead in the eyes, I let him know what's going to happen next. I'm not going to bother pulling out your guts, because that would just kill you faster. No, I'll save that for the Gators. But before I'm done with you, you'll wish you had died a quick death. Reaching down, I place the blade on the left side of the long gash and start sawing in a slow, even hand, up and down, separating the skin from the meat of his body. It's like delicately filleting a fish, only harder because human skin is so much thinner than the thick hide of an animal. Cutting a piece off, I hold it in front of the raggedly sobbing man who is still screaming and gasping for breath. What you think, Cook? Did I do a good enough job cutting that piece off? What's that? I mock as if I can't hear his screams. I look over at Ice, then Hammer. I think Cook wants a taste, boys. Hammer, hold his face and be ready to hold his jaw open. Ice sits on Cook's leg so he can't kick me away as Hammer holds him down by grabbing his head to keep him still as I pull the gag out of his mouth. He shakes his head. You don't get it. Any death you give me is better than the cartel planned. I set you up so I fucking win. His words anger me more, and I quickly shove his own piece of skin in, shutting him the hell up. Before he can spit it out, I put the gag back in place. Choke on your own meat, jackass. We need to figure out why this man chose to fuck with us rather than face what his own enemies had planned for him. Maybe Screech can sort it out. In the end, the whys don't matter. We lost Big Jim because this pussy didn't want to face the plans of his own people fucking him up. He needs to die, and that is that. You shouldn't play with your food, brother. You ready to feed him to the Gators because I want to hurry up and get the fuck out of here before they think we're on the menu too. Holding up a finger, I signal I need a minute. I look back at Hammer one more time. Hold his arms down. I'm going to cut his fingers off so he can feel what Lisa felt. 10 chopped fingers later, I start tossing pieces of David Cook into the swamp waters around Gator Island. I can already see movement in the water where the Gators are coming in to eat. It's safe to say that Cook will never be seen again.
Paisley. It has been 3 days since I last saw Cole, and the eerie feeling that someone is watching me is back. The gym, the grocery store, and even when Des Morgan and I went to get manicures, there was a feeling of being shadowed. They get mani-pedis regularly. Only on occasion do I join them because the nail polish fumes are toxic. Wanting something normal, I decided to tag along this time, only to constantly look outside, trying to shake off the bad feeling. I don't say anything, though. Whatever is going on is my problem, not Desiree, Morgan, or more so Cole's. I can't risk them telling him. I considered not going out today. The last thing I want to do is put my friends in any kind of danger. Part of me wonders, though, if what I keep sensing is the shadows of my energy seeking out Cole's. It seems crazy, but since I literally bumped into him, my whole world seems to be turned upside down. And I feel like it has been for him, too. I just don't know how to fix it for me or him. No matter how strong the connection and attraction is between us, Cole has made it clear he doesn't want anything to do with me. I can only hope one day he will see he's not the bad person he thinks he is. The tension is building in my body. Since I have the day off, I decide to have a detoxifying bath when I get home. Paisley, you want to go with us to get a bite to eat before we head home? Morgan asks as we stand out front of the nail salon. No, I'm in the mood to take a long, relaxing bath, I tell my friends. Desiree smirks. I'd like a long, hot bath with my man. I laugh. You don't ever get enough, do you? Nope. She smiles and waves as she takes off toward her car. Come on, Morgan, let's go eat so I can get home to my man. See you in the morning for yoga, Paisley. Morgan gives me a quick hug before heading toward the car. I get in mine and sigh before making my way home. At home, I run the bath water and add baking soda to clear out the chemicals in the filtered city water so my body doesn't end up absorbing the metals. After 5 minutes, I then add in Epsom salt, coconut oil, and lavender essential oil. Climbing into the warm bath, I submerge as much of my body as I can. 20 minutes later, my skin feels lighter, my body feels better, but my mind is still heavy with the thoughts of Cole. Deciding I need to meditate, I make my way to the outdoor patio. An hour later, I still can't shake the heaviness. In a panic and slight desperation to fix things, I leave my apartment and head back to the library. Before I can talk myself out of it, I quickly find Amber Bridges Stokes and send her a message about the man she's looking for. That's when the weight I have been carrying since Trevor shared his past with me finally seems lighter. He may hate me when he finds out what I've done, but if either of these two can find the closure they both seem to be seeking, it will be worth it for me.
Chapter 14. Cole. Fuck, but I'm tired. 8 hours ago in the middle of the night, I got a phone call from the hospital saying my mom had been rushed to the emergency room, and I was the only contact on file. I got to my bike faster than I ever have before and raced home, making the trip in record time and exceeding every speed limit the entire way. By the time I got here, the doctors at least had good news for me. Mom was alive. They're still running some tests, but it looks like she had a stroke. I sit here for hours in the ICU hospital room, just talking to my mother as she sleeps. I'm not sure if she can hear me, but I hope she does. Then the nurses send me home, since the visiting hours are shorter in intensive care. Home. I know I could go to my parents' house, but for a moment I consider a hotel. Then something pulls at me to go home, and for some reason I do. Honestly, I'm too fucking wiped, and know I need some rest. As I lay in the guest bedroom that used to be my old room, I'm haunted by too many things that are keeping me from sleep. That's why, when morning moves in with sunshine peeking through the blinds, I still haven't shut my eyes. I'm tired and worn the hell out. It's been one thing after another. Precious needing an escape, Cook bullshit, losing Big Jim, not looking forward to his funeral tomorrow. And now my mom. Not to mention Pixie and all the knots she's got me fucking tied up in. Since I can't sleep, I might as well get up and make myself some coffee to get me through the day. I make it halfway down the stairs to the main floor when the doorbell rings. Who the hell could that be? Making my way to the door and opening it, I'm not prepared for who is on the other side. Amber. Seeing her again after so many years is like taking a punch to the gut, or even a kick to the nuts. It doesn't hurt so much as it enrages me to see the woman who cost me everything. At the same time, I wonder how much I cost her, too. She looks good, so maybe that means I didn't fuck up her life too much. Not giving her a chance to speak, I say, "What are you doing here, Amber?"
I'm sorry to just show up like this, Trevor, but I really need to speak to you.
Got nothing to say to you. Listen to everything you had to say 17 years ago. Think that was enough, don't you? Amber shakes her head.
No. That's why we need to talk. The past is wrong, and I'm here to make it right.
Not understanding where she's going with this, I snap. What the fuck are you talking about?
Can I come in, please, so we can talk?
Blocking the entrance with my body, I cross my arms over my chest. I don't think that's a good idea. You can say whatever it is you want to say out here, and then go on your way. There is no way I'm going to have her inside this house alone with me. She sighs, looks down at her feet, then nods in understanding. Looking back up at me, she finally says,
I came here to tell you the truth. You didn't rape me all those years ago, Trevor.
Feeling surreal, as if this whole conversation might be a dream, I whisper the only words that come to mind. What the fuck did you just say to me? Amber straightens her spine, as if trying to give herself courage.
I said you didn't rape me that night. I'm here to tell you that I'm sorry for not being honest with my parents.
You're sorry, I murmur back in shock. I watch through a haze as she nods again.
Yes, I'm very sorry. You see, I have a little girl.
At that, my head snaps up. Is she mine? Tell me right fucking now, Amber. Did you have my kid and not tell me? She shakes her head violently.
No.
Holding up her hand, she points at a wedding ring.
I'm married now, Trevor, and my husband and I have a little girl together. She's 8 years old.
Something about her statement releases a tension in me that I didn't realize I had until it was gone. My shoulders sag a bit as Amber keeps talking at a fast pace.
What I was trying to say is that as I've been raising my little girl, it's made me think about when she's a teenager, and I don't ever want her to go through what I've been through.
Her words make my back rigid. But you just said I didn't rape you. So what the fuck are you talking about, Amber? Holding her hands up in surrender, I can see they're shaking.
This is all coming out wrong. Just let me finish, please.
I don't say anything, so she reiterates.
Please?
This time it's me who gives her a nod, and then she continues.
What I meant was I don't want my little girl to ever be afraid of talking to me. I want her to have the comfort to tell me the truth no matter what. My parents had me scared out of my mind that when I found out I was pregnant with our baby, I lied to them about what happened. That was wrong of me, and I know I can never truly make it up to you, but I'm doing what I can. I'm telling you the truth. And most importantly, I'm here to say I'm sorry, Trevor. So sorry for the hell I must have put you through. I never had any right to lie like that.
I stand there silently, not knowing what to say to her. Sure, there are a few things running through my head like what the fuck or fuck you. But the biggest emotion, besides the rage, is relief. I spent almost half my life thinking I'm a rapist, only to find out that I'm not. All this time I thought I was a bad seed, a black soul. And I'm not. Damn. but there are no words to express how fucking relieved I am in this moment. Looking back at Amber, seeing how scared she is, yet knowing she came here, faced her fears and told me the truth, even if it is 17 years too late, I decide she should get a pass. I could cuss her out, scare the living shit out of her, and tell her all the hell she has put me through. Or I can take a page out of Pixie's book and try to balance the scales between us. With a gruff voice with too much emotions, I simply tell her, "Thank you for telling me the truth. Now leave and never darken my doorstep again." I'm not sure what she expected me to say, but apparently that hadn't been it. Her shoulders sag in disappointment as she turns on her heels and slowly walks away. Then I watch her get in her car and disappear down the street. Who knows how long I stand there? For however long it is, the ringing of my cell phone brings me out of my shocked haze. Looking at the screen, when I see it's the hospital, I immediately pick it up. "Is my mom okay?" I ask with no preamble. The nurse's fatigued voice comes over the line.
"She's awake and asking for you. Can you head on back to see her now?"
"I'll be there as fast as I can." Hanging up, I head back into the house to change my clothes. I'm still in the same thing I wore yesterday when I hauled ass to see my mom. I don't know how to tell her what Amber just laid on her doorstep. First, I need a shower. I have the overwhelming need to feel clean, like I am finally washing away something dark. Maybe I am. All I know as I head upstairs for fresh clothes and a shower is that for the first time in a long time, I don't feel as if the impenetrable blackness surrounds me. I can see sunshine and shit. Wait until I tell Pixie about it.
"Trevor, it's good to see you."
My mom's voice is raspy and laced with fatigue. Her black hair is loose over the pillows. The olive of her skin shows the stress of years past. She is still beautiful, but I feel the guilt of too many things unsaid between us. Now isn't the time to rectify it, though. "Get some sleep, Mom." I squeeze her hand.
"I can't sleep when I have my boy home for the first time in far too long."
She smiles softly at me. "Mom," I sigh out, not sure she will believe me.
"No, Trevor. Don't mom me. Listen to me, my son. I've tried to tell you for years. I know you aren't a bad man. I didn't want you to leave, thinking what you thought about your father and me. We believed you. We just didn't know what to do. With what Mr. Bridges threatened, we were afraid you would end up in a worse place than the army."
I listened as the monitors beat wildly as she tries to explain, her emotions clearly taking over. "Mom, shh. You need to rest."
"Just know we did believe you. Trevor, please don't stay away so much. Please."
She begs, the pain in her eyes cutting me deeply. "Okay, Mom. I have to go back to Miami for a while, but I'll visit once you're home and stronger."
"Promise?"
I nod, feeling far too many emotions. With a kiss to her forehead, she settles to rest, and I get the nurse to agree to keep me updated. When I get back to Miami, I will make sure Screech gets a home nurse and any other help my mom needs. I gave her my word. I will come back. I will. I just don't know when. I have to lay to rest a brother before I can think about anything else. "You ready for this, brother?" I look over at my Prez. I find his somber eyes staring at Big Jim's casket on the trailer behind his motorcycle. It's a devastating day for the Regulators MC as we get ready to take our brother on one last ride before we put him in the ground. Yeah. Wish like hell we didn't have to do this shit, and that BJ was with us here instead. You gonna let his old lady ride with you? Ice asks. I nod. Lisa asked if she could ride on the back of my bike today, not wanting to make this ride alone. It took me by surprise that she would ask me at all. I figured she wouldn't want to ride behind anyone but Big Jim. Shit. If we let her lie on top of BJ's casket, she would have gone to his funeral that way. She's not taking the loss of her man well, and we're all worried about her. However, ever since the day we rescued her, she's been more willing to talk to me than anyone else in the club. Hammer thinks it's because I was the one who carried her out of there and held her while she cried. Ready as I'll ever be. What are we planning to do with Lisa after the funeral? We can't leave her alone. Ice shakes his head. Not leaving her alone. Morgan and Des want to go sit with her today, even spend the night if Lisa will let them. Tomorrow her mom is picking her up so she can go back home to Kentucky for a while to heal. Hate to say it, but that will be good for her. She'll be missed around the club, I tell him honestly, knowing how the club won't be the same without her. Yes, she will, just as much as BJ will be missed. Come on, man. It's time to go. I walk back to my motorcycle where a heartbroken Lisa waits for me. Ready to go? She nods, not bothering to speak. I'm not going to try to make her either. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just be there and let the person who's suffering do it in silence. Florida doesn't have a helmet law, and for once, I'm not going to put a lid on her head. This is a time to feel every sensation. I settle on my bike before Lisa climbs on with the practiced ease of an old lady. Immediately, it makes me think about Pixie. Today isn't the day to deal with the mess I made out of things with her. Since hearing from Amber, I had to get my mom set up in a rehabilitation facility and get back to Miami for the service. I haven't found the time or the words to explain everything to Pixie, so I let it be.
Go slow, Cole,
Lisa whispers. Then I nod. She settles her hands on either side of me, but doesn't hold on tightly. I didn't imagine she would. With her hands still healing, they're wrapped and covered. Cranking the bike, I feel her shudder behind me. Her body feels like it's trembling as we line up. Ice takes the lead as usual, and I settle in on his right rear with Hammer 3 feet behind me to my left. The rest of the club falls in line 2 by 2. In rhythm, we twist the throttle, almost in a song of celebration to Big Jim. The ride is somber. The ride is heavy. This moment is one that will be burned in each of our souls. BJ was a good man, taken far too soon. When we stop, I feel Lisa fall against me, shaking and sobbing. Not moving, I allow her to grieve. I allow her to feel the loss, the pain, and find her own moment to accept what today is. It takes her a beat, but she eventually climbs off slowly, and only then do the rest of us follow suit. As I walk Lisa to the gravesite where the man she loved will be buried, I can't help thinking of how unfair this is. Lisa and Big Jim were so in love. They were looking forward to the long ride that life would take them on together. Now Lisa is left here alone, her other half gone. I know it's cliché to think it, but all of this brings home the fact that life is too short. You never know what's going to happen. I spent half my life with my heart surrounded by a concrete wall. It's just not fair for a bastard like me to still be alive when a good man like Big Jim is dead and the woman he loves is now alone. Pixie flashes through my mind again, making me wonder if I can change. Because as I help Lisa sit down in the front row to wait for the brothers to carry over Big Jim's casket, it just seems wrong to go about living this life only half-assed the way I have. It would be better to live like Big Jim always did, to the fullest. As I have that realization, I sit down next to Lisa while my brothers carry the casket over and set it down in front of us. Lisa and I don't get time to take much in before the preacher starts to speak. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today to say goodbye to Jim Thomas Weems, known to many of you as Big Jim.
Paisley. Guilt plagues me. I shouldn't have contacted Amber. Then Des told me Cole had to rush home because his mother was sick. There is a void in my energy since Cole left my place over a week ago. It's something I can't explain and something I don't know how to reset. Aura isn't like a video game, where a simple press of the reset button starts over. The colors are overlapping layers of our core. Everything we do and feel adds a layer of color to our energy. I need to come clean. I need to contact Cole and let him know I contacted Amber. Whether she's used his phone number or not, it wasn't mine to give away. It wasn't my place to step in. Even doing things in the name of being good or doing good doesn't make them right. The end does not justify the means. Making up my mind to contact Cole later today, I set off for the gym with a foreboding tension I can't shake. I constantly look in my mirrors on the drive over. The problem is South Beach traffic is always crazy, and I don't like the distraction. I hate feeling so on edge. People who know me and don't understand my lifestyle already think I am crazy. With the paranoia of being watched, I can't help but wonder if I have lost my mind. My yoga class is normally relaxing for me. Even though I get paid a portion of the class fee from the gym, I would honestly teach it for free. Any other day, the stretches would center me, and any tension I could be carrying would melt away. I know every person in attendance. Nothing is different, except the lingering feeling someone is watching. It has me constantly looking out of the glass door to my room. So rather than participate in my class, as I often do, I'm walking around checking form and looking over my shoulder. Something has to give. I can't keep living like this. Desiree isn't here today, and I make a mental note to give her a call to make sure she's okay when I leave. Exiting the women's locker room after showering, I walk right into Scotty. He grabs my wrists, causing me to drop my bag as he raises my arms over my head, using his size to pin me to the wall. It happens so fast I have no time to react, think, or even feel until he drops his head to my neck and licks me. Then I freeze. "Fucking tease," he growls, pressing into me with his compression pants. I feel his erection, which causes fear to seize me, prancing around like you're too good for anyone. I should scream out. I should kick him. Instead, I move, trying to get leverage to knee him in the nuts, but I can't. Panic is overtaking me. The fear is winning. "Get off me, Scotty," I say, pushing my ass into the wall and trying to use my chest to push out and put space between us. "Oh, I'm gonna get off on you, Paisley." His grip on my wrists is painful. "I've been following you. I've been waiting for a chance. You keep locking your house, though." "I need you, Paisley. I need to fuck you, baby." "No," I say firmly, instantly thinking of Cole and his unsure memories. No matter what happens, I will make sure Scotty doesn't think I want this in any way. "Get your filthy fingers off me." I raise my knee, only to make contact with his inner thigh. "Paisley?" I hear Des yell my name, and I wonder where she came from. More importantly, I'm thankful not to be alone with Scotty anymore. Suddenly I'm shuffled, and my wrists twist in agony as Scotty is no longer against me. I sag to the ground as Cole slams Scotty into the wall. "She said fucking no, you douche. Biker boy, you don't know what she said and how she prances around here." Cole releases Scotty, only to free his hand so he can reach back and swing. His fist makes contact with Scotty's face, and I can hear the bones crunch. Des pulls me up off the ground and into her arms as Hammer moves around to look Scotty in the eye. "Gave you a pass. My mistake," Hammer says to the man as Cole stands back, allowing Scotty to right himself as blood pours freely from his nose. "Scotty, what are you on?" Des asks, earning a look from Hammer, the kind that says she needs to stand down. Scotty doesn't answer. "You gonna leave Paisley alone?" Cole asks Scotty, who nods, looking panicked. Cole slams his fist into Scotty's groin before Scotty crumbles to the ground, fighting to breathe. "Remember this feeling? The way it's gonna burn when you pee for the next week? Think on it before you ever even look Paisley's way again. You just canceled your membership at this gym. You just quit your job, and you're gonna be out of town in 12 hours. Scotty groans in response. "Got it?" Cole asks, kicking Scotty's shoulder to make him turn and look him in the eye. Again, Scotty nods, but doesn't speak and makes no attempt to look at me. Cole picks up my gym bag, laces his fingers through mine, and leads us out of the gym. When the fresh air hits my face, I inhale deeply. Call Screech, get the cameras wiped. Cole tells Hammer. Then he stops me before guiding me in front of him. "You okay, Pixie?" I nod, unable to form words. The energy between us is so powerful that it's dizzying. This is an intensity I don't know how to describe or handle. Does Cole feel it too? My eyes meet his. The dark around his aura is gone. In its place is a red of passion, a red of emotion. We are both in trouble now that he's freed from whatever was holding him back. Only, I'm not sure he realizes it yet.
Chapter 15. Cole. Today's the day. Today, I'm going to stop living a half-life and start working toward a full one, like my brother Big Jim used to. I even made plans to prove that I can make those changes. Tonight, I'm going to take Pixie out to dinner. Just the two of us, exploring what this chemistry between us can become. I haven't told her my intentions, though. I'm going to surprise her instead. Finding her trapped by Scotty 3 days ago pulled at something inside of me. Every wall that has so carefully been built up to keep everyone out of my life and away from my heart crumbled the moment I saw her at risk. Pulling up to the grocery store where she works, I watch through the glass front windows as she rings up a customer. Typical Pixie. All smiles and friendly toward the person she is helping. I wait 10 minutes for her shift to end, and then watch as she heads to the back of the store to clock out. 5 minutes later, she's heading out the front entrance. It takes her a few seconds to spot me, and when she does, her whole body gives a little jerk in surprise. I can't help smiling. I find that I like the idea of surprising Pixie. If I have my way, I will find all sorts of ways to surprise her and make her body jerk tonight after dinner. "Hey, Pixie," I greet as she approaches.
"Trevor?"
She smiles back.
"What brings you here?"
"You," I answer honestly. Her face changes, showing concern.
"If this is about Amber, Trevor, I'm sorry. I should have listened."
Immediately, I feel tension build through me. "What are you talking about?" She takes a deep breath.
"After you told me what happened, I realized the best thing I could do for you is to give you closure."
She reaches out and softly rests her hand on my forearm.
You're not a rapist, Trevor, she says on a whisper. No matter what you think, you didn't do that to her. I feel it to my core.
What did you do? I ask firmly, now wondering how Amber found me.
I emailed your phone number to her.
Did you tell her I was home from my mother? My defenses are up. I didn't even tell Pixie I was going home. How could she tell Amber?
No, Trevor. I emailed your phone number, that's it. I didn't even know you went home until after I sent it. Des simply told me you went home for a day or two to check on your mom who was sick. I didn't contact Amber with that.
Has she emailed you back? Pixie shrugs.
I don't know. I don't check my email.
Frustration has me ready to scream, but the look on Paisley's face has me stopping and trying to keep my head clear. She pulls out her phone. It takes a moment before she hands it to me with an email on the screen. Paisley, thank you for your email. Recently, I was able to speak with Trevor Blake personally without needing his phone number. A friend works at the hospital in intensive care and told me he was in town for his ailing mother. I said what needed to be said, and I am moving on with my life. The posts you refer to were taken down, and Trevor Blake is part of my past. Sincerely, Amber. At least now I know how Amber found me, and it's not tied to Paisley.
Are you angry?
She asks, shifting her feet nervously. I should be, I tell her honestly. I should be furious. Pixie, the shit in my past, I don't want you tangled up in any of it. The shit I do for my club, I don't want it to ever touch you. So Pixie, I gotta know, if I'm gonna take a chance on what we got here between us, that you can stand down when I ask you to.
Cole, I understand you. And seriously, it's okay. You don't need to keep coming around, saving me or trying to make me feel better. Believe it or not, since Scotty left town, I feel balanced again. I don't have that creepy feeling. And I have found my calm.
I came here to take you on a date, Pixie. Her eyes open wide in shock.
A date?
You're cute. You make me laugh. Pixie, ever since you crashed into my world, I have looked at everything differently. I am a stubborn man, an asshole. But I laughed for the first time in years with you. I am drawn to you, and I want to see if we can make a go of this. My past, your past, leave it all behind, and just see where this can take us. She lowers her eyes as she bites her bottom lip nervously, and my heart skips a beat. Never thought in a million years I would be the guy who got all twisted up about a woman. Yet here I am, twisted as fuck over this one. Then she looks up at me through those gorgeous eyelashes of hers and says the words I want to hear.
I'd really like that, Trevor.
Reaching down, I pull the helmet I got for her out of my saddlebag and hand it to her. Then strap that on, babe, and let's go. I'm starving. Paisley gives me a big smile that I swear I can feel all the way down to my dick. Then she quickly straps her helmet on and climbs on the motorcycle behind me, holding me tightly. I roll back and then drive out of the grocery store's parking lot to a restaurant 10 minutes away that I found out, thanks to Screech, serves vegan pizza. The moment her eyes hit the sign, I can tell she has at least heard of the place and figured out I thought specifically of her when I chose it. We sit in a booth, eat a vegan pizza, and talk for a while. It's nice. I have never done this with a woman before. When Pixie excuses herself to the bathroom, I make my move, waving the waitress over. You guys do anything cool for somebody's birthday? The woman gives me a bright smile.
Yes, sir. We have a dessert pizza that you can order.
Good, let me get one of those. No processed stuff. I know you're vegan friendly, but I'm new to this and I want to get it right. My woman likes to live a clean life and eat clean foods. I'll throw in an extra 20 if you guys will come out and sing happy birthday to her. The waitress readily agrees after telling me she needs to do the truffles instead of the dessert pizza because of the refined sugar. Whatever that means to her. And then scrambles to the back to put the order in. Paisley comes back and I distract her with questions about her job and how she likes it. 10 minutes later, the waitress is back with 2 others, setting a chocolate truffle plate in front of Pixie with a candle in the middle. I mentally pat myself on the back when Pixie gives me big owl eyes that say she knows exactly what I'm up to.
These are raw strawberry cream chocolate truffles, the waitress explains. It is completely vegan approved and gluten-free. The chocolate is made from coconut oil, raw cacao powder, and pure maple syrup. The cream is cashew butter, fresh strawberries, coconut oil, pink Himalayan salt, and again, we use maple syrup. But you can use raw agave nectar, vanilla extract, and a juiced lemon. All of these are made in the morning so we have time to freeze them properly, so it's fresh.
She then leans over and lights the candle. I can't help laughing at the way Pixie's cheeks turn an adorable shade of pink as the waitresses sing happy birthday to her. When the women finish, I lean over and whisper into her ear. I'm not the only one who needs to have more fun, you know. Pixie licks her lips as she turns to face me.
I can think of a whole lot of fun I want to have with you, Trevor. That is, if you're interested.
Gotta tell you, Pixie, I blow out a breath, unsure of myself for the first time in a long time. I can't remember the last time I was with a woman and didn't pay for her company.
I'm happy to loosen you up, Cole, she flirts.
My cock goes from soft to rock hard in 3 seconds flat. Hell, I'm so hard that my fucking zipper is hurting me. Hell yeah, I want to have fun with the sexy little sprite sitting next to me. Leaning over, I drag a finger through the cream filling spilling out of one of the truffles, then bring it to her lips. Baby, I'll give you so much fun that you'll walk funny tomorrow if you let me. You might even be sore by the time I'm done with you, but I fucking promise I'll make it worth it. Paisley leans forward and licks the cream off my finger, slowly sucking the digit as she pulls it out of her mouth.
Trevor, have I mentioned how flexible yoga can make someone?
She then turns her head and blows out her candle. My cock twitches at the mental images that produces, and I groan in agony as my cock throbs. Hurry the fuck up and eat your dessert so we can go back to your place and I can eat mine. Another blush covers her cheeks. I don't bother to curb the instinct to run my finger over the warm pink skin as I murmur, I wonder where else you turn pink like this. She leans in to whisper in my ear,
and I can't wait for you to find out.
Raising my hand to get the waitress's attention, I have to relax my legs, trying to calm my cock so we can leave this place and make it to hers. When the waitress comes over, I all but bark, check please. Pixie has them box up what is left of her little dessert treat, and then we put it in the saddlebag of my bike. We make the 10-minute drive to her place in about 5, and the 2 of us practically speed walk to the front door of her apartment. The moment she opens the door and we step through, I grab her around the waist and plant my lips on hers. Surging my tongue into her mouth without hesitation to taste her, I don't let my past crash into this moment. I refuse. Letting my instincts drive me, I fuck her with my mouth much like I want to fuck her with my cock. Pulling back from the kiss, she pants out,
We don't have to go up to the bedroom. The couch is right there.
I give her a look, and then point out the problem. Babe, your couch has a wood frame, and I don't feel like pulling a splinter out of my ass while you're riding me on it. So less talking, more moving. Let's get naked upstairs. I wanted to be inside of you 5 minutes ago. We run up the small set of stairs with her tight little ass right in my face. It makes me wonder just how flexible she is and how much she will let me do as I picture that ass naked in front of me. Once upstairs, we strip each other down between kisses. I take off her shirt while she unbuttons and unzips my pants, rubbing my hard length through my clothes. I take off my own shirt while she undoes her bra. Before we know it, we're both mostly naked. She's left in her panties, and I'm in my pants and boxers. Pixie starts to get on her knees in front of me, but I grab her hands to stop her. As much as I want your mouth on me, woman, I'll blow my load in 5 minutes. And inside your mouth is not where I want the first time I come to be. Running a hand down her toned abdomen, I slide my fingers underneath the waistband of her panties and push 2 fingers into her wet sex. This is where I want to be when I come, surrounded by that tight little pussy you have. Fuck, you're wet for me, baby. As I slide my fingers in and out of her, she grabs my upper arms to keep herself steady. I can already tell that she's on a hair trigger, and it's not going to take much to make her come. I think we're both so wound up from all the sexual frustration between us that neither of us will last long. Rubbing my thumb over her swollen clit as I continue to finger her, sure enough, within minutes, her inner walls are squeezing my fingers like a fucking vice as she orgasms. When she's done, I'm holding her up with my free hand and sliding my other hand out of her panties. I bring the 2 fingers up to my mouth, licking them clean as she watches me, her breath hitching.
I need you, Trevor.
Leaning down to kiss her, I then pull back and say, You're about to get all of me. Take those panties off and lay on your back on the bed. She does what I tell her as I push my jeans off my hips and down my legs with my boxer briefs, but not before I pull a condom out of my back pocket. I enjoy the little show she's giving me of her cunt as she spreads her legs wide. Paisley looks delectable that way, but it's not how I want her. She's bragged she's flexible. We're about to find out just how much. Kneeling between her legs, I tell her what I want as I roll a condom down over my length. Lift your legs until you're holding your ankles up by your shoulders and spread yourself wide for me. Show me what I'm about to claim as mine. Pixie is panting hard now in anticipation as I watch her slowly lift her legs in one smooth move until she's holding her ankles as close to her shoulders as she can get them. I move over to her, planting my fists on either side of her head as I position the head of my cock at the entrance to her sex. You ready for this, Paisley? You ready to be mine?
Please, Trevor. I swear I ache to have you inside me.
Say yes or say no, but I gotta hear you loud and clear, Pixie. I tell her, feeling the past creep up on me too harshly. On a whimper, she answers,
Yes. Yes, yes, no doubts, not a single hesitation.
It's the confidence I needed to hear. With one long, slow thrust, I fill her. I don't want to move too quickly because she's so small, and I'm a big man in every way that counts. She cries out in pleasure as I seat myself inside of her and hold myself there, waiting for her body to be accustomed to my size. Let me know when you're ready for me to move, sweetheart. Her eyes are hazy with pleasure as she moans.
Move, damn it. Move now.
I pull out and thrust in again as she closes her eyes and moans again. Then I start to make love to her. My cock so hard I feel like I might burst any minute. I end up spending part of my time concentrating on not coming too fast. I want this to last as long as it can.
I need to stay inside of her like I need my next breath. My thrusts speed up, and her entire body starts to tremble. She loses her grip on her ankles, and they hit my shoulders as I begin to pound into her. Harder strokes, seating myself over and over inside of her, hitting her G-spot every time. I can see my cock glistening with her cream, and it makes me impossibly harder. The base of my spine starts to tingle as my balls draw up tight into my body, wanting to release inside of her tight channel. I won't be able to hold off much longer, and I want her to come one more time before I do. I push myself up to balance on my knees and grab her hips, keeping myself inside of her as I get up. Her body is arched off the bed now, her shoulders touching the mattress, hips in my hands, as I pull out and slam back inside. "Play with your nipples," I tell her as I continue to pound into her. She brings up both hands to pinch and pull on her pretty pink little nipples, and I let go of her hips with one hand and bring my fingers over to rub her clit as I continue to push in and out of her. Her body tenses, her legs try to lock around my body, and she comes, screaming my name. That's when I lose it, slamming into her over and over until light explodes behind my eyelids and I damn near collapse on top of her as I fall forward during my release. I can't pass out on her, though, not wanting to smother her. But I sure as shit don't want to pull out of her yet, either. For a man who spent years living in a hell of his own making, this piece of heaven is too sweet to let go of.
Paisley. Waking up, I'm deliciously sore. This connection with Trevor is intense. Sex is good. It's a great physical release. Sex with Trevor, though, is off the charts amazing. Slipping from underneath his arm, I slide my pillow in place. After a quick morning trip to the bathroom, I toss on a tank top, clean panties, and running shorts. In the kitchen, the clock reads 6 a.m, so I decide to make a sweet breakfast, hoping Trevor stays asleep for a bit. Pulling out my recipe book, I turn the pages until I find the recipe I'm looking for: coconut mango tapioca pudding. I don't make this often because it takes time, and cooking for one, well, there are easier things out there. This one is great, but if I make it for myself, then I have to plan to eat it for 4 days. Quietly getting out the tapioca pearls, I pour them in a bowl with a cup of coconut milk to soak for an hour. Then I step out onto my patio and roll out my yoga mat stored here. As I stretch, meditate, and clear my mind, my body tingles as I awaken for the day. Inhaling deeply, I feel light as a feather. Everything is centered. I go into my yoga session excited and finish completely at ease. Heading back inside, I go up the small stairway to check on my lover. Trevor is still sleeping, which makes me happy. He looks peaceful, lying there, his tattoos on display. His chest is covered in colorful ink that runs down both his arms. With him on his side, I can see the full piece covering his back, with a sword following his spine, ending just above the crack of his amazing ass, and the wings of an eagle fanning out from his shoulder blades down as it holds the sword. At the top is a banner with the word, Regulators. I find myself flushed by simply admiring the man. Focus, Paisley. I tell myself to get back on course. Back in the kitchen, I get back to work, heating the tapioca and milk mixture, adding a little more coconut milk, some pure maple syrup, and vanilla extract. Once I have it at a boil, I reduce to simmer, then finally dice a mango. After a 20-minute simmer, I pour the tapioca into jars, making an even 4 servings after a quick taste test to make sure it's sweet enough. Stirring in the chopped mango, I then set the containers in my fridge to chill. With a healthy breakfast ready for Trevor when he wakes, I make my way back to my bedroom and into my bathroom to shower. Slipping out of my clothes, I turn on the shower and step inside. At first, the water is chilly, making my skin break out in goosebumps. Quickly, though, the hot water kicks in, and steam covers the space. With my eyes closed, I lean back, letting the stream rush from the top of my hair down to my back. The door slides open, and I jump slightly at the noise, only to smile when I see Trevor standing in front of me, his penis standing out firmly. When my eyes meet his, I see the hunger in him, desire for me. I swallow as my own needs heighten. Every trickle of water down my body feels like the touch of his fingertips. "Good morning, Pixie," he greets in a rugged tone that has my walls clenching, seeking contact from him. "Good morning," I say on a whisper that doesn't hide my own wants. Closing the door behind him, he steps forward and grabs each of my hips to pull me close. My wet skin slides against his dry, and then Trevor's lips hit mine, and my pulse quickens. When his tongue meets mine, my mouth explodes while my insides feel like I have 1,000 butterflies fluttering under my skin. He roams his hands down to my ass and scoops me up as he massages my globes. I wrap my legs around him as the water cascades down our sides. My core hits his lower abdomen, and I feel his rock-hard length just under me. Dropping my hips, I line myself where I can roll my body and feel him on my pussy from the hood between my lips to slit. I rock as my clit hardens at the contact. My body trembles as I continue building myself. Cole turns and presses me into the wall, his hands still on my ass. Reaching between us, I grab his thick, long cock and put the tip inside of me. His mouth presses into mine, with nowhere to go as I slide down, immediately clamping around him. "Fuck." He pulls his mouth away. "Pixie, I'm not gloved. Just pull out, Trevor. I want this natural. I'm clean," I pant, skin on skin. I'm not about to try to explain to him the environmental impact of a condom. If he feels we need it, so be it. I don't want anything to slow us down. He slides out of me just to the edge. "I haven't had sex without protection since I was a teenager, Pixie, and I've been tested." I whimper, afraid he will stop when I'm so close. My pussy tightens, trying to hold him inside. Trevor's eyes darken, meeting my gaze. With our eyes locked, he slides back inside slowly, centimeters at a time. I feel him fill me. I go over the edge as my entire body tremors in release. "So fucking good, Pixie. Yes, yes," I moan as I ride him with each aftershock sending me over and over into oblivion. "Trevor, yes." "My name on those lips," he grunts, thrusting only twice more before pulling out, just as hot liquid shoots from him and down the drain. Trevor supports my weight as my body relaxes, his hands holding my ass. Only when I make a move to drop my legs does he move his hands to my waist, making sure I'm steady before letting me go. Every inch of my body is alive with sensations when Trevor reaches for the soap and begins to clean me first, then himself. The smell of lavender permeates our space as both of us relax into each other. Kissing his chest, I wrap my arms around his waist and hold him. "Thank you for being in my life," I whisper, thankful for this moment with him. I learned a long time ago to live in the moment, be in the moment, and be thankful for them all. "So I'm learning, Pixie, thanks to you," he says, holding me close as the water sprays down my back. This is pure bliss. This moment is everything I have never had and ever wanted.
Chapter 16. Cole. 1 month later.
Brother, I can't believe you're sitting here at a fucking wing joint and you're eating chili nachos with no meat. Has Paisley lured you to her dark side or what?
I know Hammer is joking because of the smile on his face, so that's why I only flip him the bird instead of punching him in the face. There's nothing dark about Pixie. but she sure as hell has lured me into something. Besides, it's not because of her that I'm not eating meat. The table gets quiet. I'm not ashamed to admit it. The cook mission changed me. I'm not sure I will ever look at meat the same way again. But with Pixie's help, I found alternative ways to get the protein and nutrition I need to keep my body in shape. If anything, the change in diet has made me a little leaner and a fuck of a lot meaner looking. To be honest, I'm not sure if the change in my body has much to do with the change in diet. It could be all the fucking Pixie and I have been doing. I can't seem to get enough of the woman. It's a miracle she hasn't bitched about being worn out. Until she does, I'm going to keep tasting and pleasing her every damn day. Being with her does something to me, something I like. I feel lighter when I'm with her, like the burdens of the world just disappear. I can finally see why Ice and Hammer like to spend so much time with their old ladies. Those two words, that label, gets me thinking again about asking Pixie to be my old lady. We have been exclusive, which is a first for me, but something in me wants more. I want to own her as much as she owns me. Completely. It's almost as if we are yin and yang. She's the light to my dark. She balances me. I'm starting to think I can't live without her. Is it fast, these thoughts I'm having? Yeah. Do I give a fuck how fast it is? Nope. She makes all my cares drop away, and there's not a price tag in this world you can put on that. Every day I spend with her, I fall for her a little more. Is any of this shit I would tell my brothers here? Fuck no. But I have a feeling it doesn't need to be said. They have their women. They already know what it's like to have that balance. Changing the subject, I ask Hammer, "You still thinking of proposing to Dez?" He nods. "More I think on it, the more I want to do it. Think it's time to go ring shopping, my man. Seems like change is on the wind for all of us." I snort. Not Ice. He's already got it good. Don't think he wants to change a damn thing. Perez shrugs. "Not true. I've been thinking it's time Morgan and I add to the family." Hammer and my jaws drop open in shock. "You want a baby?" Hammer asks what we're both thinking. There's a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "Think you boys just need to wait and see what I'm up to." He laughs at our still shocked faces and then bites into another wing. "Oh, hell," I say on a laugh. "You're just crazy enough to decide you want a baby and knock her up, then say, 'Look what I did.'" "Maybe," he smirks. "But we got Brooke out of the house, and this empty nest shit ain't so bad when I can fuck my wife on a kitchen counter while she waits on some cookies to cool off." "Eating cookies from Morgan is never going to be the same again, brother," Hammer says with a frown. "More from me, shithead." Ice gives back before biting into his chicken taco. Hammer isn't done letting his disappointment be known. "This feels like the time Dez fed me a smoothie from Paisley, waiting till I finished to tell me it had peas and kale. All that good-for-me green shit. Dez is good for me. The rest of that is unnecessary." I laugh at him. "Man, you start eating cleaner, you'll find your body and mind will work better. You'll have stamina like never before." I wink before scooping up a nacho chip. Plus, I eat normal. I just bypass the meat. "Give it time. You'll end up eating just like her," Hammer says a little too confidently, and I raise an eyebrow in question. "Look, Dez loves Paisley like a sister. My woman, she likes coffee, sugar, all the good shit in life. But since Paisley, she actually stops to think about packaging and what we ingest. Des is even making a damn garden this summer. Apparently the girls are all gonna see what they can grow. What's wrong with that? I ask, feeling proud of Pixie for her impact on her friends. What's wrong? I want to give Des my name and my kid. I want to grow our family, not see who can make the biggest cantaloupe or the honeydew, unless that refers to the melons of her tits. Baby fever, brother? Ice asks, and I laugh. Never saw that coming. Nah, I got Des fever. Hammer's reply is confident. Woman keeps me hot. I sit in the chair, relaxed and totally understanding how he feels. I never imagined this would be the life I could have. One bump and two energies connected later, and I have balance and happiness. Shit doesn't get much better. Well, unless I could make Pixie my wife. Damn, it's a foreign feeling, but a good one.
Paisley. Trevor. I say his name softly while I chop vegetables. He comes up behind me, caging me in. My pulse quickens in want. Honey, I need to tell you something. He kisses my neck, his beard brushing against my exposed skin and causing me to shiver. Yeah. Tell me anything, Pixie. Pausing, I try to focus as his lips continue to tease my skin. Trevor, you don't gotta leave, but, He hums against my neck, and I swear my panties dampen with each second. Well, honey, you can't stay here. I finish. What? He asks sharply, pulling away and causing me to turn around to study him. Pixie, I've been here every night for over a month. At this point, I have more shit here than my own place. It's a girls' night. You aren't a girl, last time I checked. He relaxes and laughs. Then he steps forward and kisses me. Lost in the sensations, I find myself pawing at his clothes, all thoughts gone. I'll show you just how much of a man I am. And he does, right here in my kitchen. With only 5 minutes to clean up and finish, it's a mad scramble to be ready for Des and Morgan to arrive. Cole casually strolls upstairs after helping me put my clothes back on, calling out, Pixie, think it's time we live together, yeah? With his back to me, I throw a fist bump in the air, celebrating because I want nothing more than to have this man with me as much as I can. Yeah, Trevor, I like that. He reappears with his boots in hand. Gonna go check on things at the clubs. Text when you finish girl time and I'll be home. I smile, feeling it fill my entire face. Home. I love the sound of it. There is a knock at the front door, interrupting us just as I press my lips to his. My cue to leave. Be home later, Pixie. Trevor smiles as he finishes getting his boots on. I go about finishing the vegetable tray while he lets Morgan and Desiree come in with quick hellos and goodbyes to them. I give a wave as I rush to my room to clean up and change for my kitchen time with Cole. When I come back down the small stairs, I can't help laughing at the looks on my friends' faces. What's going on, guys? I ask as I see these two holding something behind their backs and looking like little kids with a secret. Tonight, we are welcoming you to the fold, Morgan says as they both take boxes from behind their backs. We had to research to find the right stuff for your lifestyle, Des explains, opening a box with black boots, while Morgan opens a box with what looks like a black leather biker jacket. What's this for? You're a biker chick now, so you gotta look the part, Des explains. Morgan adds, look, Brett, Ice, he's all about being safe. You gotta wear denim because it's thick in case you were in an accident. We know you have an aversion to wearing leather, so we found a vegan-approved company to make this jacket and these boots. We want you to be safe when you ride with your man, and of course, when we all go out. Tears fill my eyes at their thoughtfulness. I don't know what to say. Des smirks with a hand on her hip. You say thanks, and then we get you ready for when Cole gets home to knock his socks off. She laughs to herself, or rock his socks off.
Chapter 17. Cole. Seeing her dressed like a biker's old lady does something to me. It's more than a punch to the gut sort of thing. It's a stops my heartbeat dead in its tracks thing. Paisley always looks beautiful, but dressed like this, it's like she's trying to show me that she wants to become one with my world. It means more to me than I know how to say. I sure as fuck know how I can express it to her, though. Come here, Pixie. She doesn't move from where she's standing. She simply nibbles on her bottom lip like she does every time she's nervous.
Do you like it? I'm sorry I couldn't do the real leather like the others, but I just can't know something died for me to wear it.
She rambles. And it's cute. Using my finger in a come here motion, I tell her again. I said, come here, woman, and I'll show you just how much I like it. Her first step is nervous, but then something comes over her and I watch as she puts some confidence in her posture. Her back gets a little straighter and there's an exaggerated swing to her hips as she starts taking slow steps toward me. When she gets close enough that I can grab her, I reach out with one hand, put my finger through a belt loop in her jeans, and pull her closer until she's standing between my spread legs. I spread my hands wide over her hips, my thumbs touching her hip bones, and my fingers wrap around the sides. I love her tight little body. It fits perfectly against me whenever I hold her, cradled in my arms at night. Bringing my face up to her waist, I use my thumbs to push the material up so I can lick around her belly button. Paisley hisses at the sensation, then moans, asking for more. I use my tongue to go down toward the waistband of her jeans, and then stop so I can unbutton them with my teeth. I then pull so that it unzips the zipper all the way down before I release the material. She's wearing sexy red lace panties, and the sight of that lace against her skin makes me harder than I already was. So much so that it fucking hurts. I like pain. I lick over her lace-covered lower abdomen, stopping when I'm just above her mound because her jeans are still in the way. Letting go of her hips, I look up at her face in order. Take the pants off, Pixie. A flush brightens her cheeks as she starts to slowly shimmy out of her tight jeans. When they're down around her ankles, I place my booted foot on the material, trapping her legs from moving as I take hold of her hips again with my hands. Stay still and hold on, sweetheart. It's all the warning I give her before I start to lick over her panty-covered sex. Against my tongue, I can already taste hints of her through the lace, and I moan against her clit as I take a long lick. I love the way my woman tastes, slightly musky but a little sweet. Teasing her through the panties is torture for us both, but that is exactly what I intend. I'm going to build her up until she's begging, and then I'm going to slowly make love to her so she falls apart with me inside of her. My girl must be loving the tease, because it doesn't take long for her to start begging.
Please, Trevor, I need more. I want to feel you against my skin.
The sinister part of me says she's not begging hard enough yet. So I keep tonguing her over her panties, letting the little bit she can feel through the lace tempt her toward more. When she starts begging more, I finally stop, but only to lift my boot and let go of her hips so she can step out of her jeans finally. Then I stand up, my body brushing hers, and let her know what I want. Undress me, then go down on your knees and wrap that pretty mouth of yours around my cock, Pixie. I want you to get me wet so I slide right into you tonight. She tries to quickly pull my cut off, and I stop her hands. Slow, baby. We're going slow tonight. She heeds my directions and slows her movements, pulling my cut off, followed by my t-shirt, both of which she places on the chair that sits in her bedroom. Coming back to me, she unbuttons my pants, unzips them, and then squats down as she pulls my jeans down bit by bit with my boxer briefs until my hard cock springs out, almost hitting her in the face. That doesn't stop her from leaning forward and licking my tip, making me groan at the sensation. Seems like I'm not the only one who wants to do a little sexual torture tonight. She stops licking long enough to take off my boots and jeans, and then her attention turns back to my hard length. Paisley sees the pre-cum leaking out of the tip and leans forward to lick me again and again until she's licking my length in short strokes all over. Then she reaches up and starts to massage my balls as she finally puts her mouth around me and takes me back to her throat. It takes all of my willpower not to give in to the need to come prematurely. I'm nowhere near done with my woman tonight. After being together for a month, tonight is the night. I'm going to come inside her for the first time. Neither of us wanted to risk the other, so we went together to get tested. Both our test results came back through the mail the other day. Clean. Pixie said she also went on birth control, the shot. She doesn't like the hormones and birth control pills, but she is firm in not wanting a baby right now. I understand. I don't want to share her attention right now either. This time is for us. Grabbing her hair gently, I gruffly tell her, "Enough, baby. I've got a much better place for you to put my cock than your mouth." Pulling back, I sit back down on the end of her bed and scoot back just enough so she can climb on top of me and brace her knees on the bed. Then I help hold her steady as she hovers over my hard length that's pointing straight up at her entrance. Staring into her eyes, I need the truth from her. You ready for this, Pixie? I want nothing between us as I come inside you. But if you're not ready, I understand. Her breath hitches before she whispers,
I'm ready, Trevor. I can't wait to feel all of you filling me up. I want you hot inside me, not pulling out.
There is a hunger in her eyes like never before. Grabbing my cock, I hold it steady and ready at her entrance as I tell her, "Slow, baby. I want you to take all of me in one slow motion." She does. First, the head slides inside, and I'm already moaning at the feeling of her bare around me. Then she slides down my length, little by little, both of us in awe of the sensation, until she's sitting on my lap, panting with need. Knowing I don't have to pull out, I am able to focus on the sensations and not my release. We have had a lot of sex in the time we've been together, but taking it slow, committing it to memory, is a sensation like never before. Damn, I've never felt anything so good in all my life, woman. It's the truth, and I can't wait to feel it all. Me coming inside of her, filling her up with my seed, marking her as mine from the inside out. I arch up so I can push up into her, and Pixie gasps and arches her back. Letting myself back down, I place my hands on her hips again. Ride me, sweetheart. Slide that pretty little ass of yours up and down my cock until I'm coming inside you. Pixie does. She rides me in a gradual motion, little by little, until she's moving up and down more and more, driving us both wild. I can see the muscles in her thighs flexing as she leans back and braces her hands on my own thighs to remain steady as she picks up her pace a little. I can tell we are both riding that edge of release. So close. Just a little more, and I'm going to explode inside of her. We're both losing control. Me lifting up into her, her slamming herself down on my length until I feel that familiar tingle that lets me know I'm close. I sit up so we're face to face. Her clit is hitting my pelvic bone, rubbing herself against me like a cat in heat. I fucking want her like this all the time, grinding against me, getting herself off. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Finally, her walls clamp down on me, fluttering around my length in an orgasm as she cries out her pleasure. Grabbing her face with both hands, I keep her eyes on mine as I start to lift my hips up into her, telling her what I have been waiting to say for a while now. I love you, Paisley. The way her eyes glaze over both in pleasure and love sends me over the edge, and I let go, calling out her name as I come deeply inside for the first time. We're clutching each other tightly as we pant and catch our breaths. I can feel her hand running up and down my sweat-sheen-covered back. My face is buried in the side of her neck, memorizing this moment. The smell, the way she feels, all of it. I don't ever want to forget the day I told this woman I loved her for the first time. I feel her lips against the shell of my ear. I love you too, Trevor Blake. They're the sweetest fucking words I have heard in my entire life. And I know without a doubt that this woman is meant to be my old lady. My life and my love for the rest of my days as I take on this ride called life.
Paisley. We sit on the couch together, me curled into his side, having a normal evening. Things with Trevor are good. Too good. It makes me anxious. We watch television, cable television. Trevor said he's a man and needs sports. I love the man he is, so I can make changes for him. How many commercials do they have for depression and mental illness? I ask, not necessarily to him, but more as an observation. Pixie, you okay? I sigh. Yeah, I was just thinking about how when my parents died, I battled depression. He squeezes me to reassure me. I found my own ways to cope, but it was hard in the beginning. It's good to see depression is not just slid under a rug. There are other options. Medicines aren't bad, but there are a lot of side effects. Want to talk about it, Pixie? I don't know what to say. I shrug. I tried medications. You have to wait for it to work into your system. Some of them made me throw up, some made me sleepy, and others gave me insomnia. So what did you end up doing? Alternatives, I answer, remembering how hard it was to make the changes in my lifestyle. It started before my parents died, when I learned about feng shui. I didn't take it seriously, though, not until after they were gone. I blow out a heavy breath. When the medications didn't help and I felt like I was going crazy, I found yoga. I thought you were going to say you gave up meat, Cole says in such a serious tone that I can't help laughing. Baby steps. It was baby steps to cleanse my life. If I eat clean, then I don't have the extra drawbacks in my system from toxins, which aid in depression. The research shows the more advanced our world becomes, the more processed foods we eat, the higher the rates are in cancer as well as mental illness. The more I changed, the more I realized the impacts on the world. I could have a job using my degree, but for what? I love what I do. My life is balanced. So I don't make much, but material things don't matter to me. I value what I have. Cole kisses my temple, and the anxiety that was creeping up in talking about my past eases away. Trevor, I want you to know you don't have to give up meat. I appreciate the support, but
I'm not even tempted to change my diet. Told you before, Pixie, this shit isn't about you. My past is tainted in blood. Saw too much, especially recently. You want to talk about it? I genuinely want to support this man as much as he does me. Can't. My job, Pixie, my life, there are things I can't ever discuss. Are you going to be okay with that? I'll be honest, I'm not sure. There is a heaviness in the air at my response. Apprehension. Pixie, if you can't understand my job and lifestyle, then this ain't gonna work. Trevor, what you're asking me to do hurts. Pain sears through my chest. I bite the inside of my cheek as the uncertainty settles between us. Pixie, I'll never do anything that hurts you, but my job is off limits. I'll do the best I can not to bring the dark home, but you need to know I can't talk about it. I don't need you to tell me details, Trevor. I just want to help you remember you're on the good side and take away the heavy in the dark. His lips crash against mine in a searing kiss. Love you, Pixie. Love that you are the light in my world. Each word is against my lips before he kisses me again. I'll always be your light, Trevor Blake. I whisper before we get lost in each other and the connection we share.
Chapter 18. Cole. With our mission report turned in for Cook, we're in the clear for any ties to him. As far as the U.S. government is concerned, the Regulators MC don't exist, and Cook is a missing person, one that will never be found. Apparently, Cook was hired to do a job and failed. An informant told him the hit was out. Deciding to go out with too much attention on him from us, the cartel backed down to let us clean up their mess. After he injured Lisa and took out Big Jim, I'm happy to have dished out our vengeance and clean up for them. Lisa's doing okay. Pixie put together a care package with salts, and we mailed it yesterday. She's surrounded by family in Kentucky and picking up the pieces. Her life will never be the same, but she is strong. Precious is strong, too. She found herself a real job as a receptionist in a doctor's office. The benefits are good, and she even got herself a home. I set her up with some money and savings, and so far she hasn't touched it since starting the job. Since we had the cruise liner mission for the DEA and Cook murders, we have a little downtime until the next mission comes up. Normally, I would be anxious to get the next job. Life was just one assignment to another. Until Pixie. I even called my mom a couple of times. She's doing good and is back at work. I hope to take Pixie to meet her soon. From what Mom told me, Amber went to see her when she got settled at home. She told my mom I didn't rape her. She wanted to tell my family sooner, but felt she owed it to me first. Only I was unable to be reached. If I had gotten in touch the first time she posted, I could have saved my mother, maybe my father, and myself years of grief. Then again, if anything had been different, I might not have Pixie. To hold on to the feelings I have, well, it's all been worth it. I did it. Did what? My eyes are roaming the club looking for potential problems as we sit in a corner booth at after midnight. We just finished up a weekly meeting with Ice in the back, and now Hammer and I are unwinding by drinking a beer before we go home to our women. I bought the ring, Hammer clarifies. Turning my attention back to him, I say, No shit? When are you planning on popping the question? Hammer drums his fingers on the tabletop. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I have an idea, but I need your help. With what? I ask him curiously. Proposing to Des, I need your help. Baffled, I look at Hammer like he's nuts. Brother, this is like holding your own dick while you piss sort of shit. You're supposed to do it yourself. He rolls his eyes, and then it looks like he is digging through his pockets. To our left, movement out of the corner of my eye catches my attention, and I look over to see the new girl we just hired flirting with a customer. I know these girls know what they're doing, but since this one is new, I watch for a while to make sure she doesn't accidentally get too handsy with the customer and lead him on. Suddenly, I hear Hammer say, "So will you?" Glancing back at Hammer, I see a diamond ring and a jewelry box on the table between us and a hopeful look on the man's face. That's when I hear a woman say,
"Oh, that's so sweet. Look, y'all, he's proposing to his partner."
I turn to see the new stripper shouting at the rest of the club, which has suddenly gone silent as all eyes land on me, Hammer, and the fucking engagement ring between us. Talk about fucking awkward. My eye twitches, and I think about strangling the new girl as Hammer says, "You've got it all wrong, honey. He could have the suction of a Hoover vacuum while going down on me, and I would still say the woman I got at home is 10 times better." The club bursts out laughing, and it sort of feels like a flashback to high school. I can't seem to get my mouth to move, but what I do know is that now I want to strangle both the new girl and Hammer. "This ring here is for my woman, and I'm asking my brother here to help me surprise her when I propose." The stripper comes over to our table with a grin.
"Oh, that's so sweet."
Jesus, the woman just said that. I don't give her another chance to repeat herself again. Giving her a stern look, I catch her attention and tell her what she needs to do before I lose my temper. "Woman, go back to work." It comes out a growl, and her eyes get as big as saucers as she realizes she's getting on my nerves. As she scurries back to her customer, I look at Hammer and let him have it next. "You're a dick." Hammer gives me a laughing smile. "But you love me, big guy, don't you?" "You're going to get on my nerves until I agree to help you, aren't you?" "Pretty much, brother." Feeling my eye twitch again, I give in. "Fine, I'll help. But you're still a dick." Leaning forward, Hammer mock whispers, "No, me being a dick would sound something like this. Now that you got a steady woman so you don't have to pay for sex, you must be saving a buttload of money. I say you get her a big diamond ring with all that cash and make it official." I flip him the bird, and he laughs. Asshole is lucky I actually like him, or he would be getting a face full of fist right about now. That's all right. I got better ways to get back at him now that I have Paisley. She mentioned something about a detox shake that will give you the shits. I think I will have her make one for Hammer. Chapter 19. Hammer. "Why the fuck did I agree to do this shit again, woman?" Des laughs at me as I hand her the exercise ball to my left. Her back is to me as we do rotational passes, working our abdominal muscles in this exercise that you do with a partner by standing back to back and passing the exercise ball to each other. Ever since she helped rehabilitate me from that wheelchair, I go to the gym a couple of times a week to work out with her and stay in shape. I never want to be vulnerable again if I can help it. That's why I felt the gym would be the perfect place to do what I'm about to do. I need my package delivered first. "Just wait until we add the squats to this, you big crybaby," my woman taunts. The hell with that. I'm going to need to put my plan in action fast if I'm going to avoid that exercise. Keeping up with Des as I scan the gym for Cole to show up is a bitch, but I finally spot him coming through the door. Des has started her countdown of our final 15 reps when I wave my head for Cole to head on over to us. Des calls out that we're down to 3 repetitions when Cole comes to stand in front of me, where only I can see him. I pass the ball to Des, and that quick he sticks his hand out with what I need lying in his palm. A little blue box holding one big-ass question inside. Grabbing the box, I reach over, grab the ball from her with one hand, rotate my body, and hand her the box next.
"What the?"
Des starts to say, but stops suddenly. I wink at Cole that he can disappear and he takes off. Turning around, I see Des's back trembling, and my heartbeat picks up. This is it, and I'm so fucking ready for it. I can only hope that she is too. Leaning in, I place my lips at the shell of her ear. Turn around, sweetheart. Slowly she does. There's a dozen emotions written across her face as she holds the little blue box in her hands and looks at me with questions in her eyes. Silent tears start to trickle down her face. I can tell she's nervous, but hopeful too. Getting down on one knee, I take her hands in mine. Desiree, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be the man I am today. I wouldn't be whole and happy. You did that for me. I was hoping that you might be willing to do it for the rest of our lives. I open the box lid and turn it so she can see the diamond ring in the palm of her hands, which are trembling now. Will you marry me, Des? Spend the rest of your life with me? Bust my balls till the end? Her breath hitches on a sob, and then she's nodding like crazy, making me the happiest man in the world. I'm just about to stand up and kiss her breathless when she surprises me by tackling me to the ground. Should have known my woman would take the initiative on that one. She plants her lips on mine and we kiss passionately. Reaching down, I grab her ass and push my hips up into hers. The moment is perfect. Until I hear Cole yell, "No fucking in the gym! Get a room, you two!" We both laugh, and then I quickly take my fiancée home to show her body just how much I love her heart. It's always been about showing between us. Actions speak louder than words, and I'm glad to take action with her body any day, any time. Ice. Morgan, I'm home. I walk in the door with the giant box in my hands, calling out for my woman. I don't see her anywhere, but her car is parked in the driveway. She walks out of the hallway that leads to the bedrooms in the back of the house with a smile on her face, stopping short when she sees the box in my hands. "What in the world are you holding, Brett?" Setting the box down on the couch, I place my hand firmly on the lid and point to the empty spot on the couch next to it for her to sit. "We need to talk." A wary look crosses her face as she slowly walks around to sit. "Talk about what, handsome? Why does this sound so serious?" I give her a stern look. "Because it is. We've been together long enough, woman. It's time we expand the family." Morgan's jaw drops, her face painted in utter shock. "You want what?" She shakes her head back and forth. "Brett, I love you. I adore Brooke like my own. But we just got her off to college. Madison is doing good. Timing, she is whispering by the end. It takes everything I have not to smile, but somehow I manage. Expand our family, woman. It's been too quiet around here since Brooke moved out. I'm ready to change that. My woman is looking at me like I have completely lost my mind. Define expand, please, because if you're talking about a baby, that's a big step, Brett. I'm not sure we're ready for that. We should financially save up money before having a kid. They're freaking expensive. And college? Oh my God. I don't know if we could afford to put them through college yet. A whine from the box stops her dead in her tracks. What the hell was that, Brett? Another whine sounds, and this time it's followed by a little yip of a bark. I watch the confusion melt away from Morgan's face as excitement takes its place. "You got us a puppy?" she shrieks excitedly. Bending over, I pull the lid off the box and let the little German Shepherd puppy poke his head out. He takes one look at Morgan and starts yipping happily. She scoops him up as tears fall happily from her face.
Hello, puppy love.
I grasp my chest like I'm in pain. Morgan, you wound me. She stands up with a wiggling puppy in her arms and kisses me. Well, I got you all happy. Time to talk, Morgan. She stills, her face filled with confusion and concern once again.
Brett, what's going on?
Things aren't always what they seem, I begin. The puppy wiggles, so she sets him down.
Brett, what are you getting at?
I know you're all about the numbers. I get it. But I want the puppy so you can see I'm committed. I'm committed to you, Morgan, and our family.
You really want to have a baby?
I nod so she understands I really am serious. The guys brought it up, and yeah, I brushed them off because I need to get my woman on the same page before I tell my brothers what I want. It wouldn't be right to tell them without Morgan being on board. Since the moment Morgan came into my life, I have been able to live, really live again. To create a new life with her, well, nothing would make me happier. Being a dad has been the best thing I've ever done. I know we had stuff to handle when Madison came back. She was our priority, and then Brooke. Emotions actually overtake me. Fuck, Morgan. Seeing you with my daughter, I fall in love with you more every fucking day. The way my daughter loves you, relies on you. Morgan, it makes me rely on you. I want it for us, together. Tears fill her eyes.
Are we going to make a plan?
I smile. No, baby. She studies me.
Things aren't always what they seem. What is the reason for the puppy beyond your show of commitment? Brett, there isn't a more committed man in the world than you.
I flushed your birth control pills down the toilet. I needed to see if I could get you on board and, well, puppy here, he's a good distraction. She opens her mouth to say something and then closes it in shock. I'm serious, Morgan. I want a family with you.
Then I suggest you be a man of action and show me just how we're going to make this baby you want.
Scooping her up, I take her to our room to do just that. This woman is everything I ever wanted and needed, and so much more. Life is fucking good. Chapter 20. Cole. 6 months later. Good luck, brother. I thank Ice for the ride, and then look down at the box in my hands. It's not often I ride in a steel cage, but I had to today. Can't exactly drive home a custom vegan cake on a motorcycle. Of course, it's not the cake I'm worried about as much as the diamond ring on top of it. Today is the day I ask Paisley if she will be not only my old lady, but my wife. Who would have thought that a biker and a vegan flower child would be a match made in heaven? Certainly not me. Yet here I am, ready to take that leap of faith because I know she's a woman worth putting all my faith into. That's why I don't want to screw this up. I'm not saying it will be flawless, but I'm doing my damnedest to give Pixie what should be the perfect proposal for her. I watch as Ice drives away, then look down at the box in my hands again. I tracked down a vegan baker and had this special cake ordered for tonight. It's a vanilla cake made with almond milk and maple syrup, glazed with cocoa icing. The damn thing smells delicious, yet my mouth is as dry as the Sahara Desert. That's probably because of the message, or I should say, question, iced on top of the cake. Glancing up at Pixie's apartment, I take a deep breath and shore up my defenses. Making my way toward her door, I use the key she gave me months ago and let myself in.
Something sweet fills the apartment, and I wonder what she's cooking. Walking up to the kitchen, I see her shaking her booty as she sings to the loud music blasting through the apartment. In her hand, she has a knife and is cutting up a banana. On the stove, I can see a small pot of melted dark chocolate, and on a plate, I see what looks like toasted and chopped walnuts. She's singing so loud she doesn't even notice me come in. Not wanting to scare her, I try to make some noise as I set the box down on the counter. Pixie jumps a little, but looks over at me with a smile.
"Hey, babe. You're home too early."
She gives me a fake pout.
"I wanted to surprise you."
Setting my chin on her shoulder, I place my hands on her hips and watch as she starts cutting up another banana. "Surprise me with what, Pixie?"
"Something sweet for us to eat while we watch the movie tonight?"
Kissing the side of her neck, I murmur into her skin. "I've got your sweet covered." Problem is, she can't hear me over the music, so she asks loudly,
"What'd you say, honey?"
I let go of her long enough to reach over and turn the music down, then look back at her. "I said, I've got your sweet covered, Pixie." She looks at the box with curious eyes.
"Oh? And what do you have there, Trevor Blake?"
Nervous, I walk over to the box and lightly put my hand on it, debating if I should say anything before I show it to her. Then I decide no. The cake says it all. Lifting the lid, I push the now visible cake with its question closer to her, and she gasps. Her hands start to tremble, and I watch the hand holding the knife with a wary eye. Perhaps I should have asked her to put that down first. I watch her face as her eyes tear up at the question in red icing. Will you marry me? The ring is the dot at the bottom of the question mark, shiny and blinking at her. Standing here, I wait for an answer. And I wait more. Thing is, it's too quiet. There are silent tears running down her face, but she's not said a single word. Fuck. What if she isn't ready for this? I open my mouth to try to fix this, but suddenly my little sprite is squealing loudly, jumping up and down. I should be fucking thrilled that she's happy, but all I can see is that knife bouncing up and down with her little body. She's talking so fast I can barely understand what she's saying.
"Oh my God, Trevor, are you serious right now?"
Babe, happy as hell that you're excited, but can you do me a favor really quick? Paisley stops jumping up and down and nods her head repeatedly like a bobblehead doll. I have to stop myself from laughing at her. She smiles brightly at me.
"If you want to know my answer, it's yes."
Well, that too. But, Pixie, can you please put down the knife? Would really fucking hate it if one of us got accidentally stabbed on the night that I'm asking you to become my wife. This concludes Cole by Chelsea Camaron and Jessie Lane. Narrated by Aidan Snow and Lydia Dornay. Copyright 2017 by Chelsea Camaron and Jessie Lane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Chelsea Camaron and Jessie Lane and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.